PKA 757. First guest having audio issues. We'll see if he can sort that out and join us. Taylor?
This episode of PKA is brought to you by Lock and Load, Harry's, our wonderful merchandise, and the soul of the now flying high
Jesus Christ,
Franklin the Turtle. So to start the show, we're going to have 35 minutes of silence. Franklin the Turtle. Damn shame, everyone.
It is. I think most people don't know what we're talking about. I talked about it on PKN, which is a much smaller audience. I was live streaming Tuesday, and Colin taps on my shoulder, and he's like, "Dad, there's a turtle in the pool." And I'm hoping this is just informative, as if it's not like every other piece of information, which is just a clue that I have a problem to solve. Mm-hmm. But sure enough, it's Dad. Fix this. So I go to the pool and I take out the net and I get the turtle out, and he's not moving, but he's alive. He seems alive. Like, we all know what a dead turtle from the bottom of a pool would look maybe bloated and disgusting or whatever. A dead turtle on land would be dehydrated and busted. This looks like a healthy turtle that chooses not to move. So Jackie starts researching it, and he says they play dead. I'm like, well, my turtle's fucking awesome at playing dead, like world class. And anyway, so I start like waving his hands and nodding his head, and there's not a lot of movement there, but he just seems alive. So I put him in a box next to me, give him some lettuce. Chat says, Woody, I don't think the turtle enjoys your air conditioning as much as you do. This isn't what you want. He's probably cold. They're cold-blooded. So I take the box, I put it outside in the shade. Not cooking him, but he's there. He's got his lettuce, whatever. I check on him 3 hours later. He hasn't moved a millimeter, not at all. So I declare him dead, and I bring the turtle back. I got him on camera. I'm like sort of shaking his hand, nodding his head. He's not moving, but he seems like he's graceful.
So I brought the dead turtle back on stream, and we did a little "Hello, my baby," "Hello, my honey," "Hello, my ragtime gal" with him.
Right?
This is Twitch. They allow this? They kick me off for saying faggot. This is terrible.
Turns out they do. So anyway, I start pulling his head out because it's all tucked in like he's uncircumcised, and I pull his head out, and he pulls it back at me, and I'm like, whoa, I'm jarred or whatever. He's alive. If you pull his head out to full extension, he pulls his head back. He doesn't seem to like that. Maybe he feels vulnerable. So I'm like, this turtle's definitely, he's alive. He's kicking. We got it. Chat's going wild. My wife, she says she sees it. And my favorite part, she's on YouTube, and she found that Indian dude that makes videos based on how to tell if a turtle is alive or dead. He's just like, put a feather in front of his nose. He's Schwarzenegger in this situation. See if the feather moves, and he doesn't blink or anything, but he definitely has that head pull reflex, and whatever. I put him on a plate because the plate held a little bit of water, and then I tilted the plate, and this is how I left him overnight. Hard to focus on that, but
predators.
Well, he's in the front garden. I'm worried about predators, but I thought maybe tucking him near the house would help him a little bit. And the plate has water because my concern is that he's thirsty. He hasn't been drinking.
He had plenty of water.
He did, but that was like 6 hours ago. I need to drink.
Drowning this whole time.
It turns out turtles can hold their breath for like 5 to 6 hours. My guess is it was more than that. I don't know. Yeah. Maybe Jackie thinks he was brain dead, but we put him in there and we let him sit overnight.
How would you test that?
He responded to stimuli, but he didn't answer any questions. So I come in the morning.
Sounds like a woman.
Oh my God. On that plate, I didn't take a picture because it was gross, but there was like a disgusting slurry of blood mixed in with the water it was actively dripping out of his mouth. I don't know. Did bugs crawl in there or something?
No.
But also he didn't move like he did before. The hello, my baby, hello, my darling thing. No, now he's rigor mortis. rigor mortisized. That might be a word.
Mhm.
And
Say it with Schwarzenegger's accent, though. Rigor mortisized.
he's been rigor mortisized. And
Not bad.
and he can't shake his hands or move his head anymore. So now he exists in the bottom of the trash can. Apparently, I was supposed to put him in a plastic bag first, but
Oh my God! You should bring it. You should keep him, dude. This is what you should do. You should keep him and you just put him in the freezer and bring him out every stream and name him Joe Biden. And
he's in charge.
You keep him frozen, and he wouldn't thaw out fully during a stream. You could keep this up for a while.
What percentage of you, when you woke up this morning, was like, oh, Franklin, and then
oh yeah, it was yesterday. I like Jackie got up first. I get breakfast in bed a lot, so Jackie got up and she's making me breakfast, and she doesn't come back with breakfast. Worthless wench.
Ugh.
She's like, "You should see the turtle," and I'm like, "Is it bad news?" And she's like, "Yeah, there's no way he's still alive." So that's when you found him with a lot of his blood missing.
Dang. Well,
Yeah.
he
Poor
was
fella.
a cold-blooded turtle. If he had the chance, he'd have killed us all, So good riddance, I say to Franklin. Good riddance.
You should keep his shell, a little memento for the time you had a pet turtle for 18 hours.
You're gonna want to boil him.
He's on the bottom of the trash can. I wasn't gonna
Dig him
retrieve
out of there. He's not going anywhere.
He is still there.
It's too late now. Next time a turtle falls in your pool, you'll know what to do.
Yeah,
It'll happen again, Kyle. Of course it will.
I left out the pool's busted right now. It's green. There's something called a salt cell that changed. Salt is sodium chloride, so it removes those two things, and then it makes chlorine out of the salt that you have in the pool. It just stays there as a ready supply of chlorine to be converted as needed. But it broke, and the pool is green, and I'm waiting for the service guy to come. I don't fix salt cells, but
It sucks.
I'm saying the pool was more ideal for the turtle than people might have guessed because it's
see.
green right now.
Yeah.
Okay.
More
That's what
ideal.
Threw him in.
But also, there's no way it likes salt water.
Well,
it's not that salty,
not that
but I hear
salty.
you. Yeah, you wouldn't taste it.
Oh, okay. All the saltwater pools I was in as a kid, I could taste it a tiny bit. I could taste that it was not a chlorine pool. It was different from like swim lessons when I was 5 at that
It's definitely
big
different because
complex.
it doesn't have that harsh chemical burn your eyes stink to it.
Yeah.
But I can't taste the salt in there either. My dad's got a saltwater pool. We love it. Like I know like that tech was new to us both. Whenever you put that pool in 12 years ago or something, and going through what Woody just explained about how it's turning the salt into chlorine, it's cool.
Yeah, I'm like, I kind of get sodium chloride. Chloride sounds like chlorine, so that much I'll buy. Doesn't sodium explode? What happens to the other half of the equation? I don't know what's happening here, but okay.
I'm so glad there are people to figure out chemistry. Like the first people that were like, do you remember going through the shells in chemistry in high school where you had to like place the
valence
electrons
shells.
on the valence shells? Yeah. And just like thinking like, man, this must have been such an ordeal to figure this out.
They didn't figure it out. They don't even know what a fucking electron is. They don't even know what it is, Taylor. They're not sure they're real.
Well, then that would be a big day in the scientific community if they came clean and were like, we made it up. We don't know what's going on in these things.
They don't know if they're fucking real. That you can never know where electron is. It's technically a field. You just need to imagine it like a field, not a particle. Don't imagine that little seed rotating around a bigger seed like the solar system, because that ain't it. Apparently, you can never know where an
I
electron.
don't even know how else to imagine it. A field? It's just a general field where a certain amount of energy exists anywhere.
Yes, there is a circular field around the center of the atom, and it's somewhere in there, but you can never know where.
I don't like that. I'd like a little more certainty.
I would too. I watched tons of videos where they're explaining how the Newtonian physics and quantum mechanics don't add up and all the inconsistencies, and then my brain breaks 15 minutes into an hour-long video, and I just stare for 45 minutes.
Yeah, there's that like soft-spoken science man that Woody turned me on to probably 2 months ago, where you're like, he goes on Rogan sometimes, and he's kind of like he's like a Neil deGrasse Tyson, but seems to actually know shit. And so he would be on there being like, and the thing about our understanding of physics is it's an incredible thing when it comes to terrestrial objects and things like this. We can understand the movement and such. He's always like smiling. He just is fucking all about this shit. And then he's like,
hear the smile.
The extent of our knowledge there, you either take it up and you scale it up to stars and quasars, black holes, or you make it small, and it's totally useless. And it's like, well, fuck, man. Like, so now we need 3 types of physics.
You actually nailed that pretty well. Yeah, you did that really well.
Dude.
Because as a kid.
That was really good.
As a kid, they showed us the atoms. You know, in one class, they're showing us what an atom looks like. And the other class, they're showing us what the solar system and the galaxy and the universe looks like. And I'm like, oh, shit. Everything is just fractals. It's just, we're just changing the size. But no. That would have been too simple. That's how I know there's no God. He'd have made it simple. He wouldn't have needed to make it some other thing. It would have all just worked on the same system.
No, if I were God, it would be about this complicated, because I would treat it like Bitcoin, where like I wouldn't want to see all of my creation discover everything super rapidly and then have nothing to nowhere to go from there. I'd want every incremental thing to get harder and harder, so you'd have better viewing.
Wait, better viewing?
So you could like see them be like, oh, they just figured fire out. Okay. Oh, but every node of the Bitcoin
doing it
is
for
more
audience retention. You don't want the show to jump the shark too early.
No. It's got to stay good. I'm not sure
I want you to be God.
I'd be the kind of God. I wouldn't have a Game of Thrones universe.
Every time I watch a video about the nitty gritty of the internals of an atom, it often ends with them being like, but nobody knows for sure. We don't know. You know, do they even exist? There's a video called "Do Protons Really Exist?" And I'm like, what the fuck? How can you? They either do or they don't. Why aren't we sure?
Protons? Now we're not sure about protons? Oh, and then the balls on some of these physicists to be like, we don't know if these things exist, but guess what? There's also maybe something infinitely smaller in there too. Quarks.
Oh, for sure.
Like, all right.
And what are they made out of? Like when you look at what the Planck scale is, someone explained the Planck scale in a video the other day. I think it's the smallest measurement unit of measurement, a Planck. I wish I could remember how they phrased it. It's incomprehensibly small. It's just shockingly small. They don't know anything. I wish we lived in a time where they did know the stuff. And they would the video just knew, and it wasn't full of ambiguities and but no one really knows. It's like, fuck, I want to know.
Mm-hmm. Well, that stuff is cool, but
born just in time for World War III, though, so we got that going for us.
Just in time for someone to tell us, like, actually, nukes are make believe because there's no protons in there. What else could it be? And it's like, well, I think it's something to do with neutrons, maybe fission, maybe fusion. I don't know.
How many planks are in a millimeter? This is a new unit of measurement that I had never heard of. And you'd be pretty close if you did 6, 2, and then 30 zeros after that.
Yeah.
In a millimeter.
It's incomprehensibly small. It's beyond the ability to even wrap your head around. It's like when they start talking about the size of the galaxy or the universe.
Yeah.
When they talk in multiple trillions of kilometers or something. It's like I could barely picture 100 kilometers.
I don't even know what number that is. Like after trillion comes what? Quadrillion?
Quadrillion. Pentillion. Sextillion. Septillion. Octillion. Nonillion. Decillion. Undecillion.
You just need to say
duodecillion. Yeah.
But I don't think we've even come close to 30 zeros yet.
You have. At that point, you just say to the power of 30 to explain it. Or just write it.
Decillion? Is that if each one gives you 3 zeros, maybe the 10 one is close. I'm not sure.
You get up to those numbers and it's like, what are we even talking about? Like, I there's no way to understand.
The global debt?
Yeah.
Like who do we owe? Who do we owe?
Exactly. Who? Like I saw like it's that old joke where someone's like, "How about we just take all the debt and pin it on some sap?" And it's like, you mean like the Jesus story? And they're like, I guess so. We're gonna take care of that guy, and everyone else is good.
Did you?
Yeah, that's true. Who do we owe?
Kyle, did you happen to catch the full Tucker Ted Cruz interview? I didn't.
I only watched the gotcha moment, and that's all that's being circulated. So I'm guessing that was the interesting bit.
I watched like 4 gotcha moments now.
Okay.
There's a point where Ted Cruz says he was elected to represent Israel. I'm paraphrasing, but he essentially says that. Looks like Taylor saw it too. And of course, there's what's the population of Iran? What's the ethnic breakdown by percentage of Iran? Gotcha questions. That's like, oh, you like girls? Name every girl. Bro, I get it.
I think the population's important though, because you're talking about going to war with somebody. How many of them are there? I don't know. Wait a minute. If the three of us were going to get in a street fight, and like, hey, let's go outside and beat up all them guys. Oh shit, how many are there? I don't know. It's incredibly important.
If he had said,
I can take 0.5 guys.
would Tucker have said, all right, 89 million is close enough to 92 million?
Sure.
Or would he have been like, you're off by 3 million? You're off by, a lot. Do you think 3 million people doesn't matter?
Because the audience would have heard the truth. He was like, no idea.
Or he was like, I'm not playing this gotcha game. I don't know. Right?
I didn't even see it as a gotcha game.
It's more people than Germany. It's more people than the UK. It's a ton of people. It's a large first world country.
Bigger than I thought.
Yeah. I think it's like the same size as Germany, right? Isn't Germany like 90 million?
70, I believe.
Okay.
But I think that threw me off. That little bit of having to go back in my memory core for
you were saying that the population.
I think 69 million. Fact check me, Zach. 69 million population of Germany.
You were saying that the population of Iran is very important. That it wasn't a gotcha question.
Yeah, if you're gonna go fight them, it might matter. And not only because you might lose. It's not exactly a street fight where numbers are going to add up exactly, and it's going to matter like that. It's going to be a 3v3 fist fight. But it also matters because of collateral damage and stuff. It's like who are we bombing? How many other people are we going to war with? 83 million, way off. God damn.
For Germany.
It's okay. Yeah, I agree with what you're saying, Kyle. I'm like, I've seen a lot of like grifter right-wing accounts trying to minimize how kind of foolish Ted Cruz looked throughout a lot of those gotcha moments by saying stuff like, oh, you want to attack Iran? Well, then sing their entire national anthem. And it's like, that's not even vaguely similar to what he asked. He was like, you're agitating for war against this country. How big is this country? Like something that you should have a cursory level of knowledge in. And he's like, I'm not going to play this gotcha game. It's like, no, it actually like at least demonstrate to me you're doing more than just carrying water for whoever wants you to say these things. Like make a compelling case for it.
You're being paid by Israelis to defraud your electorate right now. So we just like to know if you put any thought into it at all, or if you just cash the check. That's all.
Yeah.
Ted Cruz said something interesting about AIPAC, right? So Tucker Carlson asked him if he took money from AIPAC, and he hemmed and hawed a little bit, but the answer is yes. But then Ted Cruz, here's the part I liked. He's like, AIPAC doesn't actually give that money. What it is there are individuals within AIPAC that donate, and they're the people who really make things move. I'm paraphrasing, but I was like, oh, that's interesting, because AIPAC was always like the 27th largest donator in any given political cycle. Why are they so important if they pale in comparison to like pharmaceuticals or cable TV? And the answer is, oh, it's more than it looks. It doesn't come directly from AIPAC. Another one that barely gives any money is the NRA. The NRA doesn't give a lot of cash to influence votes. What it does is it educates the voters. There are a lot of people for which they just vote the way the NRA tells them to. So they don't bring money, they bring votes. AIPAC doesn't bring money directly. They bring people who bring money. That's how it works.
By the way, Gun Owners of America over NRA every day. They're there for your real gun rights. NRA will fucking hem and haw and give stuff away. Gun Owners of America are hardcore.
My issue with the NRA is they really got caught lining their own pockets.
Sure.
Oh, I bet. I bet nobody's like at the top of any lobbying organization, like living in a 3-bedroom house. Like they're
no, it was really big. Like they lived in a $82 million house or something wild like that. I've got that from Germany in my head. But anyway, they were stealing like enough money that NRA was losing money instead of making it.
What I did like because I don't like watch a ton of Tucker, but the clips I see, he always does that, like ask you a question that he knows the answer to. He knows that you know the answer to it, or either he knows you don't know. And he gives that like so like quizzical that it's almost comedic. And he hit the the quizzical Tucker face so hard.
He was going
Ted Cruz. It was like, so let me get this straight. You don't even know the population of this country that you want to invade. And Ted Cruz is like, when I got into Congress 13 years ago, it was to make Israel great. Like,
yeah, basically.
You represent Texas. Am I wrong? Like he's doing stuff like that. And it's very, it was funny to see Ted Cruz caught flat-footed. That was nice.
Ted Cruz is very good at debating. You probably know he was on the Harvard debate team. He might have been captain of the Harvard debate team. And he's really smart. I'm not Ted Cruz's biggest fan at all. I feel like I'm carrying water for him alone in this. I thought they were gotcha questions that didn't really get to the core of whether it was a good idea or a bad idea. Bad idea, by the way. But just I didn't like his questions. And I don't like Tucker either. Even though in this situation, he's kind of representing my views. The thing where he like can't stop laughing at the guy he's interviewing. He's just belly laughing as if that's the dumbest, most ridiculous thing I ever heard. I'm like, oh, this laughing is what you do when you can't make a coherent argument. You just laugh at somebody.
He does sometimes laugh like an effete Connecticut boatsman or something, like the kind of guy who would take an expensive sailboat out in loafers.
How specific.
Yeah, doesn't he seem like a super rich guy from the Northeast? Maybe that's not what he is at all.
Maybe a little, but I think he just wears those blazers.
Someone tells me he's from Oklahoma. Fuck.
I think he wears blazers and boat shoes a lot. I think he just has that look and that haircut. I don't know. He seems very casual. Yeah.
You got to take wins where you can get them, and it was fun to see because at the end of the day, they were kind of gotcha questions, but they revealed what Tucker wanted them to, which was this guy who's agitating for war. He doesn't even know his ass from a hole in the ground when it comes to it. He's just doing what he's told.
Did you see John Stewart?
Tucker Carlson grew up near San Francisco. That's where he's actually from. And you know he's an heir to the Swanson fortune, the TV dinner people.
He's going to inherit the entire O. Henry candy bar fortune.
Dude, isn't it weird when you find stuff out like that, where it's like, wait, you're telling me Anderson Cooper's a Vanderbilt? Like those ones?
Is that one true? I didn't know that one.
Yeah, but like you'll find out high-level people in all these places are like, the Swanson's dinner fortune. That's funny.
I always thought it was interesting that Tucker works so hard. This guy's been making a career in media, whether it be MSNBC, I'm pretty sure he worked there, CNN, Fox News, or his independent thing. Like, why does this guy work so hard when he never had to work at all? Like, what is it he enjoys so much about being in the public eye? I don't get it.
I don't know. Probably very well connected. Maybe.
What?
Maybe he knows more than he
I mean, I think 45 of our how many presidents have we had? I don't know, but it's
45. You're right, because we got 2 double ups,
at least. But I think a significant portion of them, like almost all of them, are descended from King George. I think they all are. Even Obama is descended from King George.
I wouldn't, if I found that out factually, I wouldn't like it.
It's true.
Are we all I want to know what percentage of the people are.
You're not. I promise. I know because you're not in public office. You don't have an owl with bleeding eyes on the wall behind you.
All right. 2 things. 1, Woodworth is an English name, so I think that increases my chances. 2, I have a turtle with bleeding eyes, so take that.
Oh, too soon.
That's animal cruelty, not royalty. Easy to confuse. I think that the stuff like that always does. It's like, what? What do you mean they all are? What do you mean every president is a descendant of King? What is it?
What if they're all descendants of Genghis Khan?
Even the black guy.
But it's not Genghis Khan. Like King George didn't sire the 10,000 sons. It's King John. I don't know the kings. But Genghis Khan did. He literally raped his way across a continent for his entire life. There's no telling how many sons alone he had. And then his people were very rapey as well. So his sons went and probably did a whole ton of concubining and raping themselves. But King John was just King John. How many sons did King John have? Because that's the telling. That's the tell the tape.
Well, I've got to click the see more tab.
While not a direct relationship to a specific king, it's common geological finding in the U.S. presidents.
Whoa.
King John of England. Yeah. It's almost all of them. Martin Van Buren can trace back to King. Yeah. Except for Martin Van Buren. That's the one.
That's crazy. Yeah. King John, this guy's further back than I would have thought.
Oh, the Van Buren boys.
The Van Buren boys. Dude, 1166 to 1216. That's way further back than George. I was wondering how George would have worked. I'm like, man,
Yeah.
did he sire George Washington when he was 4?
I think he had like 4 descendants who came over with the Mayflower. I think I read that. And so from those 4 descendants come most of our presidents.
Okay.
Which I don't like. like most, like there are royal families in Europe that don't have such a pure bloodline.
Yeah, that's crazy. That just doesn't. How could all of them? That can't be true. It can't be all of them, other than the Van Buren boy. It can't be all of that. That's wild. Does he have? Is he just kind of like a presidential racehorse? Does he have a lot of other descendants doing other important things? Like, is that known?
I'm sure it is. Everything's that genealogy is kept track of. It's hard for me to find who my great grandfather was because he was probably some drunk old Scotsman or something. But Obama can track his back. George Washington can track his back, and there's been tons of research and money put into nailing all that down. But yeah, definitely not living in some sort of a weird, they control us and give us the illusion of us voting sort of universe.
I got to tell you, I don't like this.
Well,
I'm not a fan of this at all.
Well,
this is what I want Ted Cruz to be forced to answer for.
He's probably related. He probably is too. He probably is too. I would.
Don't talk about Uncle John like that, Tucker.
The only reason isn't he like Latino? Ted Cruz. His real name's Raphael or something.
Yeah, but Obama's black. That's not to say that he wasn't, some sort of Habsy or something.
Right. I'm just trying to think about the odds.
Yeah, I feel you.
They can't be high.
No, I don't know Cruz's background, but I do like it when the politicians came from nothing. It's like this guy just got good grades from the moment he hit kindergarten. He was a Rhodes Scholar. He came from a poor family, but he couldn't be denied. That's the story I like.
The more inspirational ones, yeah.
Not
then they get in office and they start
silver spoon
money.
Ones.
Do you know about the Barron Trump novels?
I have heard about that. Never done any due diligence.
So 19th century publication. This is a book from 1893 called about the adventures of Baron Trump. There is a character that helps him out in the books called Don. It is a weird series of coincidences that are very upsetting. I was learning about that last night. Like, what do you mean?
I heard about it.
I think that Trump's uncle, he was some sort of an intellectual. Like, he went to a renowned university and was actually a smart guy. And after Tesla died, they sent Trump's uncle to go look at all of his gadgets and gizmos and his writings and papers and see if there was anything there. And he reported back, it's mostly self-promotion and nonsense and this, that, and the other. Nothing really here. But he only sent back 80% of what he had taken. So, so the theory is that perhaps Trump's uncle found some sort of time travel device in Nikola Tesla's laboratories. And that is how we get this Baron Trump novel. It's something to do with that. And also how Trump became president somehow.
Didn't Trump have an uncle that taught at MIT? He was like the longest serving. I was wondering if it was the same guy.
That's why he was qualified to. They deemed him qualified enough to look over Tesla's gadgets and see if there was anything to be had there. I think Tesla did invent the telephone. I think they later found out that that Marconi stole the telephone from Tesla, and then Bell stole it from Marconi.
Wow!
So fuck you, Italians.
Well, who's to say?
History.
You think Marconi bullied him, put his hand up over his shoulder at a bar and was like, "Hey, I want to talk to you about something."
He stole the designs. It's you can see it's all dated. You can see that he stole Tesla's design for the telephone. Tesla had all kinds of fun gadget ideas. Obviously, wireless electricity, but remote controls and radio and all sorts of things far before they, became a thing.
Wireless electricity is the coolest thing he was all about by far. Think of how much that would rock. Just energy from the air for free. Some coil on top of your house provides all the
it was Wi-Fi?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. That's what Tesla was doing.
Mm-hmm. That's pretty cool. And if someone can figure it out, it's that guy.
It has been, so it works over short distances, but I
do charge my phone without wireless.
Sure. He had these towers, and there's, you can light a bulb from across the room, but I think there's energy loss and there's got to be safety issues. And copper wiring works tremendously well. Like long distance transfer of electricity on wiring, you lose almost zero energy. It's very efficient and effective.
I can't prove it, but I feel like it would cause cancer. If there was just
of course
wireless
it would.
electricity
I don't want to be around
all over the house.
Please. They would tell you it didn't, and then 25 years from now, we'd all have brain rot or something.
You guys are sounding like those 5G guys now.
I hear you, but can't you not build a house under high power lines or something? Or there was safety notifications about that?
I mean, there's those studies about the houses that are near the high transfer wires, that have higher levels of cancer and stuff. And there's got to be something to it. I think so. I mean, cell phones definitely, if you use it, that thing is emitting radiation. You're holding it to your head. We don't anymore, but there was a time when you had those early versions of cell phones that were not that great. They were probably sending all sorts of electromagnetism into those guys' brains, and they were just always to your head. Nobody's.
And you think they're better now or worse?
I think better now, but just because of the use case that we don't talk on phones really.
Oh, it is true. Powerful. I just keep mine on my thigh. But back the early phones you're talking about didn't have Wi-Fi. Now they do more than they used to.
For sure.
And Bluetooth.
I don't even know what Bluetooth and Wi-Fi are. I just, I mean, I know what they do. I know how to hook it up and make my sound system work, but I don't know what that technology really is.
I'd love to hear Ted Cruz answer that.
Do you even know how Bluetooth works?
Bluetooth and Wi-Fi do. What does this have to do with the RAM? So the 5G thing, Kyle, what's you said you wouldn't want to live near one of those towers. What is,
if I had my druthers,
I haven't done any
I don't think
diligence.
In general, I have no real fears about that. Even as a kid, I remember reading about how nuclear power plants work and being like, wow, why are we afraid of that? I always thought the cooling towers were emitting something scary. It's just steam, I also always thought nuclear energy had some sort of Star Trek component. And the Enterprise, they've got dilithium crystals, these crystals that don't exist in our world, but at least not the way they do in the Star Trek world. And they're pumping energy through them and they're creating all this power. I thought, that must be how nuclear energy works. It's no, it's just a big steam powered turbine with more steps. It's just steam. We're just heating water and turning turbines.
So why are people relatively spazzing on 5G compared to other towers?
I have no.
What is different? Oh,
I didn't look into any of that. It was it's better. It's a great internet service for my phone. I don't care if it gives me cancer eventually. I think that to me it sounded like the same people that don't think birds are real or think there's flat Earth. They would see those 5G towers and start literally shooting them with rifles and stuff. Those people are kooks and crazies. You're not going to stop that technology. And if it was hurting people, they wouldn't use it. I mean, it might hurt. That's not exactly true.
It's not true at all.
if it was like killing people graveyard dead within a week or something, they wouldn't use it. It might not be good for you. 5G isn't health food, but come on. We're all better connected now. If you did the math, if you really did the calculus, you'd find that, now emergency services are 4% more effective because we can reach into these areas. This is how many hundreds of thousands of lives are saved over this period. And cancer, we got 18 more cancer cases because of the 5G. I'm like, okay, it's like seatbelts, trapping people and burning them in cars. I ain't never going to strap in. Not going to strap me in a car. All right, go out the windshield, bozo. See how that goes for you.
Bozo. I can't explain why, but I don't buy the idea that 5G hurts people. But if you told me they could track people better with 5G, it has short range, they can triangulate with towers better than they could with the long range towers, I'd be like, that makes sense.
Well, they don't need that. They got GPS, right? We're all a walking GPS transponder, and that's a meter of accuracy.
I don't think we send any signals for GPS. I think that's receive only.
They could ping us though, right? If they know your device, they could ping it with GPS and find you, I'm sure.
I think they triangulate it with cell phone towers, and the GPS is strictly read only. You don't send information to GPS.
I thought they got a bunch of J6 rioters with cell phone GPS, but maybe it's what you're saying, that it was some triangulation.
That could have been metadata from social media as well, from them posting, because it's pinging, it's securing done at this location whenever they're posting and taking pictures and stuff. Oh, by the way, they are doing that thing I talked about to the LA rioters. I saw the attorney the district attorney or something, maybe the federal prosecutor in California. He's like, we're going to take our time. We're getting you all. You think your mask is hiding you? No. We're getting you. And then they go this list of like, this guy thought he could throw a rock, and now he's outside his house. Please, no. They got fucking MP5s in his face. It's like, this guy thought he could say that Marco Rubio wasn't a good leader. Not today. And they like go through this list of people from the LA riots. The Marco Rubio thing's bullshit, but from the LA riots that threw rocks, damaged stuff, set fires. Oh, the one guy was seen showing up with like crates full of really good masks, like not the Home Depot shit. Like he had like some space shit. You had like full face coverage and the double filters and stuff. They're expensive. And he's like emptying crates of them out for the rioters. And it's like, then they show them at his house with him at gunpoint and he's coming out. I love it.
That is probably a guy to pursue. It's like, this guy probably didn't just feel generous that morning and spend $40,000 on masks.
Yeah.
He's probably a middleman.
Dude, I love getting them all. I love it. I know you're not happy with the rate of the deportations, but they're doing everything they can. They are ramping it up. Every day I hear about like more aggressive tactics. And for a moment there, Trump put a moratorium on illegals in hotels, service industries, and farms. And then 2 or 3 days later, someone he's like, actually, never mind. We're coming for all of you. And
you were right. That was gay of me. I apologize.
That's what happened.
Full steam ahead.
He said he wasn't going to do it. And then I swear 2, maybe 3 days passed and he reversed course. And then I saw today they're at a pot farm in California, rounding up like 75 illegals who are working on a farm, like everybody's hands up. I love it. Getting them all, Taylor.
Gotta keep it moving. Gotta keep marching forward. You know what? I like those mask guys at the riots. I think it is funny when you see the people who are like there, hardcore, like expensive ass mask. And then you see people with like 4-year-old still in their closet COVID masks who are just waiting for it to be nighttime so they can steal. Where it's like, they're just waiting for it to shut down so they can, rock on into the Apple store and get a free iPad that's just going to blare at them as soon as they get it home.
To be fair, like the LA thing melted down for 2 or 3 days, but there have been nationwide. Yeah. But there have been nationwide protests with tens of millions of people, maybe 100 million people. I don't fucking know. It seemed like the streets were full in every major city. And by and large, there wasn't looting and there wasn't violence. The LA thing melted down. I haven't seen that in other cities. Maybe because of the way Trump has cracked down. I don't know how many troops are in LA right now. I keep reading about more and more and more and more. And when I go to that video footage, there's like Marines on the street corner.
That's got to be like, of all the places you can be deployed as a Marine, that's got to be one of the nice places, right? LA? Sunshine, tasty food.
I'd rather go to Hawaii or Japan, I think, if I was a Marine.
Okay, yeah, Japan's probably tippity top. Then Hawaii.
Singapore. Any of those Asian countries I'm down for. If you're just like hanging out there on a base or something, the shitty place to be would be the Middle East. You imagine you're in one of those scary bases in Iraq or Syria or, right there between Israel and Iran right now. You're the people, like, the fear is that if the U.S. chips in or somehow, or the U.S. helps too much, that Iran's going to attack our bases there like they've done before. Those guys are on the front line of World War III if it pops off. It's those Marines and bases in the Middle East. So, yeah, I would rather be in L.A. than there, though.
For sure. No one wants to be in the Middle East.
No. Not even the Middle Easterners.
No. And, like, there's only a few places in the whole Middle East where you can be like, damn, it's hot. I'm going to go to the beach. Most of it is just like, no, it's just sand. No beach. No nice little bit of relaxation. You live in the middle of Saudi Arabia? This shit sucks, dude. That's awful.
You're from Missouri.
Yeah, but there's like a bunch of trees, and there's trees, and it's lush, and it's not dry.
Imagine not being near the beach, hypothetically.
Well, the fact that if I lived in a desert, if I lived in the middle of Arizona, I'd probably feel the same way, where it'd be like, oh, this sucks. Dry heat. There's no greenery to cheer you up. Look
dry
outside.
Heat's the good heat.
Oh, but then you don't get like cool plants as much. I like being in a very forested area. It cheers me up that seeing the cycle, like watching them die in the winter and then come back in the spring and get lush in the summer, and it's nice.
I always got depressed when I'd go to the desert, when I'd spend like long periods of time in New Mexico or Arizona. Like Georgia is very green, you know. It's like the Smoky Mountains I think are considered a rainforest. Really? In certain areas, it's a ton of rain they get every year. It qualifies for it, I think.
The desert.
I go to New Mexico. Ugh.
It's only pretty at first. Like I go there and I'm like, wow, check this out. Like if you see like, I don't know, the red cliffs that go into the sunset, and you can barely tell where the sunset begins and the land starts, and it's like just the most amazing thing. That's what day one is. It's like the first snow of the year. It's beautiful. By day 6, you're like, this shit, enough. Bro, I get it. What is with your monocolor state? It's all brown. Brown's not even the color I would pick to revolve around. It's one of the lower tier colors.
It's got to be the worst color to be, you know, a monotonous in a literal sense area. Yeah, you wouldn't like that. That would suck. Green's if you're going to have one color, it's got to be. And you don't even if you live in a very forested area, blue. It's not just green. Blue would be sick. True.
Yeah, like I'm thinking of like a Caribbean type environment where the water is blue and it dominates the look of the place.
Yeah.
Not any blue plants, unfortunately. Wish they were. That'd be prettier.
It would be. Why don't our scientists get on that? How come none of that USAID money went to cool plant colors?
I think it's in the star systems where it's a different kind of star that gives off more ultraviolet light. The plants would be blue there instead of green. Something about the chlorophyll and the way plants work.
Well, I wouldn't want all of them blue.
They'd all be blue.
Okay.
Dogs
I don't know. I need to see it. I need to compare my blue versus green. I need to be there for a week because I like new stuff at first.
You need to be on fucking some horrible moon.
Welcome to Zendatu.
1 trillion miles from here. Or I guess 1 trillion miles isn't even very far. Light probably does that in a, lickety split.
Right? I don't know. Trillion's so much anything.
That's true. I don't know how.
Depends a lot. 186,000 miles per second, and then into 1 trillion. That just still take a while.
Yeah. 1 trillion is one of those numbers that if I were to do that math on my PC right now, I'd have to like double check the amount of zeros I put in. It'd be like 1, 2, 3, comma, 1, 2, 3, comma, 1, 2, 3, comma. one too few. Add another.
Do you think if we don't blow ourselves up, I hope there is a future where there's that tourist level of space travel, like maybe not to another star system, but like to go see Jupiter. I hope that like you could get on a cruise to Jupiter and you'd fly past it and you'd look at it and then it'd be back. It'd be like a 6-month cruise or something. I hope that's in the future. I really do. That
would be cool. And you know what's going to be even weirder is like 30 years after that, when it's no longer like a Titanic sort of group of people on the cruise wearing suits and smoking cigars and like playing classy poker. It's like fights breaking out.
Like trash when afford to go to Jupiter.
When a bunch of like West Virginians can afford to get on there.
I got the Groupon.
Yeah, I got a Groupon.
Fix your O2. Fix your O2.
Okay, Kyle. It doesn't take 6 months to get to Jupiter. It currently takes 6 years. Would you be interested in that cruise?
No. But I'm talking about a future where like we can do it in 6 months. Yeah.
I understood what you were saying, but I was just like, all right, so if with infinite money, you could do it in 6 years, maybe.
Oh, with infinite money, you could do it way faster than that. Like we could go fast if we wanted to, and cut that trip down. That nobody wants to though.
Once you've been on a cruise for like a week,
too expensive.
It's like I'm about ready. like 6
and keep in
years.
mind that's an open air. Go out into the sunny, fresh sea air. Get pussy, gamble, eat delicious food.
Yeah.
Fucking what's that shuffleboard shit when you push it? Like you got swimming pools, multiple decks, beautiful women. Did I say pussy? You stop at islands along the way, and you still get bored of that after 2 weeks. Now imagine it's the cold deadness of space in an aluminum can with nothing to smell but Taylor's farts. Do you know how they wash clothes in space?
I know
they don't.
They wear them until they are rotten, and then they throw them out of the ship to be burnt up in the atmosphere.
So I need 6 years of clothes.
Well, they're going to have to come up with something different for a 6-year trip, Taylor. We're going to be naked.
It's like, how was your trip? And it's like awful. I got hammered and made a fool of myself on day 4 in front of all the blackjack dealers. And so, so I couldn't go back to that section of the boat for the next half decade. That sucks. Yeah, I would not want to be on a cruise for 6 years. No, going to Jupiter. There's no way it would pay off after 6 years. It would be remarkable. But 6
by the way,
years,
I've already doubled it because unless you're not coming,
you got to come back.
Yeah.
Oh, and who's to say it doesn't take longer to come back? You know, you're planning.
You're right, Kyle. Yeah, like they timed it so that they'd get there as quickly as possible. They found it at the short points. That's not going to line up for the way back.
In 6 years from now, how far is Jupiter from Earth? You know, it'd be very important.
You know how people get left behind? It's like they get off at a stop, you know, in Portugal, and then they miss the. They get back on checkpoint, and now they have to have flight. Imagine you oversleep on Europa. Oh no! Now I'm here for a long time.
The Martian.
Yeah, that would suck. I would want to take a cruise into space. I would want to wait until like decades into them doing it until they've got all the everything.
Where would you cruise, Taylor? Price is no object. Where do you want to cruise? You want a long one that goes to like Hawaii from California? You want to go to Alaska?
Mediterranean.
Mediterranean.
You're breaking up.
Yeah, and then you
got an internet issue.
France and shit.
I would rather go and see something. So is it about the stops or is it about the boat stuff? Because I have this idea that on an Alaskan cruise we might see whales, and that appeals to me. I think that they specifically do whale watching stuff when you go up to Alaska. But if you're gonna hit all those stops, you got to go back to the old world, like Taylor's talking about. I agree with that. I would like to stop all throughout the Mediterranean, and see all those old timey cities from history. But if you're just going to be on the boat, then maybe go see those whales. That does interest me. I've never seen a whale outside of the Atlanta Aquarium. Have you seen whales in the sea?
Oh, lots of times. Yeah, I've lost count. I grew up at the ocean, so that's where the whales live.
I didn't know you saw them from at the beach though.
I saw them from my lifeguard stand.
That's awesome.
Yeah. There are whale watching tours that the tourists they ride the jet boats and they see the whales and stuff where I grew up.
Yeah, that's fucking cool.
Yeah. As a matter of fact, I'm sorry. The key to finding where whales are is you look for the tourist boats around the whales, and you're like, oh, I bet there's whales there. They stopped. So
every time I learn more about animals, I feel worse about eating them and feel like they're more like us than we have given them credit for. There's a new study that says that fish suffer terribly when they're caught. And then last night I watched this guy. He's a chiropractor and he was helping a giraffe that couldn't turn its head. And he's adjusting this giraffe's head, and the giraffe loves it. The giraffe is, you know how a dog will squint its eyes and put its head on you and just want all the love. That's what they'll lean into you with like all its body weight to the point where they'll melt and fall on the floor. The giraffe is doing that to this man. He's up on a platform to get to the top of its head and neck, and he's like adjusting it. He's popping its neck and twisting it, and the giraffe is like, "Oh, that's the spot. That's the spot. Oh, you nailed it."
Do you massage by chance?
And it's like, I think that giraffe knows what's happening. I think that giraffe knows this dude's helping him. I saw an elephant the other day. It's the baby elephant was stuck in like a mud pit. And the humans come along, and with a tractor and all this help, they get the baby elephant out and free it, while the mother and the rest of the elephants look on. And the mother elephant like waves at them afterwards, and she's blowing and she's waving. And finally the people go, "You're welcome." And they wave back. And only then does she leave. She waited on them to acknowledge her before she left. And it was just like, she knows what happened.
I love those
videos. What I love is when the animal goes to the human asking for help. Like a sea lion be like, maybe you see the bottle on my head. Can you help a brother out with this? Or like, look, I don't know if you noticed, but I'm kind of trapped in a net right now. Can you cut this free?
Now this is really embarrassing.
I saw a dolphin go to some people on a boat. They had a dog on their boat, and they thought the dolphin was acting distressed and led them back to another dolphin stuck in a net. And after they freed it, they jumped in the water. They've got snorkels and stuff. After they freed it, one of the dolphins offered them a fish. He's like, here you go. Thank you so much. Here's this fish. And the person pretends to eat it to like not hurt the dolphin's feelings.
Well, I mean, the dolphin definitely knew he was pretending. And it was like, you know what? I bet he's saving it for later. He's probably not hungry. He appreciates it.
I bet Kyle saw this because it's been on Reddit a lot. That's where I saw it. But there were 2 seals trapped together by a fishing net, and it was uncomfortably tight. These seals were like a little bit wounded. And they go to, or a guy, and somehow that human starts helping him. They cut him free. And when the first one's cut free, he goes like 6 feet away. And then he waits for his bro. And when they get the second seal free, they both leave together. I was like, I like that. That was definitely a community thing.
Yeah. Animals are so much smarter than people used to say on like Animal Planet, where it'd be like, oh, this pride of lions may look like they're mourning the departure of their old patriarch, but in reality, it is merely instinct for them to watch as he walks away. There's no emotion. And it's like, no, these things, like, at least the smart animals, they feel deeper than we previously used to know. And they're definitely
smart. I think the smarter they are, the more they feel. And I don't think there's anything special about us. We're not, God didn't make us, and Eve didn't come from no rib. We're just animals that just like the rest of them. And I really believe that. I think they're just like us, just stupid. And they have those feelings of love and hate and love and all that stuff. I really do believe that. I've seen it. I've seen too much evidence to believe anything else. Although last night, incredible steaks, Taylor. I got these New York strips. I sous vide'd them like 137 degrees for 3 hours. They were thick. They were so thick I had to split them. It wasn't going to work. They were 3.5 inches thick. Oh my God, they're so fucking good. I got this Brazilian steak seasoning stuff. Seared them in a cast iron pan with ghee. I've been cooking with ghee. You know what ghee is?
Yeah, it's clarified butter.
It's clarified butter. So
what you wear in Brazilian jiu-jitsu.
Also that. I wear a ghee while I cook with ghee. It's spelled differently, G-H-E-E. So it's used a lot in Indian cooking. It's clarified butter, like you said, but what that means is they remove the solid milk stuff from the butter. So now you can cook it at high temperatures, because normally butter burns at a couple 300 degrees or something. But this is like 485 degrees, I think, is the smoke point of ghee. Something like that, 475, 485. So it's just like vegetable oil or beef tallow or duck fat or any of that stuff that's often used for high temperature cooking. It's great. It's my favorite new oil. It's better than avocado oil is what I used to use. It's just neutral, but ghee adds buttery deliciousness to your steak. It was incredible. So good. Poor cow.
Yeah.
We poured one out for the cow.
Cows are I think people underestimate how dog-like cows are. They are affectionate, sweet animals.
They're sweet.
Have you seen those mini cows that have like emo hair?
Yeah.
They have like emo hairdos where it's like beautiful like hair on top of their head that grows long like people hair, and it's like styled, and it's like in
I've
their
seen it,
faces.
but they weren't mini cows. They were huge. The ones
They make mini versions that people have as pets, and they're about the size of your Great Danes, I guess, maybe even smaller. And they just clop around in people's houses. I don't think you can house
much heavier though.
I don't I
like that guy.
that I don't even hate him.
I don't even fucking care. Just eat me.
This one definitely voted for Kamala.
Oh yeah.
I don't get along with my dad.
Fucking hate my dad. He's so rude to me.
I feel
he doesn't get me.
like I won't eat. I think I'm cutting pork out. I don't think I'm gonna eat any more pork, just because pigs. I think pigs are even smarter than cows. I've seen those videos of pet pigs too, and it's like fuck.
You're gonna cut pork out?
I'm cutting pork out. I don't even like it that much. I
even
like
the tasty bits?
Occasionally. I don't think I like pork enough to justify the cruelty. Because like the way they're raised is really awful, and I don't know how they slaughter them specifically, but it can't be good. I doubt they they rock them to sleep with like some sort of gentle like anesthetic. They probably electrocute them to death while they drown them and cut their throats simultaneously or something.
Just at least they don't die alone.
Chickens, it's rough. They have this machine that cuts their throats while they're upside down, but then they dunk them into boiling water like so soon after that I don't know if he was dead yet, you know. I think he might have like cut his throat and then boiled him alive.
Give him an extra like 10 seconds.
You thought Henrietta had it bad.
Yeah.
Henrietta had it pretty bad.
Factory farming is, anytime you watch a factory farming video, you're like, oh, well, this is reprehensible. Like, this is despicable. What's going on here? Oh my goodness.
I've seen it. I've been to the processing factory for chickens. They invite you. They're like, hey, you want to come? Like it's a fucking group outing or something. Like they invited you to Dave and Buster's. Hey, you want to come to the slaughterhouse? I got credits. It's awful.
Yeah, they have their own Willy Wonka and like a red stained stinky apron who comes out there and does little sachets out there to sing you a song about chicken heads. Like, yeah, it would be too easy for me to. I don't need any more introspection about the amount of meat I eat, because if I spend too long watching videos about it, I'll end up doing something like cutting out pork. Or what I do know myself, I wouldn't cut out meat. I'd just feel worse about it. I would just feel bad. I'd be like, man, these carnitas are great. Are they good enough to justify the mass slaughter?
I have no
chickens. I don't care. Chickens can get fucked.
I grew up with those things. I promise you, they're just like, they're cannibalistic little not proto, but omega dinosaurs.
Yeah.
they're just evolved dinosaurs. They've got reptilian brains. I don't think they're feeling much. I do see some sweet ducks though and swans on YouTube where like the little kid will come home and its duck will run up to it and it'll wrap its long neck around the little kid to like give it a hug. Fuck, I can't eat duck now.
Ooh, and that sucks because duck is delicious.
Can't eat duck.
Go to your local lake and try to pet a duck. They'll be
well,
back.
I mean, they're defensive. If a duck came in your house, started petting your kids, you'd be like, whoa, get out of here, Quacky. What are you doing?
I'd think like free dinner. That's what I would think.
I would definitely try to pet the duck. If the duck was affectionate, I'd give it affection back.
And foie gras is horrific. Do you know? So it's duck liver. And to engorge the liver and make it more delicious, they force feed those ducks as part of like raising them. I think they do it every day. I've seen them do it. It's gruesome. They come along with like a machine and just jam it down its throat and like fill it in, and the duck's like, you raped my stomach again. Yeah, I'm gonna rape your stomach every day until your liver's so engorged and delicious. Can I at least tool around in a little pond and quack? Never again.
No, that could burn a precious calorie. Yeah. No, that is, I don't like the needlessly mean foods where it's like, really, regular steak isn't good enough. We had to go veal. Like we couldn't make a regular steak. We had to like get this thing chained up, not letting it run around. Come on. At least let it grow up and it's a little bit of a pasture. It's easy, like, because I haven't been to a big like cattle ranch, like the mass production kind. Mm-hmm. And so when I think of it, I think about how my grandpa was with his cattle, and like they had a great go of it. Tons of roaming around, tons of running around. They eat too much of the grass. They we shift them over to a different pasture, and then they have a whole new environment to run around in. And then after that, the next day or 2 days later, you shift them to a new one. Like they had a good time, but that's not what usually
tend to the cows every day to do something.
Yeah. You had to feed them every day and move them pastures.
How many do they have?
I think at his peak, he had like almost 100. So he wasn't like big time in it. He just loved having cows. He grew up a farmer, and so he just wanted to have animals and whatnot.
Are cows his primary product?
He had pigs for a while, never a ton though, and he had chickens, only enough for like personal eggs. But the only meat he sold was cattle, and so he probably had about 100 for the years I'm remembering.
It's almost like passive income too. If you have enough land and few enough cows, the more cows per acre, the more work, because you're having to make up for what they're taking out of the ground and taking out of the environment. So you've got to, especially in the winter, you've got to feed them hay because there's nothing else to eat. But we had like 100 on lots of leased property, so they kind of set and forget. You just kind of let them do their own thing, and then when you wanted $10,000, it was just out there in the field, and then 6 months later, there was another $10,000. They just ate grass and turned grass and leased property into money. Mm-hmm. And usually low effort. Occasionally there would be a prison break. I can remember one of my dad's properties was like 20 miles away, and he'd go visit it weekly, but you're not there every day. And they got out, and like there was a whole herd in a highway, and if a car hits your cow, you're liable. You know, that's the fear. You don't care about the cow. I mean, poor guy, but you're terrified a family of 4 is going to hit your Brahma and they're all going to get mutilated, and it's all over now. Everything's over. You're getting sued into eternity. Zach,
certainly
show this image, because this is the traditional French meal of ortolan bunting, and it is the most gruesome meal that I can imagine, that I know of.
This is even worse than foie gras. I don't even know what you're referencing. Haven't heard of it.
Okay, so I believe what they do is they take this songbird and then they drown it in...
Oh, I've heard of this. This is awful.
They drown it in like brandy or a tasty alcohol, and then they cook it, but lightly. Like, they don't really give this thing a well done. You don't have your ortolan bunting well done, I don't think. I think you had it kind of medium rare.
That would be garish.
And then you eat it whole. You bite it in half. This whole bird, this whole songbird that was drowned alive in brandy, I think it is, but I'm not sure. But when they eat it, they feel that it is such an awful thing, admittedly so, that they hide their faces from God while they do so. So everyone at the table drapes the big napkin over their heads, their faces, and they eat under it. That's the traditional way to eat this meal.
I bet the real reason is because it like pops or something.
Look at the picture.
Stuff could squirt out. I thought Zach was going to bring it up. I wasn't.
I did too.
Oh, well, I wish I could actually see him. I mean, they're not hiding from God, but they're certainly hiding from me here. Like, I can't see.
This is how 2-year-olds hide.
If I can't see God, he can't see me. Yeah, it's just you can see that teeny little bird in that dish
to the right.
Almost looks like a little, little ramekin, something barely bigger than what you put sauce in.
I'd just be smoking under mine.
That's horrible.
Oh, you saw that? I was under the napkin.
That's like, dude, I want to come up with delicacies like this, where it's just the most absurd Mangala evil, but you say that it's classy. Like, this is raccoon a la Taylor. It's where we tie it up and blindfold it and put it on 2 cardboard boxes and put electrodes on its fingers as it stands there with its hands out. And it's like, this looks a lot like Abu Ghraib, and it's like, that's coincidental. Like, what we do is we wait. It's a meal of patience, and when he does eventually slip, he's insta-fried, and then we all feast.
He's either going to tell us about the WMDs or be delicious. Either way,
it's a win-win for us. Yeah, I don't like the needless cruelty. Like, have you ever seen videos of like Chinese people eating animals while they're alive?
Oh yeah,
it's they're like, all about like it's some like girl who has a squid that's like it's spazzing because it's afraid of dying. It's already out of water, and she's like, oh tee hee hee, and then she's like pouring soy sauce all over it, which is, it also doesn't like that. It starts freaking out, and then she just is like biting into it. And number one, it's a texture that's disgusting. There's no way this lady is enjoying it. She's doing this to an animal in the same way any of the 3 of us would like glibly eat the hot chip challenge. Like, she's just taking it out on this animal. I don't like that one bit. That's fucked up.
As alien as they are, those arthropods, those squids and octopuses, and they also have this really short lifespans, but they seem incredibly intelligent. Like,
I thought you were going to say, as alien as they are, the Chinese have a lot of very interesting food delicacies as well. Orange chicken, we wouldn't have that without them. Actually, we would.
Not true.
We did that.
That was invented at Panda Express in Hawaii.
Yeah, we did that. So sorry, China. No credit for you there.
Yeah,
it's weird that octopi got as smart as they are, given that they live like 18 months.
Mm-hmm.
Like, typically longevity and intelligence are linked together. You learn things over time.
Elephants.
But to die in 18 months and still be clever enough to like unscrew bottles and stuff.
All sorts of problem solving that they do. It's fascinating. And it's like you said, I've seen the one where they take a sort of a screw-on lid jar and they put food inside of it, some sort of food, and then they screw it on and put it and give it to the thing, and it unscrews the goddamn jar. The goddamn jar. Like you can't eat that motherfucker alive. He's figured some stuff out. Leave him alone.
Smarter than a baby.
There's no reason to eat animals alive. It's actively grosser than eating a dead animal.
Yeah, I wouldn't want to eat any of the animals alive. It can't improve anything about the taste or experience. Sucks for them though.
Think
But
of an exception. You know, I'm usually driven to like. There's no reason to. What's? Nah, I think he's just right.
Yeah.
I think he's just right. I have no exceptions to the eating animals alive thing.
going out on a limb here, but I don't think eating animals alive is too chill.
I mean, I like my produce fresh, but he specifically said animals, so that's not a gotcha.
I know I'm going to get destroyed in the comments for this one. For saying that you should kill animals. Dude, if I had to eat a cricket for like a reality show challenge, I'd stab it with a fork first. Like I'd kill it.
I don't know about that, man.
Yeah, come on. You shouldn't be munching
I don't want to
anything
make
alive.
him all gooey before I put it in my mouth. The chewing will put him down. I promise.
Bite his head and then swallow him like a big pill.
Yeah,
Picture a big giant, like a Jack and the Beanstalk giant is going to eat you. Do you want to have your last moments of fear screaming and hearing the echoing of your own panic front, like reverberating from the back of his mouth? Or do you want him to like crush your head real quick, insta-dead, and then he munches you? Obviously.
I hope he's quick about it and he just bites my head. I hope he just bites my head and he crushes it so fast and my head just explodes and it's gone and I'm gone.
Like and I hope I taste bad.
Oh, I will. I will.
You're like, I got slightly high off this one. Whoa,
what was that guy on? Feel a little woozy.
That's a delicacy, actually. We take a human and we give him gas station marijuana for 10 years. Doses you wouldn't believe, folks.
I saw him smoke 6 at a time. It's wild.
Yeah, it's crazy. Hide your face.
I wonder if that would work. Like that, actually, like if you got your chicken like super stoned before you slaughtered him, could we make his meat, hallucinogenic in some way?
I don't see why you actually. Once weed is in your system, it's stored in like your lipid cells, right?
Yeah,
and
but
so,
it's not psychoactive in there.
Oh, well then no.
I think what it is it's sort of stored in there, and then for detection methods, that's why it lasts so long, is because it's stored in those lipids, or some trace of it is. But I guess you could just. What if you fed him a ton of LSD and then ate him?
Ooh. I mean, you'd have to eat him quick, right? Like
that'd be a good gimmick at a spicy chicken restaurant. Loco chicken Diablo. you feed all the chickens a gram of LSD before you slaughter them and grill them up in chipotle spices.
You're like just finishing your meal, and as like ice kicks the door down, you're like, what kind of chicken did I just eat? And they're like, sir, you're gonna want to go home. You're gonna want to be home for the next 2 to 3 days.
Aren't you glad your immigration status is 100% solid?
Oh, signed, sealed, and delivered. Yeah.
Like even if it were even a little wanting, like if you had immigrated here 30 years ago, you were full citizen, you'd be like, man, I hope all the paperwork is right everywhere, because every now and then they're like, hey, it says here. Oh, I see now. There's a little bump when you go through like security or something. Like, oh, what? Oh, but then okay, like that little bump would scare me on my record that like ICE was gonna get you and
like a bump like the real ID. I've seen people posting online being like, I went to the airport and they were saying that you need real ID now in order to fly. And I didn't realize till after I got here, but don't worry, everyone. They let me on the plane and they gave me this card that reminds me how important it is to get real ID. And it's like,
in the long run, Wings of Redemption was right. Now I need a passport to go to Chicago.
Or a real ID.
Or just get a real ID. Yeah, you just bring it's like one extra piece of. I got mine years ago and it was easy.
I got a driver's license through the mail, and I think it's not an official ID anymore.
You got to bring. I had to bring a birth certificate or a passport or some other secondary ID, and then my
driver's license has a special like emblem.
Yeah, mine has like a star on it for like I got the real ID.
In North Carolina, if you go to the DMV to renew, you continue to have a real ID, but you can also do it through the mail, which is more convenient, and that works for me because I keep an active passport. But if you don't, then you just don't really have ID anymore.
Yeah, gotta go to the DMV.
The active passport. I was thinking about this sort of like war tourism, not going to like the battlefields, but just taking advantage of the cheap rental properties in Tel Aviv. And I every time some war, some crazy shit pops off, Ukraine's a good example. I'll hop on Airbnb and I'll be like, I wonder
I don't know. It's supply and demand. There are fewer apartments than there used to be.
It's crazy. Basically it's half off. Is the deal. Like if you wanted a vacation, I mean half off everything. Like if you wanted a vacation right now in like Tel Aviv, you go on Airbnb, everything is just half off. Just nobody is vacation in Tel Aviv. I don't know if you get a flight there. I don't know if you can get a flight there.
You can go to a different city. You fly into Jerusalem or something, maybe. Take a little drive.
I would. Kind of cool to go.
Actually, it couldn't even be a long
right?
drive.
I'm like, if I was single, I'd be looking at how much this costs.
Be kind of cool to go because you could just get if you get on your balcony every night and watch the ballistic missiles fall.
Right, watch the Golden Dome do its thing mostly.
No, I would Iron Dome. Yeah. I'd want to experience both sides though. I'd want to see what the rockets looked like coming into Tel Aviv, and then I'd want to bop on a plane, probably have to connect to like Turkey or something, and then go over to Tehran, see what their rockets look like.
From Israel to Iran right now.
They're not going to
you just hop on one of those guys.
I hide in the wheel well like those Afghans. They drop me. I crash through the window and kill a fucking Iranian general.
They killed so many people. They've got like a hit list of Iranian generals and stuff they've been killing. There are Mossad secret agents in Iranian cities launching drones off of rooftops that are then controlled by pilots in Israel to go and like kill stuff. They are manufacturing the drones in Iran that they're using. Israel is not to be fucked with. I'm glad they're on our side. Aren't you? Let me just say this. Would you want Israel mad at you?
If Israel wasn't on our side, then they would be someone to fuck with. Like that's where they get the F-35s. It's America that's not to be fucked with.
True. We're the big boy in the room. We're just, maybe
not as America, but I'm saying if you're Bulgaria, if you were Bulgaria, you'd be scared shitless.
Dude, I imagine like Bulgarian politicians, like the president's like about to be like, we stand firm with, whatever side. And then someone's like, shut the fuck, we're doing a great job laying low here. We're like 70 years into smooth sailing. Don't say anything. Let us just do our thing here in Bulgaria. Bet it's a nice place. Maybe. I've never been to Bulgaria.
Hey, we were just solving the Middle East. Welcome to the show.
Well, yeah, we wrapped it up. We got it.
What a weird thing to come in on. I've never been to Bulgaria.
No, I haven't either. But I was saying how like if I was a politician in Bulgaria, anytime they tried to get me to like comment on any world event, in my head I'd be like, I'm fucking Bulgaria. Nothing I say is going to change. It can only make people mad. And so I'd just kick that can down the road. I'd say nothing. I'd try and be like a significantly poorer Switzerland.
I would say something like, "Who's winning right now?"
Yeah, what's the score?
Yeah, who's winning? Who's winning? Which team?
Yeah.
All right, Bulgaria's sick.
Yeah. It's like, okay, I get it. So Israel got through the first round versus Palestine, and now they're on to the quarterfinals.
You just completely become Noriega, and you just side with whoever you think the winning team is at the moment.
Yeah, you just Switzerland it up. What a great strategy. Just being like, we just have a lot of money here, guys. Hide your money here, but keep us out of it, or go skiing here.
I got to tell you, so expectations and low expectations is how I've gone through my life. Well, let me tell you, I try to act as dumb as I possibly can. Mm-hmm. So then if I say something, even with just has a hint of intelligence, they're like, that fucking dumb guy just had a pretty good idea. Dude, low expectations. It's like, this is why I don't like movie reviews.
Okay.
I wish I had never heard one movie review about Sinners, because it was a fine movie. It was fine. But everybody talking about how it was the best movie ever, and it just wasn't. It's like,
come on,
same with Deadpool and Wolverine. Objectively, a bad movie.
Yes. Oh my.
A bad movie. Bad.
We all know that. Yeah. All right. Not only that, and Black Panther. So Black Panther, same director, same fucking actor. What happens is anytime
first Black Panther was pretty good.
No. Anytime a black movie gets made where it's like, oh, it's black directed, it's black produced, we got black actors. It's like that community gets behind their product, and ain't nothing wrong with that. But some white people have this issue where when black people think something's cool, we immediately co-sign. We can't be doing that always. Okay. Air Jordans. Yeah. All right. Spinners on your car. Let's go. But Sinners. No.
Sinners was, here's the thing. Sinners was good. It was good. It wasn't a bad movie. It wasn't Deadpool versus Wolverine, which was a bad movie. Bad movie. But it was not, when you hype it up like that, it's just like, Get Out. I thought Get Out was really good.
I thought Get Out was my example of overhype. Like, was Get Out good? It just gets
too much. Yeah, I thought it was good because it was
different.
different.
What do those two have in common?
Yeah, but it was, at least Get Out was different.
Didn't it win an Oscar? Am I crazy?
I don't know, maybe. I thought it was different. I liked it enough where it was different. And what was the one? But Sinners was. Listen, not only that, if you're gonna remake From Dusk Till Dawn, you better have somebody who tops Selma Hayek. You know what I mean?
So Dusk Till Dawn, Selma Hayek is
top of the heap,
like a goddess. Like
top of
that.
the heap.
If you died and you believed in some sort of weird like goddess religion, and you saw Selma Hayek with that fucking constrictor wrapped around her neck, shaking her ass, you'd be like, "Yeah, that checks out. That's Gaia."
To me,
incredible.
That's the best looking anyone has ever been on screen ever.
I'm not going to dispute that. I don't think I can. All right, Eva Green. I'm a big fan of her. And I remember when I was like 14, this movie called Dreamers, I think, has Eva Green in it. And I think it's about a kid visiting France and basically fucking this hot chick who was Eva Green. And she goes full frontal nudity in that thing. And 14-year-old me seeing Pussy on HBO, that was the most beautiful woman I'd ever seen. Not only that, Eva Green is like a smoke show with like some big old titties, and she's beautiful. She was a James Bond girl, she's a top. But yeah, I think Selma Hayek and From Dusk Till Dawn that might be the go of like on-screen females. Just beautiful, perfect. The best part is immediately she turns into the ugliest piece of shit monster that you've ever seen, and they slay her out. And so you get one, you get it, and then they take it away from you. Tarentino, though, you got to respect a man who takes the most beautiful woman that we've ever seen on TV and has her pour liquor down her thigh into his mouth while he sucks her toes. I have a hard time convincing Woody that Tarentino has a foot fetish sometimes.
Are you kidding?
He definitely does. And to do that to a woman that hot and then afterward give interviews and be like, I'm an artist. It's like that rules. Just
well, I mean, you think it's a coincidence he wrote himself into the toe sucking role? Come on. You don't think there were better actors than Quentin Tarantino who could have done that? He was like, wait, sucking Selma Hayek's toes? Yeah, I'll go ahead and do that.
I'd do the same thing if it was like, if I was a famous director and it's like, Taylor said he'd only ever make 10 films, and this is going to be, he has another cameo in his 8th upcoming film. I wonder if he's going to suck on big tits for no reason in this one. And it'd be like, yeah, damn, he did it again.
That's your Stan Lee.
Yeah,
so you just know in every one of your movies, there's gonna be a shot of you just.
Oh yeah, sometimes like Spider-Man swinging, but if you look really close, I'm sucking tits. There's nothing to do with it. That'd be sick, dude. Big ups to Quentin Tarantino. Get it while you can, man. Good for him. And he's one of those guys who like doesn't seem like anybody says he's doing untoward stuff. He's like, no, I'm a feet guy. I like feet, and I suck on toes in my movies, and I drink fucking Hennessy off of babes' toenails.
I only saw him suck the one foot, but I mean, just in Once Upon a Time in Hollywood, all 3 of the hot chicks have barefoot, in your face, mushed in your face moments. Mm-hmm. Like 3 different moments of that. There's the windshield when Brad Pitt's driving, that hot ass chick whose name escapes me. She was in The Substance, and then there's obviously Margot Robbie with her feet up on the movie thing, the movie seat, and then there's another one too that's not coming to me. So yeah, he's definitely got some predilection.
That movie, I had to see twice. I liked it better the second time.
I watched it back to back. So I watched that movie, and once it was over, I was like, again. I love Once Upon a Time in Hollywood so much. I've seen it half a dozen times at least now. It's super long, so it's a bit of a commitment. Yeah, but I love it. I love the Cliff Booth stuff. They're making a TV show now. The continuation of all right, so they're making I think it's got a great director. It's not coming to me right now, but it's a really good director. Brad Pitt's coming back, and it's going to be a TV show about the Brad Pitt character and what happens afterwards, like his continued story from Once Upon a Time in Hollywood.
That's kind of cool.
Yeah, I'm into that.
Yeah, I like that movie so much. I can't even understand why it's above average.
I had to see it twice, Woody, because the first time I watched, and I do this, I'm going to do it with Sinners too. The first time I was like, am I just caught up in what I was expecting it to be because of the hype?
Mm-hmm.
And so, honestly, the first time I saw it, I was like, this is slow. It's so slow.
Joker.
And so long. But then, honestly, I watched it a second time, and there were some parts that I found fascinating. Like him not having Margot Robbie speak and just watching her most of the time was so interesting to me. Most of the time you were just watching her do things or walk about in the world. She wasn't speaking.
Not a ton.
Right. And so that was like a real specific choice for him. And I'm sure when she read the script, she was like, what the fuck? But I found that like to be such a fascinating choice. So, but the first time I watched it, I'm like, this is long and boring. So I
didn't find it boring. I'm titillated every moment of it. I enjoy the throwback, the Hollywood stuff because I know that some of the stuff that it's obviously a Tarentino alternate universe, but I'm really enjoying the stuff that they're touching on that's from real life, some of the Westerns and stuff like that. Yeah. The spaghetti Western idea that they end up doing, and the Clint Eastwood model where they go and made those movies in Italy and stuff. I liked all that stuff, but I was just fascinated watching Brad Pitt's character do his thing. Everybody else was this Nancy boy Hollywood, like effeminate kind of guy, and here was Brad Pitt, a man amongst women almost, and it's like, man, they better not fuck with Brad Pitt. The whole movie, I'm just like, better not fuck with Brad Pitt. He gonna fuck you up. I'm just like, I'm loving his character so much. He's killed his wife. I thought that was cool. He beats up Bruce Lee. That's fucking cool.
There is a bit of truth to a character like Brad Pitt's having at least a verbal altercation with Bruce Lee outside of the set of Green Lantern. Like that part, there is some truth to that. I don't think they actually fought.
Yeah, just some argument.
Yeah, but I think that scene is based on a little bit of truth.
Sure, but I enjoyed watching his character. I love Leo's character and his downfall. Yeah. Leo's character, when he's in his trailer, he just has gone to this set and he flopped his lines. He looked like an amateur. He did it in front of people whose opinions mattered to him, and now he's in his trailer and he's talking to himself, and it's all ad-lib. Tarantino said, "You're mad at yourself. You fucked up. You're going to give yourself a hard time now. Go." And so he's in there. He's like, "I'm going to fucking kill you. If you drink one more fucking drink, I'm going to fucking kill you." He's like threatening himself with suicide. If you don't get those fucking lines right, you get in there and he's splashing the water in his face. And he's just like, "You piece of shit." He just hates himself because he got drunk the night before instead of memorizing his lines. And now he looks like a loser. He looks like a failure. He looks like an amateur. And these people's opinions matter to him so much. And he doesn't, and he's being denigrated every step of the way. They're making him wear the stupid coat and the mustache. He's not a leading man in. He's a villain of the week, and that's disgraceful to him. And he's just losing it. I love that scene. Then the little girl, when he does come back and he nails it, and that little girl's like, "That's the best acting I've ever seen." Oh, I think I cried a little at that moment. I was, because it's like I'm feeling what Leo's character is feeling in that moment, and that is like redemption and hope for the future. And it's great. I'm sure a lot of people in Los Angeles did recognize his character in specific. What Los Angeles is filled with is people with a ton of self-confidence and no self-worth. And so it's such a crazy, way to balance, but Leo's character has zero self-worth. Mm-hmm. He doesn't, right? But he walks around a bit arrogant, a bit confident, the way he walks, you know what I mean? So that combination of person is all over the place in LA. Nobody goes to Los Angeles. Fragile people, they're ready to break.
Well, dude, nobody gets into my business because they feel good about themselves.
Yeah. Oh, I was just saying that's what you've got. Yeah.
Yes, without a doubt. So like that character was so relatable for a lot of people I know who watched it. We're like, yeah, I know that dude. You know? And
of course, he's not me. I just know a guy like not me.
No, that's me.
It's not me though. I'm fucking sick.
Ton of self-confidence, not as much self-worth for me too. There's no doubt.
And then when they go to the Spawn Ranch, when Brad Pitt's character drives the jailbait to Spawn Ranch, we shift genres for about 25 minutes. It becomes a horror movie. Suddenly, it's a horror movie. The sound, the sound changes. The way it's shot changes. We go to these much wider lenses. Brad Pitt looks isolated and alone. He's surrounded by these hippie freaks that we don't trust. And then there's that cabin up there on the hill with that dark door that we can't see in there. It's just darkness in there. What's behind that door? What's in there? And every step of the way, it's just awkward. Tension's building. You don't know what's going to happen. It's creepy. And then if you know the history, you're like, this is Charles Manson's fucking hideout.
Yeah.
These are Manson cult people. This is scary. And then at the end, like, I didn't know how the movie ended. I thought that the movie was going to end with Margot Robbie being brutally murdered. And I have fallen in love with Margot Robbie over the last 2.5 hours. She's lovely. She's beautiful. She's kind. She's sweet. She's thoughtful. And she's wonderful. She's the perfect, by not giving her lines, you're able to make her whatever you want in your mind, because she hasn't established herself as anything. You're able to idealize Margot Robbie's character in a way that you wouldn't if she was more fleshed out, because she's not going to be everyone's cup of tea if you give her lines. But if you let her just be beautiful and sweet and lovely, then you fill in the blanks, whatever you want her to be. And you're fearful for her. As that last set is happening, that sequence is happening, when the Mansons are coming to kill, I knew the history, and I'm like, fuck, they're gonna kill that beautiful pregnant woman and write blood on the wall with her, and write pig on the wall with her blood. And I'm just sad about it. I'm like, fuck, here it comes. There's only 35 minutes left. Here it comes. And they knock on Brad Pitt's door instead. And you're like, oh, yes, yes. You might as well have knocked on Luke Skywalker's door. You might as well have kicked in the back door to the Justice League. You're in some shit. And he's on the acid, so he's like, he's all loopy about it. And I appreciate that so much.
It's funny, my son and I were talking about this last week. I love Brad Pitt, but we started talking about, if you, not personal, nothing personal, just all business. If you had to pick somebody's career, do you pick Tom Cruise or Brad Pitt? And it really is the decision between, because a long time ago, probably 15 years ago, Tom Cruise made a decision. I'm an action star. I'm going to do big movies. I'm going to be a movie. I'm going to be a fucking movie star. And I'm going to be the last movie star. And he is. He's a straight up, but he does action movies. Right. And I would say the only thing outside action movie he's really done, Tropic Thunder probably is the last one.
Yeah.
Right. And before that, he was tits out in Magnolia. But he hasn't done a movie like Magnolia since Magnolia, right? But if you're Brad Pitt, you get to be a lot of different people, But so I chose Pitt to be able to be a lot of different people and do Once Upon a Time in America, but do Hollywood. Some comedy and in Hollywood,
yeah.
Right.
I'd rather have more.
Be able to do Oceans.
I choose Tom Cruise. Everyone here wants Pitt, though, huh?
Yeah,
I mean,
if you're going to be that rich anyway,
I don't know.
It'd be fun to be able to not be the same guy over and over. Like, that would be more enjoyable.
I think Tom Cruise is regarded as a good actor.
Great actor.
People would say Pitt is better, but Tom Cruise is a really good actor. But when I look at like the sum of a man's accomplishments, I look at his action scenes, flying on the outside of a plane, jumping a dirt bike off a cliff and parachuting or base jumping to the ground. Like, some of that shit, I would hang my hat on as things I've done in my life. And I don't know that I have the same sort of like, dude, I'm the real deal, having killed it in Moneyball. He killed it in Moneyball. I love that movie. I like that movie more than most people do.
Great movie.
It's just a movie. He didn't jump a dirt bike off a ramp, off a cliff, and base jump to the ground at any point in that movie. It's just a regular movie like the trillion movies made before it and after it.
I agree. No, I agree. Legends of the Fall is another good Brad Pitt one. There's one of his early ones when he they kill his brother in World War One, and he goes full Apache mode or whatever. He's cutting German hearts out and fucking scalping Germans. He's coming back to camp with German blood on his face and German scalps. He's riding a horse, and everybody's like, "The fuck?"
He's done so many different Brad Pitts.
Yeah,
he really has.
They're both great actors. I think I'm agree with Woody though. That Mission Impossible stuff is so good. If you like action movies, you can't not like Mission Impossible. He's got one of the greatest franchises ever, and it's all on his back. Yeah. And he carried along guys like Ving Rhames,
Seymour Hoffman,
and he's
Philip Seymour Hoffman.
He kills it.
That was the best. Third one was the best one.
Agreed. Yeah.
I've said this on the show before, but I didn't appreciate Seymour Philip Hoffman until he died. And then I was like, he did this. Oh my God, he steals every scene he's in. This guy is great.
He eats those scenes up. He was in Magnolia with Tom Cruise. Yeah, he eats those. I think Tom Cruise is a better actor than Brad Pitt. I think Tom Cruise is an underrated actor because of the movies he chooses to perform in. I think Brad Pitt does a lot of eating in his scenes, and I don't like watching people eat. That's one of my little things. But
I do. He's the best eater. He's the best at eating on screen. He makes eating look cool. He
licks his fingers.
I like that too.
I don't like finger licking. That's rude.
Somebody's doing that.
Yeah, he likes it sometimes, Chad. Don't let him. Don't let him fool you.
Love it. I like both those guys.
And nitpicking, right? Because the best careers and great actors both, and so. But yeah, it's interesting that Tom Cruise is really what I think he's going to do. I think he might do one or two more action movies, and then I think he's going to try and win an Oscar.
He's getting one this year. They're giving him this Lifetime Achievement Oscar and for contributions to stunt work and something else.
I think he wants an Oscar.
An Oscar. Everybody wants an Oscar.
Do you feel like a special Oscar is less or more?
Less.
I'm getting
less
from both of you. Okay.
Less.
I don't know. If the Academy gave me a Lifetime Achievement Award, even though I never won a Academy Award, I'd be like, this is better than anything. There are a billion of those other things, you guys.
They did that with Alfred Hitchcock too. Hitchcock won his whole career, never won an Oscar until the end, and they're like, hey, here's a consolation prize, fatso.
That's bullshit. I think Tom Cruise I think if you read anything about him, he's 100% in on whatever he does.
Mm-hmm.
And I think in earlier Tom Cruise, he's proved that he's a great actor. I think he's at some point going to be like, I can't do action movies anymore. I'm going all in. I'm going all in on winning an Oscar. And I think he'll be able to.
He aged super well for a long time, but age catches up to everybody. He's getting old now. He's looking old now. I hope he does. I'm going to call him fucking 58. I don't know.
I'm going to call him 62.
Is he?
62.
That's my guess.
Nailed it.
No, I looked it up just now.
Yeah.
He looks it now, or at least he looks like 21st century 60 now.
Dude, at 62 to still be able to run in a suit like that, though, is
he's the best runner in Hollywood. We'll give him that. That's what they should give him an Oscar for. They should give him a fucking best run.
You know who's second?
Will Smith.
Daniel Craig.
Yeah, he's a good runner. Yeah, he's a very powerful run. Have you seen that YouTuber who breaks down famous strides and runs? He's like, now I'm going to run like Daniel Craig. And it's like, holy shit, you run like Daniel Craig. Now I'm going to run like Tom Cruise. Oh, you run like Tom Cruise. Like, it's not the same thing.
I feel like that's the kind of thing. Yeah. That's the kind of thing like a 4-year-old would run up to you and say, "It's like, watch, I'll run like Tom Cruise." And they just spaz.
What a weird skill set to figure out that you have,
dude. It's hilarious. It's
who are the bad runners? Like, are there anyone where he's like, see, look at this guy, big loping, unnatural stride. Like is Vin Diesel a bad runner? Kyle, you're muted, but Vin Diesel would be my guess for a bad runner.
Forrest Gump.
Well,
he was a tremendous runner.
I can tell you the most uncomfortable run. It was in
Seagall.
No, it was the last Indiana Jones where they kept having Harrison Ford run, and I was like, stop it, everybody. Why is he running out of the scene?
Yeah.
Just put him in a golf cart.
All right.
What the fuck?
I need y'all to watch. If you've never seen Steven Seagal run, then I need you to watch this quick video I just sent you. It's like 20, 30 seconds long, or just watch a little of it. Watch how Steven Seagal runs.
Oh, yeah,
Steven
dude.
Seagal has an effeminate, non-sports background, awkward run.
Steven Seagal run.
I've seen
Oh,
that.
it's a different one. I was wondering when this video you sent was going to work.
Kyle, you're 100% right.
It's bad.
Yeah.
He runs so badly that it makes me think his fucking martial arts stuff is more bullshit than a real ancient Japanese art or whatever the fuck. Because he runs so bad. It's like, were you never in a sport that involved running? Did the coach never say, whoa, what are you doing, buddy? Hey, people are watching.
Tough to watch.
We can see.
I'm looking.
You know you're doing this in public, right?
I'm looking at Seagal. I bet he fits the description Josh made earlier, which is full of self-confidence with no self-worth. Because inside, Seagal knows he couldn't punch his way out of a paper bag. Inside, Seagal knows that he's trash, but he has to project that he's something more than that. I bet it.
But his particular style of martial arts made for great movies.
I agree. And look, he was well known for assaulting stuntmen, for actually hitting them, like full on putting people's heads through glass. He's done that before. He had to get tons of stitches. He's hurt people, injured people, messed up people's careers. But it's on screen and it looks good.
Yeah.
Like
I was waiting to see where you're going.
good.
Like if your takeaway from that was, so he really is a badass. I can also beat up stuntmen who let me beat them up.
Oh, he's a coward.
Make me
He's a
badass.
coward Steven Seagal is a coward and a bully with a fragile ego that someone should have checked in the last 40 years, but nobody ever did for some reason. It's a shame that nobody ever whooped his ass. I know that one guy, LaBelle or whatever, who's the famous guy.
Dude, that
Ronda
guy on the
Rousey
movie
tells
knocked him out.
The guy choked him out. They had that stupid thing where Seagal said that like he could escape from a rear naked choke, and the dude choked him unconscious, and Seagal shit his pants. And
That was on that movie on the boat.
That should have been part of the movie. It would have really raised the stakes.
Under Siege. Under
Yeah.
Siege is his best movie. It made a ton of money. It really did do well. After that, the studios were like giving him director credits and letting him do his own thing and waste tens and tens of millions of dollars just to get him to make another Under Siege movie for them. They made another one. It's on a train this time, and it's awful. Steven Seagal's got a gross career. He's got like 3 good movies and 30 just embarrassments, and he runs like a bitch.
He runs like a retard. Why are his hands doing that?
You know what I hate him the most for? He spawned a whole generation of dudes with ponytails and wife beaters. Fucking God. I was like, another one.
Yeah, I like the confidence he has in his fat body. It's inspiring. Like to walk out there that fat and be like, I'm basically like Navy SEAL level fit, and to believe that, and be like, Vladimir Putin likes me because we're sort of like, what would you call it, peers? You know, we're peers in the world.
He's
like,
also
so
done my biggest old dude pet peeve.
Tell me.
My biggest old dude pet peeve is, listen, dude, when you get to a certain age, I'm talking to you, Nick Cage, you can't go jet black hair anymore.
Yep.
Jet black hair and jet black beard. Look, your young hair does not hide your old face.
Yeah, it does look
You know what
absurd.
I mean?
That soy sauce hair.
It's the fucking craziest jet black wrinkle. You're like, dude, what do you think is, especially on the face? It's like, what do you think?
Zach, show that image. That's one of my favorites. No, I hate Steven Seagal. Like The Man. I can appreciate like those 3 movies he made that are decent because he really goes hard.
Yeah.
When he fake breaks an arm, or when he does that like judo type move where he like bends their hand and makes them flip and stuff.
That one.
He carries through. It really does look real at times. It looks very violent. You know, compound fractures left and right. It's fun to watch him bully people, but
It's just
he's a scumbag. He also sexually assaulted some women. I think he had some issues where he was holding like personal assistants hostage at his place. Leave Nick Cage out of this, all right? He's the GOAT, all right? That man, that was for a role. That was
Give
for
me
a role,
1 or 2 gray hairs. That's all.
Maybe he was playing Steven Seagal. You had to do that.
For my new role, I'm playing Steven Seagal.
What did he do here? How did he get that hair back?
That's a wig.
That's
it.
painted
A
on.
wig, you think?
That looks painted on.
Well, the front of it for a long time, he drew in with Sharpie.
Yeah.
And I think it's David's. It's not David.
Sharpie.
It's Rob Schneider or David Spade or somebody tells the story about working on a movie. John Leguizamo. John Leguizamo tells the story about working on Under Siege with him. I think it was, and he's bullying everybody, being a piece of shit. He came in and said something, and Leguizamo laughed in his face, thinking it was a joke, but Seagal meant it. So he like slam chokes Leguizamo into a wall and threatens him. And so after that, Leguizamo hates him. He's like, yeah, the next day, he's like, yeah, let's shoot it. Let's shoot it here. And they're trying to tell him. But he won't listen. No, let's shoot it. He's like, all right. And he does this scene, and he walks through the door, but that was the door that led off the side of the ship, so he fell right into the ocean. And he comes up out of the water all splashy and choky, and his hair's running from that Sharpie he uses to fill it in.
That's a very Mr. Magoo door to even have. Next time, let's not make the unlocked directly into the ocean door on our sea liner.
They're filming on a boat.
Hey, I'm just going to let my dog out of the room. Hold on.
Yeah, go ahead. Everybody that tells a story about Steven Seagal, it's a story about how he's a scumbag piece of shit.
Yeah.
No one has good things to say about that guy.
What role was Cage? Why was he all black haired?
Oh, I have no idea. He does so many movies now, you can't keep up with him.
Who's that?
Cage. Cage does 5 movies a year.
There was one that I just saw called Surfer that I thought, when I'm scrolling at night with my wife, in my back of my head, I'm like, well, I'll watch that in the hotel room. Yeah. That's what I'm watching. So he's got one out. I think it's new called Surfer.
Yeah.
And I think I'm going to check out. I like
Nick Cage too. I love the effort.
Yeah. I'm a sucker for a Nick Cage in the hotel room.
Oh, Woody, you might like this. All right. So let me say,
Surfer?
let me read Surfer is a 2024 psychological thriller film directed by et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. It follows a man who plans to surf at an idyllic beach with his son, yet he becomes thwarted and tormented by the locals. The locals don't want him to surf their beach, and it turns into a life and death struggle.
That's real surfing. That's what that's like.
Exactly. I knew you got a little inkling into this. That's a thing, right? Where like locals are shitty about certain spots. And
really?
Yeah, surfers are tremendously territorial, and you'd think that if you're tough, you can deal with it, but you can't. They do with numbers. They attack your car in the parking lot. It's a problem.
Yeah, but why? It's the ocean. There isn't
they
enough
live
room
there?
for everybody.
Because there's a limited
number
number of waves and a limited number of opportunities. The waves are only good. I'm going to guess waves get good every 2 weeks, exceptionally good 3 weeks. So for the waves to be peaking at the same time that you're available to surf is uncommon. And then that's when everyone goes out and surfs. All of a sudden, it's like, this guy's not from around here. This is my backyard. I get priority on this thing. And everyone else, like you, is like, no, the ocean is kind of a public resource. There isn't anything much more public resource than the ocean, but not to the people that live there. They feel like they have a special claim on it.
Have you experienced that?
Oh yeah. It's huge. I've been on both sides of it. I've been the local, and I've been the
car
tourist.
windows he smashed.
I've never smashed a
They call
car
him
window.
Bike Lock Woody.
No. The extent that I've ever been, I was never
guy.
big and strong when I was a surfer, but I would snake people. I used to be a good surfer.
What's that?
And
What's snake?
Oh, I'm sorry. That's when the wave
You put a
breaks,
snake in their car.
Amazing.
the person who is closest to the whitewater has priority on that wave. And if someone drops in front of you, then that's snaking them. It's a very rude thing to do. And you're kind of destroying the wave behind you, so that they can't enjoy what they otherwise would have by dropping in front of them. But if you're a local, you're like, this is a really good wave, and this is my backyard, so I'm going to drop in even though I can see you're standing up first.
Huh.
Wow.
Do people do things to other people in the water outside of snaking?
Yeah. I mean, I would feel threatened at times. I've never been beat up because I was a coward and I was 15. But there was a grown-up who used to wear a weightlifting belt when he went surfing, and he would bully the fuck out of everybody. Yeah. And they called him Bones. I don't even know his real name. Bones was just a fucking bully where I was from. And he had a longboard, so he could catch waves farther out than everyone who had a shortboard like me. And you'd see him, and you're like, don't even fucking try. Bones will run your ass over. Even though you're a child, he will hurt you. He's done it so many times. He never did it to me because I didn't challenge Bones.
Hell, dude, Bones rule. Cool guy of the week, Bones.
No doubt.
I love that.
He looked like Hulk Hogan out there.
What was the rationale for a weightlifting,
Was
like
he
a
a big guy?
deadlift belt?
I don't know. I didn't talk to Bones. My grown-up theory is he had a bad back. That it helped him. He felt like it helped him.
Oh,
with his back all the
weightlifting
time.
belt. I heard
What did I
weight
say?
belt. No, you said it all
weightlifting.
right. I just
Okay.
misunderstood, and I pictured in my head one of those weight vests. I thought he was surfing with 45 pounds on his chest, like a madman. Yeah.
No.
Go get the workout.
He had on a leather old school weightlifting belt, the kind that's bigger in the back, not like a solid.
Mhm.
Yeah.
And I don't know, that's just what he was. Board shorts and a weightlifting belt and a longboard that he'd run your ass over. His longboard must have weighed 60 pounds. My board weighed 7. Mine was a fragile little shortboard that you try to fling around, and he had this weapon that he'd surf on.
Do you still surf?
No, I'm 3 hours from the beach and out of shape. So, but
Out of surf shape, perhaps. You're not
out of surf shape. Yeah, I have been surfing as an adult though. We did these trips 10 years ago to the Dominican Republic and such. It was cool.
Yeah.
I didn't know there was so much bullying happening on the high seas.
low suit.
That's crazy to me. It's one of the most bullied environments ever.
I'm not scared to admit that I would say that the ocean, I think scare is the wrong word, but it makes me real nervous.
Yeah, you don't know what's in the deep.
It's just so big and so vast and so powerful and so undiscovered. I'm always nervous in the ocean. And I know that makes me a big giant pussy. But I had somebody tell me, I don't know if you know this. A long time ago, I did some shows for Shark Week for Discovery, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I had somebody tell me, because I was like, well, Santa Monica. I go, I've been in the water in Santa Monica, but I'm not near sharks. And they were like, the guy said, if you've been waist level in Santa Monica, you've been within 4 feet of a shark. And I said, no way. And they were like, 100%. They just are not interested. And but which was crazy to me. But, I talked to all these guys. They were like, yeah, we just push them away when they come up to us. We just put our hand by their and just push them away.
Like Chris Pratt with the Velociraptor.
They
Fishermen
just push them away.
Surfers. Fishermen hate surfers. The two are like mortal enemies. I don't know. Do they think we scare their fish away? So they would do shit like cast at us. I had a time where I would carry a knife just to cut the fucking line because they keep casting at me. And I'm like, well, now you lose your lure. That's it. That's what it is. You know what those fuckers would do? They'd put chum in the water. Like, this is the arms race that would happen at the 14th Street Pier in Ocean City, New Jersey.
That's crazy.
Yeah. And you'd see sharks. Like it worked.
You should have been a technical advisor for Nick Cage's new movie. You got some stories. They'd have worked all that in.
Throwing chum around a bunch of 15-year-old surfing is pretty sinister. It's like I hope one of you's eaten.
Yeah, that feels a little over the top for just I want to fish there.
The pier was a private club. So one thing I used to like to do was at the top of the pier near the beach part, you could climb over the barbed wire and get onto their pier, which had a locked door. And I would just jump on the pier and they'd be like, hey, you can't be here. And I'd run down the pier. They'd be like, get him. And I remember one time they're like, Jack, get that guy. Jack was like the athletic guy. But I'm like 20 at this point. Like I'd fuck Jack up. Anyway, and then I just jump off the end of the pier. Be like, you can't get me. This is what I do. So I would run on their pier all the time just to jump off the end because it was my little act of rebellion.
Would they shake their fist at you?
Yes, they would. That's exactly. They'd shake their fists, drop their lines. But
when you said fishers initially, I was picturing like guys on a boat who's like, hey, it's our livelihood you're messing with, but it's just guys after work.
On a fishing pier. Yeah.
Okay. What a bunch of assholes. Could they not just do it off the other side of the pier?
From their perspective, it's like, I can't move my pier. Why don't you surf somewhere else?
Oh yeah.
But from the surfer's perspective, it's like, no, what happens is the sand gets a little higher because there's pilings there, and that causes the waves to break by the pier and nicely. So the waves are better by the pier. So that's where we're going to be. And they don't like each other.
I'm putting myself on both sides of this equation, and I see how this created a problem, because if I were fishing, I would want those fuckers out of the I'd be like, you got the whole ocean, and you're here wrecking my fucking mackerel catch.
Joke's on you. Your pier made the waves better here, and it's a magnet for surfers.
Man, I love learning the little infighting of flukes I just don't know anything about.
The old mackerel catch, huh?
Yeah, trying to their mackerel catch. You know, I'm somewhat of an angler. That's how I know all the terminology. So adequately. Trying to catch mackerel, notorious for swimming right around the 14th Pier in Ocean City, New Jersey. Yeah.
Is there anywhere that does artificial waves?
Yes. Yeah. As I've hit adulthood, they do artificial waves that are really good. It used to be artificial waves were shitty little things that you probably wouldn't even want to surf very much. But now artificial waves are dope. Maybe the best waves. Very consistent and repeatable. Reading the ocean and getting yourself to the right spot to catch the right wave is an art in itself. But when it's artificial waves, it's the same every single time. They could paint the bottom and you just sit right there where the wave is going to be perfect for you.
Have you ever seen where they tow the guys out in jet skis to those giant waves? Like
that's controversial.
90-foot waves.
Riding big waves, the hardest part of it is catching big waves and catching them well enough that you're not on the lip and like free falling down. You got to get in there and not at the very tippy top of the wave. You should be standing, but not at the top. You should be standing like 2/3 as you do your drop in. And Laird Hamilton pioneered the whole like wakeboarding thing. I'm not really into that kind of surfing. And he rode these giant waves no one rode before, by skipping the hard part. So all the surfers who like played by these self-imposed rules are like, the fuck? Like, bro, you're all right. I get it. You rode the biggest wave, but that's not even surfing. You're cheating. You know,
wow. Explain how he's cheating.
Because catching the wave is the hardest part. Big waves move fast. So you have to paddle these really long, like 9-foot boards. They call them guns. And you have to paddle this gun and stand up on it early enough that you're not on the lip of the wave where you free fall and it becomes really hard to ride. And he instead would tow into the wave perfectly, going faster than anyone could paddle, making him surf bigger waves. But the limitation was never the surfing talent. It was the catching the wave talent. And he just skipped the hard part. And suddenly he's like the biggest big wave surfer ever. And we're like, yeah, by cheating, you know, like you brought an aluminum bat to this game.
What's the biggest wave that you've caught? And I don't think I've ever asked this question, but I've always wanted to know, what does it sound like in there? Does it almost sound like nothing?
No, it's loud. So the biggest wave I've ever caught is like double overhead, which is not impressive. Like it's a big wave, but amongst surfers, that's not like an extraordinary size. And it goes, it's like screaming at you. There's the thunder of the wave hitting the ground right by your feet and the hollow of the suck. And then when at the end of it spits, like there's a really powerful force as the wave closes, and it wants to sort of knock you off balance, but you should be ready for that.
That's fascinating.
Get barreled. Yeah.
When I see them out in the open ocean surfing those giant waves, they're like 80 to 100-foot waves. It's crazy.
Oh, yeah. I've never done anything like that. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, I mean, they're using jet skis and stuff to make that happen.
What do you mean, to get out to the wave, they were using jet skis?
The whole thing.
The whole thing. Yeah. So the jet ski has a boogie board on the back of it attached, and the surfer might like either ride on there on his stomach. So he's laying on his board on the boogie board. It has these grips on the side, and they just sort of ride out there on their bellies. And then to get towed into the wave, it's not too much different than water skiing, right? They have a rope, and the guy operating the jet ski is usually a surfer too. He knows exactly where he wants to put his surfer, and then he lets go and goes surfing. But like I said, that's kind of a cheat code for a really big wave.
But so they don't do that in competitions. In competitions, you have to catch the wave.
They're also by the beach, so the crowd can watch.
Yeah, I don't know of any competitions that involve tow-in. It could exist, but also it's hard to throw big wave competitions because that stuff doesn't even happen every year. Like I can't pronounce these places, but like in Portugal, what is it, Nazir or something? That really big one.
Portugal's what I'm finding when I'm looking at giant waves here. Yeah.
Yeah.
There's a lighthouse there, and
that's it.
It adds so much scale to the terror that they're riding.
Right, but you can't just be like, all right, July 14th, we're going to throw a surfing competition because it'll likely be flat.
Yeah.
But isn't there a time of year when the waves come in? Like this is the big wave time of year?
Sure. Like, the North Shore in Hawaii is a winter, thing. So you can increase your odds. But if you want to get like a big wave, the kind that happens every second or third year, then you kind of have to wait for it. What is it? The Ediaku Memorial? That's the big wave surfing competition in Hawaii. And, for that, all those surfers are just kind of on standby. They're like, yeah, it might be this weekend. We'll see what rolls in. And like, okay, everyone, looks like it might be 4 days from now. Be available. And that's how it's held.
Wow.
I always thought that the tides were controlled or were acting because the moon was, moving, and as it moved the tides, but it's not. The moon creates a bulge around the center of the earth of water, and we're rotating through the bulge.
So here's something I heard. I heard this on YouTube. This isn't like from my surfing experience, but like everyone knows the moon has a gravitational pull on the water, right? So it like kind of makes it go up. But what I heard is that gravitational pull on the water is really, really mild. That if it just pulled on it once, you'd hardly notice. Instead, it's more like pushing your hand in the bathtub. If you do it once, not a lot of water moves. But if you keep doing it with the sink, then just your hand in the bathtub can make a pretty massive difference in the tides. And I think that's comparable to how the moon works on the tides.
Self-reinforcing.
Are these big waves any harder to ride than the small waves, or is it just the okay?
Oh yeah, you go a lot faster, which makes the bottom turn at the bottom much more difficult. And the waves are not perfectly flat, so it's lost when you're watching it, especially if you're not if you don't really know what you're looking at.
That's what
but these guys can catch air on the flat part of the wave, right? They just get airborne. They're flying through the air for like 6 feet or something, and then they land again, and they have to. It's a lot to manage. Yeah, like the little lumps on the big waves.
Yeah,
in the sense of scale, it's lost, but it's a big deal for them to manage it, and then they have to hit their bottom turn at high speed, which is hard.
How fast? When you say high speed, how fast do you think they're going?
I don't even know, 50 miles an hour or something
no
like that.
Fucking way.
Maybe, I wonder if Google
50?
That's what I said. Yeah.
On the surfboard.
How fast?
How do you keep your feet on there? I don't get it.
Go?
Big wave surfing can involve speeds of 50 miles per hour.
Grip tape?
Oh!
Maybe grip tape? Is that how you say
50 miles an hour.
No, they put wax on the board.
You glue yourself to the board, Taylor. That's how the hardcore guys do it.
You're just
if it's a wakeboard like Laird Hamilton did, there's foot straps that they.
But Woody, how do you hit the water at 50 and not break everything? The water's hard.
Oh, dude, water skiers fall at that speed all the time. You can skip a time or two, but
you can skip a time.
I hadn't thought of that.
All right. So my biggest
because the meniscus is broken, right? Because it's moving, so it's not like fall. It's not like jumping off the
meniscus. Isn't that like what's in
your knee? It's
so he's talking about when you fill a graduated cylinder.
What is that called?
Is that called a meniscus? Taylor, don't just make up words, okay?
It's the meniscus. When you fill up a
Thank God you're here, Kyle.
Josh, join me.
The meniscus is in the meniscus is in the knee.
This
also there's another thing that's when you fill up a graduated cylinder with water, or you fill anything with water, you know how the water, if you overfill it, will go above the lip, and it'll be like this. That is the meniscus. It is created by the surface tension of the water.
I thought that was why those super high dive guys, they'll have someone with a hose like hitting where they're gonna land to like break it up, right? Or is that
no? So the reason that they do that is that when the water doesn't have any ripples on it, it is really difficult to tell your height. So sometimes like a cliff diver will throw a rock in front of them so that the water is all wavy and they know when they're about to hit. I am not a high diver, but I've done a little of it, and it helps a ton. Also, I fly a paramotor over the water, And I've flown over perfectly still water. And I was like, holy shit, I never really bought into that. You can't tell your altitude thing. What paramotor pilots like to do is drag their feet on the water. And I'm like, I literally can't tell if I'm at 12 feet or 2. This is so perfectly smooth and it's reflective. I was like, I don't know if I'm about to touch the water because it was that smooth. So that's also in Olympic competitions. They have a little water sprayer, like just a little jet that pours into the ground. And it's so that the water has ripples and they can tell their altitude.
Okay.
Oh, shit.
Boy, I'm learning a lot about water.
I didn't think the show was going to be me talking so much.
No, you're filling us in. Now that I pulled up a compilation of this, and now I wouldn't have asked like the big versus small wave speed thing, because I can see now like these guys are blasting down these waves. They're
twice as fast.
They're flying.
Yeah, and it's hard to get a lot of practice in hitting on a big wave surfer. The hardest part is the bottom turn. It's really the only part. They go down the face and that's a thing, but then at the bottom they have to hit their turn. And I mean, you just only get so many reps making 50-mile-an-hour bottom turns.
Mm-hmm.
What happens if the wave? What I see is when the wave crashes on top of somebody and they're getting like drug along fucking coral, and they have to hold their breath. That to me is the most terrifying thing, because I've watched surfer videos and they'll be stuck like under the wave in this blue turbulent water a couple feet above the coral, and they're just like, hadn't let me go yet, still holding. And it's like, fuck, I'm holding my breath with them, and I'm sitting in a chair and I'm out of breath.
Woody, I just Googled quick bottom turns and got something I didn't want to see at all.
Oh no, where? What site? There's so many.
That's not Laird Hamilton.
So getting held under is a big problem. Now the suits have life vests built into it. They have like a
really?
Yeah. What is the name? They're like a compressed CO2 cartridge that inflates their wetsuits and it helps them get back to the surface. But the old school big wave surfers, they get held down for an entire wave, which could be a minute, get a breath, and then the second one hits them. So they may have had one breath in 2 minutes. It's a problem. People die.
Well, also, those people have to gather themselves emotionally in that first minute, because panic means death. So to be able to realize I can't go up and I don't know how long I'm not being able to go up, but I have to relax or I'm going to die is not a skill set I have.
Yeah. Yeah. If you're panicking, you're going to burn through your oxygen a lot faster. So you kind of got to just chill until it's time to get back to the surface. And you can get so flipped around. This has even happened to me, that you don't know which way up is. So hopefully your ankle's still attached to the surfboard and you can follow that to the top.
Those inflatable vests are neat. They make a similar vest for motorcyclists that like poofs out if you come off your bike. You attach yourself to the bike. I don't know how all of them work. Maybe there's a system that has some sort of sensor, but you attach yourself to a bike, kind of the way the treadmill has that safety cord. When you pull it, it turns off. Well, this thing inflates your vest to protect you. I saw a cop pull a motorcyclist off his bike the other day and didn't let him detach it. It puffs out, and the cop chokes him to death because the guy can't fucking move and can't get out of the like position he's in on the ground. The cop's like, I'm gonna choke you out. And he does. He chokes him to death.
Oh my goodness. God. I was waiting for you to finish, but I'm like, that sucks. That's a $600 mistake he's made.
That too. That also sucks. A very expensive piece of
He's out of his life and $600.
The resale value on it's ruined too. You can't.
I heard to stuff it back in the suit. Yeah.
I'm trying to find examples of famous surfers who died from sharks, but this is tough because it's a lot of drowning and getting smashed into rocks, or a guy getting his leash caught on something in the deep and not being able to orient himself to release it, and then drowning because of that. Looks like sharks are not some lady got her whole arm bitten off.
Bethany,
that little girl.
Bethany,
girl.
Have you guys?
Yeah, but she's
when I did the Shark Week, have you guys heard of a guy named Paul de Gelder?
I have not.
Paul was the equivalent of an Australian Navy SEAL, and got his, I believe, left arm, left leg, basically mid quad down.
His right arm and right leg.
Right arm, right leg by a bullshit
By a bull shark. Okay.
And,
Don't you mislead our audience.
if you see some of the video of his friends saving his life on the boat, but I met him on that Shark Week. There's a video of him being bitten and pulled under, popping back up and pulling back under, because they were shooting they were doing some sort of nighttime drill, and they were shooting it from the boat. So they have it. I watched it with him. He's such an amazing dude. I bet you he would come on the show. He's a fucking fascinating guy. But he's a shark. He's a shark conservationist now. He swims with sharks all the time.
Bro.
Oh, that's not the angle I would take. I would be like
now I'm a shark killer.
I'd be a reaper. Yeah,
that's not him.
A slow learner.
And he's a vegan now. Yeah, dude, he went.
I'd be on a purely shark diet after that.
he took a bunch of wrong lessons from this.
Kyle, are you seeing a picture of him? He's jacked.
Oh yeah, I saw him. I watched videos of him and so, yeah, it's pretty awful.
But he's an amazing dude. But he said that when he went to swim back to the boat, he went to put his arm above to swim, and just this little stubbing came up.
Oh man.
Yeah. But to talk to him about the attack and like who he was before and who he was after is fascinating. And he's always trying to get me to go down to Mexico and swim with great whites. And I'm
what the fuck? No, are you insane?
Yeah.
What
he is. He's
insane.
Right, he's insane.
If I were going to
Dick
swim
Cheney
with,
always wants to go hunting. I tell him no.
He does.
Fuck out of here.
I would go to Mexico with that dude and just flex on him. Like, look how fast I am.
Like,
2 arms and 2 legs.
Dude, if there was one guy that I could swim with sharks with, it's Mr. Can only go in a circle. Like because I'll be out of there way quicker.
Dude, no, he's like so legit with his things, his add-ons, as I call them, for his leg, arm and leg. They have so many different ones. He swims, dude. He's
got like go gadget legs.
Dude,
to make him
so
swim.
he's got different ones, different leg, different up.
What is he doing?
Do you know one? We shot this. The show was called Shark After Dark, and it was like a late night show we did on Shark Week. And on the same episode he was on, the first night I met him, Tara Reid was on, and he was wearing this, James Bond villain glove, but he was like, I go, what's the deal with that? He goes, I can set it however I want to set it. I could crush your hand. I could just shake it nice. He goes, there's a lot of different settings. So we're sitting there, and it's after the show, and we're all having some tequila. And Tara Reid comes by, and she sees him, and he's sitting there, and he's got his glove, and she goes to him, she goes, why? And she was a little fucked up. She goes, why are you wearing one glove? And he goes, oh.
Like to look down on him? She was
she was just drunk.
Okay.
She was like, why are you wearing one glove?
Okay.
And he goes, oh, I got bitten by a shark. And she goes, why'd you do that?
Solid question. And
he was like, I don't know how to answer that question, but yeah.
I'd want to hear her keep roasting him. Be like, so now like you still swim with them and don't eat animals?
There
is
like
like
the
gave you bad
animals
fashion
won.
sense. What is with the glove?
There is
still doesn't know he's missing the arm.
There's a clip from that show. It's me. They were on the show promoting Sharknado, and I was interviewing her and Ian Ziering. And she said I had watched her before the show take a couple pills and down a glass of wine. And so I had no idea what was going to happen. So mid-show, I'm talking to Ian, and she's getting a little loopy, and she starts to – you can see this clip. It's online, and it's live. So she starts saying, I Googled whale shark because I didn't want to seem stupid when I came out here. And she goes, I thought a whale shark was when a whale and a shark had sex. Fuck. and Ian's like, because Ian's been doing this tour with her, press tour, so I'm sure he's like, oh, here we go.
Yeah.
and she goes, but it turns out a whale is an animal and a shark is a mammal. And the director's in my ear going, go to commercial. And you see me look right at the camera and go, And I look right back at her because this is great TV for me, dude. They keep telling me, go to commercial. And I just keep looking straight into the camera going,
This show is about teaching people, and this is a learning moment.
If you Google Tara Reid, Josh Wolf, Shark After Dark, she is like legit. And I talked to him afterwards. He was like, yeah, this has been the whole tour for us right now, dude.
It's just a total nightmare. Was this like the same era that she was doing that show on MTV, like Paradise, which was just her getting trashed and like bothering locals all over the world?
Yeah, and it's almost like she went and got a boob job, but got each titty done by a different doctor. You know?
Yes! I mean, yes!
Why do they look
Finally.
so? Yeah, it's like you got to go to the same person for that, so they make it look the same.
Yeah, you don't want to do that in installments.
Yeah, you don't want to go to Doctor One Titty at a time.
They're so bad. They're so bad. And like
I think they're fixed now.
She had that wardrobe malfunction where she had her titty hanging out, and everybody starts snapping like super, and she's like, "Oh, they love me, my public."
Well, she didn't know because
her whole titty is out.
There was so many surgeries in it. That was like having elbow skin out.
I felt so bad
like,
for her.
No one knows.
I was like, "Oh, so nobody's gonna tell her."
Finally, some like woman runs up and goes, "Your fucking titty's out."
Yeah, dude. Excuse me, miss. Your titty's out. How about something? Yeah. She was that whole Shark Week show. I did it for 2 years in a row. Was so great. I got to swim with sharks. It was all the stuff that we got to do on that show. They also let me do one for Naked and Afraid, where I interviewed the contestants after the show. And so one of the things that I would do is I would say, hey, I would tell the crew, I'm going to eat what they ate. Mm-hmm. So one show I had to eat these giant live cockroaches was one of the grossest things I've ever done. But to be able to interview those people and kind of do that stuff with them was kind of cool also.
Oh, yeah. That's got to be fun. Not the roach eating.
If you were going on Naked and Afraid, Taylor, well, maybe not you, because I don't know how. Well, yeah, you. I guess you work. I'll ask everyone, I suppose. Would you grow out the pubic hair for the warmth, or would you keep it as it normally is, sort of styled and coiffed and manicured up? Would you want the full Big Daddy bush? Because maybe that adds a little bit of privacy too. Cold night, we'd shrink right up in there.
I think
I would at least trim the hedges immediately around to maximize the look of the length.
Oh, you're going the other way. You're presenting.
You're going into the wilderness for 2 weeks and you have razor bumps. Like you're getting an infection. You wade through it.
Wait, Naked and Afraid, there's two people. There's a guy and a girl, right? They partner together.
Yeah.
I have to present the best version.
I would definitely let it.
I'd be a little chubbed up. I'd be taking my one bring along item would be my Blue Chew. I gotta stay vascular.
Every single time.
Like, I brought a knife. What did you bring? And I'm like, I don't want to talk about it.
I hope you brought something for clean water. I did not bring anything for clean water.
Like laying in a dirty swamp and you're asking her, like, just like thought experiment, like, do you think even with that knife you could stop me?
Mr. Battlefield, really, it's for both of us.
I'm going full bush.
Yeah, I'm going full bush, and I would also grow out my beard as long as possible because I feel like the more body hair I have, the more. Like, have you ever seen a mosquito try and bite like a Greek person's arm? No, not a chance. Not a fucking chance. Like, that's what you want. You want that protective hair, that protective coat.
Yeah.
Because the back of my neck, like if I don't take care of this at haircuts, it just kind of becomes like upper, like it goes to like the hump of my back. It's
a mullet that goes to between your shoulder blades.
It goes to, well, not that far down because I don't have any back hair, and so I wouldn't be protected there. So I'd have to fashion some sort of array of leaves as protection. But pubic hair, 100%, I'm letting it go crazy. And beard, I'm going crazy. I'm even going to let it like go to where it gets to like.
Don't we have a razor sponsor tonight? Shouldn't we be saying we'd?
Yes. You know what? Actually, I was lying. What I would do is I would bring the one item I would bring when I'm going to survive. It's a Harry's razor. Everyone in the comedy world knows not every joke delivers, but Harry's always delivers. They send the best quality razors right to your door for a fraction of the price of the big brands. Better designed shaving products at a better price is no joke. It's Harry's. We originally tried the starter set from Harry's, which was a great entry point, and then I personally upgraded to the Winston set, and I've been using that to clean myself up for a while. I love the weight and feel of the handle, and obviously the blades go across with such a satisfying smooth glide, no nicking. Plus, I look forward to the smell of that foaming gel anytime I got to use it. It's a fantastic combination, not too strong or tough on the skin like a lot of other products I've used over the years. Harry's utilizes German-engineered blades made in their own factory that stay sharp longer. That's right, folks. You're bringing a razor out to the wilderness? You better be German engineered. You want that to work on day 14 as well as it works on day 1. And that's what you're going to be getting with Harry's. Plus, they've got customizable delivery options for scheduled refills as low as $2, half of what you pay for the other big brands. Plus, outside of that foaming gel, they also offer body washes that create such a rich lather that's moisturizing for the skin in scents such as redwood, wildlands, and stone. I can't complain about their extra strength, high quality deodorant as well. It's just $5 and smells fantastic while lasting all day. Harry's also has a no-risk trial. If you don't like your shave, no worries. It's on them. That, coupled with their convenient subscription model, means being able to cancel at any time. But trust us, you won't be wanting to once you make their grooming products part of your daily routine. Get the shaving products that always deliver. Get Harry's. Get started with a $13 trial set for just $3 at harrys.com/painkiller. That's harrys.com/painkiller, harrys.com/painkiller for a $3 trial set. Get the $13 trial set for just $3. That's a hell of a deal, folks. And if
it's a solid deal.
Trial, you decide you don't like it, you send it right back, and it's on them. But you're not going to do that because it's German engineered, high quality, ready for the wilderness. It's as ready for the wilderness as it is for your bathroom. So check it out, harrys.com/painkiller. Get that $13 trial set for just $3. That's linked below. You're not going to regret it. You're going to enjoy it. This episode is also brought to you by Lock and Load, the premium ejaculation increasing supplement that's been taking the world by storm. Everyone knows that what's women's number one complaint? Not enough cum. That's what women say all the time. That's what women, the memes abound and stereotypes exist for a reason. What do women say after you finish coming? They don't say that was only 2 minutes. They say that wasn't enough cum. And that's what we can remedy here for you with Lock and Load with just 6 easy pills a day. It used to be 9. Now it's
6 pills a day?
Now it's 6 easy.
How big is the pill?
Josh, you have to say 6 easy pills a day.
6 easy pills.
6 easy pills a day.
How big is that easy pill?
They're sizable pills. See, they're a reasonable pill.
You get the 6 that really adds up. It's a meal.
They're filling.
And what do you think? That's the 9 pill bottle you have there. And so those are the smaller pills. The larger pills, they're a little bit larger. They're just slightly larger, but you get a nice 6 pills instead of 9 pills. It actually works. If it didn't work, we wouldn't have made it fucking 6 pills. We would have saved ourselves a lot of heartache here.
We had to go to a veterinary supplier to get those pills. Those are huge.
But who is there a group of people that want to come more?
Dude,
thousands.
Thousands.
Tens
This is a
of
big
thousands.
Seller. Josh, you need to know the story of how this product was created. Right?
Okay, yeah.
Like we're in the WhatsApp or something, and Kyle's like, hey, you know what? Low key, for the past couple of weeks, I've been working on a formula to make me come more. And Taylor is like, what? Me too. It was this, put your chocolate in my peanut butter story. And then they start comparing notes, measuring the effectatiousness of this thing until they came up with this formula that makes you come more. And I swear to God, it's comically effective. I swear to God. It is.
And then at the same time, I was working with a guy named Derek from More Plates, More Dates. That's his YouTube channel. He's been on Rogan a few times. He knows a lot about steroids and sports and pharmaceuticals in general. And he runs a business called Gorilla Mind and a website that does tons of different supplements, really interesting stuff. And he doses them much better than like anything you'd get at GNC. It's just someone he's making products for himself and then marketing and selling them. And I was working with him to do this body transformation thing I was doing. And I was like embarrassed to message him. I was like, so I've got this idea for a product. I think should come more, like more volume. And I don't know, would you be interested in like making and producing a product like that? And then I see like Derek is recording a message. And I was like, this is going to be embarrassing. This is going to be embarrassing. And like 10 minutes later, he sent me a 5-minute voice note. All right, so I got a lot of friends who are also into volume maxing. I'm going to hit them up, check out their formulas as well. Just send me over everything you've got. And we could definitely have this,
That's a thing
on the shelf soon. Yeah, you got a bottle of it there.
We're the industry standard.
I swear to God, we are
really
the best in the industry. We have like one competitor. I forget their name.
Major Load, homo gay. Get out of here.
So it's lock and load, and major load.
They got nothing on us.
I haven't even heard of Major Load. The one I heard of, I think it starts with an S. But
don't give them a push though.
Ours really it's basically the most efficacious dose you can take of everything. That's why it's 6 pills a day. You wouldn't get more from 7. We really maxed out the formula.
No.
And even if you did, she wouldn't survive it.
It's hilariously effective. It helps with the pearlescence of your cum, the volume of your cum, the propulsion of your cum.
Now, wait a second.
For taste.
The pre-cum.
Propulsion?
Pre-cum. Oh my God.
Pre-cum activation is off the charts.
You're going to be absolutely leaking, Josh.
Yeah,
your underwear
you self-lubricate now like some advanced piece of hydraulic machinery.
Now, propulsion, I'm interested in.
Oh, yeah.
Because I'm at an age now where it's less of a cum shot and more of a cum drop.
I killed a cat.
You know what I mean? You know what I mean? It just kind of goes.
Get you a bottle. Would you take the bottle if we gave it to you? I swear to God.
All right, let's get a bottle sent to Josh. Zach, be sure to get Josh's address, like shipping address, before you.
My wife's gonna be like, "What the fuck is?"
She will literally notice. Like, I swear, there will be a point where she's
Don't tell her.
"What is all this?"
Don't tell her. This is why. I had this same experience, but my wife saw the ginormous load and she thought it was her performance. She's like, I really knocked it out of the park today.
Woody's wife taking credit for my hard work, my ingenuity. All right.
And that's true. We've sold this for 4 years. Woody's wife doesn't know we sell it. She doesn't know. He has to sprint to the front door for every refreshment. Grab it before she gets it.
Was I didn't tell her at first. I just let her think that she was really getting better at this in her 50s.
Yeah.
You finally figured this out, babe.
Our stride, babe.
I'm not telling my wife.
Don't
No.
do it.
And it's not like this is a month supply. You're gonna start to notice the biggest changes week 2, week 3. Like you won't be. It's not one of those things where it's like, hey, on your 5th bottle, you're gonna know. Like, no, before this is gone, you will forget that you're taking it, and then you'll come and be like, what the? Oh yeah, the condoms.
Hey guys, I gotta run. I'm catching a plane tonight, but
all right.
Thank you so much again for having me on. I always love talking to you guys.
Always,
man. Take care.
Like the other
where are you going? You got any shows coming up?
I'm in Louisville this weekend, and then I'm taking my first vacation in like 2 years. My wife and I are going to Greece.
Nice.
It'll be fun.
Oh yeah, have fun. Avoid.
We need to get him the lock and load ASAP.
Yes. Yeah.
I leave the second week in July.
Give us your Greek address. We'll have it sent right away.
Send it to Santorini. I'll pick it up.
Perfect.
All right, guys.
All right.
Thank
Take
you
care, man.
so much. Later, guys.
Later.
Always you can close your browser.
Get one of those slow, awkward
disappear.
leaves. And look at that!
Oh, look at this!
Whoa.
Look at this sound. But bing,
holy smoke! Your audio is good. It's like a NASCAR pit stop. We just come in and out. New guests.
Right on.
That was well done, Zach. That was slick.
We've never done that before.
The other one back. No, we've never had it machined that well. Chris, how are you, man?
I'm doing fantastic. Appreciate you having me on again. Always fun to be here.
Yeah, always a good time. Love your background. There's a lot to look at. And I also love that hat, but I don't have the confidence for it.
It's my wall of shame of all the different, some of the different illegal things that we've done in cannonballing.
So
they make them in my size.
Did you set the back and forth cannonball record since the last time you were on the show?
We did, yes. I had a couple of records actually. Me and a couple of buddies of mine did the fastest crossing in North America by land in history. The only people who have ever done it in a single day. We were wheels in the sand in Jacksonville, Florida on the beach to wheels in the sand in San Diego, California in 23 hours and 35 minutes.
Good golly.
What's the average speed on that?
I think our average speed worked out to 104.
Oh yeah.
which includes multiple 50-gallon fuel stops and a traffic stop, and I blew a tire out at 169 miles an hour in Arizona. So
another question, another stat. What was the top speed reach? Was it the 169 that blew the tire?
169, yeah. The car said 170, GPS said 169, and that seemed to be the point at which the tire decided to exit the chat.
What kind of car was it?
We have my buddy Bronson Justice, coolest name in the world. He had a 2017 Chevy SS with a built-out LS3, nice cam in it, 50-gallon tank, all the countermeasures. It was set up nice, lowered a couple of inches, 6-speed. It was basically a Corvette with a 4-door body on it.
Yeah.
And love that thing. So we did that one way. Then we turned around and went back, set the 2-way record. And then just a couple months later, my friends Wes Vi and Nick Krieger. Nick has a Saab 9.5, 2003 Saab 9.5, probably the best setup cannonball I've ever been in. And we left Red Ball Garage, went to Portofino, back to Red Ball, set the 2-way cannonball record by about 3 hours. Nailed that down to 61 hours and 59 minutes.
So you went there, back again, and there again?
Exactly, on both runs. Yeah, we went Jacksonville to San Diego, back to Jacksonville, and then we went New York to LA, back to New York. We spent 3 minutes at the Portofino in LA before we were back on the road again, which was kind of crazy because, usually that's the end point. So there's like a big party. That's kind of the place we hang up. So I had driven a lot and fell asleep. So as my sleep shift, I just kind of wake up sort of dreamily at the Portofino. We kind of stagger out of the car, take a selfie, and back in it, and we were gone again. I'd say we ran the same red light going in as we ran running out.
That rocks. That sounds so fun.
It was a lot of fun. I mean, it was a good bunch of guys to do it with, and I just got lucky to have some really great co-drivers and some really good cars. And yeah, it was exciting. In the cannonball community, records are fun, but it's never anything personal. It was just something to try to do it. The people who had the previous record were giving us tips to help us break that one, just like we're helping the people trying to break the next one. It's all.
I'd be calling the cops on your ass.
No, nobody ever does that. There's never a call in. We're all on the same team.
I do. I do it every time I see y'all take off. I'm like, they're doing it now.
They're doing it again.
How shitty would that be?
If cost were no object, what would you do for this setup? Like, I've wondered if a van makes sense. I know you're averaging 105 and vans don't typically go that, but it could have a ginormous fuel tank. It could have a sleeping quarters. You could maybe have 3 drivers. What's perfect?
Well, perfect has been the quest for many years. They have done it in vans. Some of the first ones were done in a van. Now, we do have 3 drivers on all of these as well, just somebody sleeping in the back seat. Ultimately, whatever comfort you might get sleeping in a van or a limo or something like that, you lose the speed and the efficiency. Yes, you can carry more gas, but you're going to have to stop more because it's a big van. It really just comes down to discomfort. So 3 guys in a pretty sleek, fast 4-door car, or at least a car with a decent back seat in it, and just sleep slumped over the spare tire and whatever you can do. We sacrifice the comfort on the sleep cycle for a faster, smaller car. You're less of a visible target to the cops. You can hide behind a truck easier. It's harder for people to call you in. Plus, every little bit of gap, the smaller of a lane gap you can make between a bread truck and a station wagon, whatever, we kind of sacrifice the comfort. And you are right, more gas and more sleep would be better, but we sacrifice the speed. So we just go small and just suck it up. The Saab was not an easy car to sleep in. The back seats are pretty vertical, so we pretty much just went 65, but counting the time off, probably 70 hours straight. Nobody really slept. We just pushed through and sent it. You get little naps here and there, but when your buddy's driving 150, bobbing in and out of traffic, and another thing, I've got some great video of this somewhere, but like when you're driving on the highway at 65, 70, and you hit like an expansion gap on a bridge or a little pothole, you feel it. It's a little bump. But if you tack another 100 miles an hour on top of that, it's like hitting a curb. It becomes violent. We hit a bump just on the interstate so hard. One of my guys sprained his ankle. Like when he saw the bump coming, he braced himself against the floorboard, and we hit it so hard it rolled his ankle in the car. Like it's a lot more violent in there than you would think, especially for 50, 60 hours straight of doing that. But we had some good times though. There was a couple of funny incidences with the countermeasures. We had a couple of call-ins. We did get busted once by the cops, but thankfully we're only going 97 at the time and didn't get too bad of a ticket. And when the tire went out, even we lost a big chunk of tread, threw it out of balance as it was deflating, but we didn't it wasn't like in the movies where it blows out and the car wipes out. So we got really lucky, but there were some good stories came out of it though.
So I assume you did this during COVID, these record breaking things?
No, we just do them in the middle of the night when nobody's on the road. But yeah, the COVID records were fantastic. Doug and Arnie seized the moment. Several other people did, and just laid down some times that I don't believe will ever be matched. That's why we did the 2-way. That 1-way record that Doug and Arnie set, nobody's going to beat that.
What is it?
They did it in 25 hours and 39 minutes, New York to L.A.
You were 29.
No, we were 61:59 2-way. But
I thought you said 29 was the 1-way time.
1-way record is 25 hours 39 minutes.
What was your time?
Our time 2-way was 61:59. We did a 30:17 and a 31:42 to do that one.
I don't know.
So that was
okay.
Yeah. So yeah, the 1-way record they set during COVID is unlikely to be matched, I think.
That's a Chevy SS? That's what you did in it?
That is, yeah. Ours was black, lowered down a little bit, black wheels and everything, but it's a good car. It's pretty decent size 4-door. We're all three pretty big guys, so we squeezed in there, but it was car never missed a beat. I mean, we ran that engine. I think we did the math on it. At the RPMs we were running, that crankshaft turned over something like 13 million times on that run.
Tell me about the brakes on that thing. What did you do?
The brakes, he upgraded those to, they had factory Brembos, so I think he just upgraded the pads a little bit.
Okay.
Hopefully you don't need the brakes too much, but when you do, it's good to have them there.
If we're rocking along at 170, I want to be able to stop.
Oh yeah. Somebody
Man, that's
did
cool.
One of our guys that's way smarter than me did the math one time about stopping distances, and it's like the stopping distance from 90 is like a third of the stopping distance from like 170. Like it just gets exponential, but it's rare you have to go into a complete stop. It's usually if you get caught blocked by a couple of trucks and you have to shave off speed, but it's pretty easy to shave speed off. The brakes.
Does anybody ever wear safety gear? Like I would have a temptation to wear a helmet, but I feel like that's some lame shit. And also, like if I'm a cop and I see a guy pass by wearing a helmet and a fire suit, I'm like, wait, hang on, get this guy.
Work with me, Kyle. Work with me. What if you wore like a skater helmet, right? Then you could maybe talk your way out of a ticket, pretending you have Down syndrome. It's a whole thing.
Yeah, they buy that.
Yeah, that could work. I mean, we've talked about that sort of thing, but in 53 years of cannonballing, there's never been a fatality. There's only been one accident that was not that bad. So rolling on a pretty much 100% safety record for 1,500 plus runs and 30 plus million miles, we decided we'll die like men. There's not room
too, because like if God forbid something like that did happen, if someone was doing the run and they had a bad accident and people were injured, like it'd look bad. And I feel like the authorities would give you guys a much harder time all of a sudden.
Absolutely. And that is our biggest fear. The cannonball was started as a protest against the national 55-mile-an-hour speed limit that was put in place in 1971. And it was done to show that, skilled drivers in well-prepared cars can drive faster than the speed limit safely. And we have upheld that safety,
as best you can.
The safety record of all these years. I mean, not just us, but this is going back to 1971. And we self-police. We've had some people who we love personally, but we have sort of not let run these runs anymore just because, they drive a little too aggressively. We try to blend in. I know it sounds like we're going so fast, but we try to drive like ghosts, just bobbing and weaving between traffic, don't cut anybody off, don't blow anybody's doors off, try to attract as little attention as possible, and I'll all be safe. And yes, God forbid if an accident ever did happen, I think most of us would probably just hang it up. It's something that's kind of fun right now. It's kind of a victimless crime, Robin Hood sort of thing. The man's not gonna tell me what to do, but if one of us got hurt or killed, or even worse, a civilian, it would just cast a pallor over all of it. I think most of us would hang it up.
You guys never pass on the shoulder?
No, we do not do bonus lanes. There's too much debris over there. A, you present a tire hazard to yourself, and then B, you're going to kick rocks and stuff up, chip somebody's windshield, tick them off, get a call in. So, no bonus lanes, no inside. Stick to the traffic lanes. just as a safety thing. There's just too much debris over there.
I don't know how you drive through the entirety of Texas at night without hitting a deer along the way.
Well, funny story. Our spotter, so two of the guys, the guy that owned the car, Bronson, and myself, both Southern guys, we're used to deer a lot. Our third guy was from Manhattan. Great driver, but he doesn't have to deal with deer a whole lot. So the first leg out of Jacksonville, he is on these gyro stabilized binoculars. So he is looking like in the lane of travel, mile and a half down the road.
Oh,
Bronson's driving. I'm in the back getting some rest for my turn up at the wheel. We've passed 400 deer just on the side of the road.
Yeah.
And he didn't see him because he was looking so far down. At one point he drops the binoculars, sees the deer, and just freaks out on the deer. And we kind of had a chuckle because we'd passed like 400 of them. For deer and stuff like that, at those speeds, if you swerve, you're going to crash.
Yeah.
So you just got to run the numbers. At 200 feet a second, if that deer hops into the lane of travel, you're going to hit it before you can even lift your foot and hit the brakes anyway. So
you'd be better off ducking than anything else.
Exactly. That's the rule. We just hold the wheel steady. And if you hit one, hit one. But honestly, they're pretty smart. We left at midnight in Jacksonville to try to keep that single day thing going on. Left at midnight. Sun was coming up just as we got to Texas. So we did most of that in the daytime. But yeah, we got really lucky. We didn't really have any deer encounters. And I've done, 30,000 miles of this stuff over the years. I've never had a deer issue. I mean, we see them, but on the interstate, they're pretty savvy. Back roads and stuff, they're not so used to cars, but the highways
too. I was on a highway in Texas driving at night, and I've never seen so many deer. I've never seen so many deer. It would be herds of deer. And in Georgia, you'll see like a family of deer is what we would call it. It'd be like 5 deer. And most of them are juveniles. Out there, it was like, that is a herd of fucking deer just lingering next to the highway in the darkness, waiting on us to drive past. And you'd see those trucks out in Texas with these crazy brush guards on the front. And some people, like, it'll be like it's like custom made, and they'll say Annihilator on the front, or like the Deer Destroyer or something, and they'll make it like bladed and stuff. So when they hit a deer, it fucking explodes. I saw a motorcyclist hit a deer one time. He was going fast. I don't know how fast. Call it 80 plus, and he cut the deer in half. Like he just went through the deer.
Yeah, that happened on Road Atlanta years ago. Guy hit one on the back straight, same thing, going, $150 or so, and just cut right through it. Yeah, there's this weird kind of physics to it. Like if you hit it at 70, it'll take you out, but it's like a karate chop, some Bruce Lee stuff. And you ride motorcycles as well, correct? So I mean, I know deer are an extra concern on your end. I know they've scared me a few times. I don't
ride at night. I ride. I almost always ride during the day. I would be scared to ride at night in like rural Georgia. I'm more in the city now, but I don't know. Just growing up, deer were always a concern in Georgia. I've only hit one once, and technically it kind of hit me. Like it ran into my fender, not the front of my car. But man, that would be my main concern. Doing anything crazy on the roads is like a fucking raccoon running out in front of me, and me hitting a raccoon on my motorcycle and just dying and being scattered into the bushes at night, and nobody knows I'm out there. Like, so I don't like riding at night.
Well, you'd be surprised. I've hit a deer and a pedestrian on a motorcycle, and a buddy of mine hit a pedestrian as well. And believe it or not, the motorcycles, when a bike's moving, you've got what's called gyroscopic precession, which is the wheel spinning kind of creates this gyro effect. It is pretty stable. I mean, the guy I hit chased a Frisbee out from between two trucks, and I just nailed him. And it bobbled my bike pretty hard, put him in the hospital, but I didn't go down. And a crackhead rode a 10-speed right out in front of a buddy of mine, and he just like T-boned him, just kind of hopped right over him. Bike hardly bobbled. I mean, we picked the crackhead up, kind of dusted him off, and straightened his handlebars out, and he went down the road with his wheels all wobbly. But there's I can't do the physics, but bikes hold up fairly well. But I agree, it just takes that one thing to throw you off into the woods, and I don't want to mess with it either.
And I'm not the world's best rider. Right? Who's to say I'm going to react correctly to that scenario? And you know what I mean? You've got a fraction of a second to make that decision. That's scary to me. That's my biggest fear. It isn't getting into just a wreck, although that'd be bad enough. It's like going off the side of the road in Georgia under a guardrail, and I'm just scattered off into the woods, crippled, and nobody knows because the bike went with me.
Yeah, the new iPhones and the Apple Watches have like sort of a crash feature that I believe will, like, if you take hard enough hit, it'll ask if you're okay. And if you don't respond, it will send EMS to your location, which is at least kind of a reassurance. But I'm with you though. Yeah, that's guardrails scare me so badly because like, I mean, just looking at all those posts and stuff, like there's no way you're going to go through it. It's going to be like just a cheese grater. Yeah, that's terrifying to me. I'm right there with you.
Yeah, I mean, sliding would be bad enough, but I got gear on. I could slide. You know, it might even be fun. But
dress for the crash, not the ride. I went down in a race one time in wet grass at about 130, and just like nothing happened. Like the bike went down, and I was hanging onto the handlebars. I didn't want it to like high side and tear my bike up because it was cheap and I couldn't afford to fix it. So I just did this like Superman thing, just hanging on the bars. We just slid across the wet grass, and like literally nothing happened. Like I was already kind of laid down, dragging a knee, and I went down and just like picked it up like nothing happened. But it was one of those like, okay, I gotta pass on this one. This is never gonna happen again. But yeah, going down is scary. I don't ride bikes nearly as much as I used to. You know, when I lived out in Athens, North Georgia and places, I was gone every weekend. But living in Atlanta, man, it scares crap out of me. I hardly ride at all anymore because there's just no way to get out of Atlanta without getting killed.
Yeah, I agree with that. I'm here too. I remember my cousin for a little while because his car had blown up on him. His daily driver was his Ninja. And it was like rain or shine going to work on a Ninja. Man, you've never seen somebody frown as hard as a 20-year-old riding a 600cc on a rainy day to a job he doesn't want to work. Going to a vacuum plant on a bike in the rain. He's
going to like build Dysons. What's he doing?
Not some parts for vacuums or some shit like that. He had a job one time like that. But anyway, he lost control of that thing at night one time and went through like a plowed fucking field of soybeans. And it like he got the like death wobbles going on. And he just held on to it and carved a path through the fucking soybean field.
Ride it out.
I used to ride a motorcycle as my daily driver when I was in college. And this is New Jersey, northern New Jersey. It's winter time and it's the worst. It's so icy. My mom had this idea that cowboy boots would be both like protective in case of a slide because they're leather and stylish. But in the ice, like the roads were so bad. I crawled on my knees, my hands and knees to get to the motorcycle because the cowboy boots are so bad in the ice. I would just slide down even the slightest of inclines. So I'm like on my hands and knees to get to the motorcycle. And then I'd ride my motorcycle on the ice back to my apartment. It was so dangerous.
I don't know if there's a worse footwear choice for ice than cowboy boots. There is no grip whatsoever. That's meant for dust. And like where there's not even the thought of slipping. That's so funny. I bet you look slick though.
Yeah, just Jackie. Stick your feet out like outriggers and just ski it.
That might be that's one of the most important pieces. There's no not important pieces of gear. Like you need everything. But when I see those people's feet snap off in their shoes and shit, it's like, dude, you should have wore some boots. Like this is entirely preventable. What's happened to you?
Well, the joke for years was like sport bike riders would have like $1,000 helmet on with a t-shirt and flip flops, and Harley riders will have $1,000 worth of leathers and no helmet at all.
Yeah,
like you never got the mix of both. But yeah, I'm the same way.
Or they'll just have a skull cap on, or whatever you call it, like one of the like barely legal things. I saw that one guy. It's probably I'm sure you've all seen it, but it's this viral video. The guy has made his own helmet that's technically to spec for state law, and it's essentially a yarmulke with a chin strap. He's like, it's hard plastic, rated by DOT. It's like, yeah, but it's like 4 square inches of hard plastic on the crown of your head like a yarmulke. He's like, it passes spec. And they're like, fuck, it does. You can't do this though.
Yeah, I had a buddy of mine. Wore one of those. Buddy of mine wore one of those years ago, and I tend to ride pretty fast, but I go like full, Snell spec, race helmet. And he was like, man, I'm worried about you. You need to slow down. You're going to have a crash. I was like, man, I'd rather crash at 100 in my helmet than 25 in yours. So just like you're talking about, it was like the little yarmulke thing. Like, yeah, a salad bowl would pass the DOT inspection. I
don't know how many times I've had something significant hit the front of my helmet. Maybe, who knows what it is? Was it a hummingbird? It seemed like way more than a bug, or a rock. I need the full face.
It bugs so hard that it's audible and loud. It's like whack, and I'm like, fuck. What if that hit my face? Like I ride with my visor up some, and it's like, God, fuck was that?
What was I
Dragonflies down here are huge. Yeah, I don't understand people who don't wear safety gear on their bikes. Maybe they're just way more competent or comfortable at riding than I am. I feel pretty safe on the bike at normal speeds and normal maneuvers, but like I still am worried that someone's gonna. I'm always checking behind me. I'm always worried somebody's gonna hit me in the back, and I'm worried I'm not gonna hear it when they're coming, and I'm not gonna be prepared and like braced, and I'm gonna just get knocked off my bike, and then again something else is gonna hit me. I'm not worried about anything I'm doing. If I was living in that post-apocalyptic, nobody's on the roads world, I'd be perfectly like confident in my riding. It's everybody else. It's so scary. I think I'm selling my bike. I think now's probably a good time. I'm tired of the scariness. I'm worried about that. As someone pulled out in front of me like 5 months ago, really sketched me out. Didn't like that at all.
Somebody told me one time, they said, modern science can fix or replace any part of your body except your head.
For now.
And for now. And I always kind of taking that to heart. But see, for last time you had a BMW GS or something. Is that right?
Probably. I used to have a smaller GS, but I have a KTM 890 that's I consider my primary bike.
Oh, yeah. Those are great. That's right. And Kyle, what were you riding again? I can't remember.
I don't fucking know. It's a Honda sport bike. It's 600cc or something. No, what? I don't know what it is. I'd have to go down to the garage and look at it.
I forget
it's a Honda
what it is
something.
too.
I think it's red.
It's red. It's got gold wheels.
When you turn the key, the instrument display does something cool.
It's really pretty. No, I don't know what bike I have. I'm being honest. It's just
no worries. But you mentioned the back to deer. You mentioned the cow catcher with the blades and everything on it. A month or two back, I made one for a Peterbilt for a zombie movie, doing the kind of metal sculpture thing. We took this big brush guard for it, and I made just put blades and rusty metal and chains and barbed wire all over it, and like spikes and these big blades that stuck over the top. Just that thing would turn a deer into cat food. But the guy's driving a truck around like a promotional for it, so it is actually out on the road, and I had to be kind of careful to make sure all the barbed wire and everything was recessed so the DOT didn't get him. But so there's a truck out there right now that's got a big bladed up zombie catching brush guard on it that I'm definitely eager to see what a deer will do to it.
Did they give you like creative feedback, or where they were like, it's got to be scarier? Or were you like all free reign? You just made it how you imagine it would actually work.
Pretty much free reign. Somebody else had tried it and just sort of made a couple of big posts that just weren't really looking right, weren't really angled right. So they brought it to me, and I blinged it out and made it movie worthy. But it was fun. Yeah, they didn't mess with me at all. They were just like, do what you want to do. The truck had kind of a barbed wire motif on the paint job already, so I integrated some barbed wire into it, and I put some big spikes off the wheels. I welded some wheel studs on the front, so it's got these big spikes sticking out of the front of it, and just kind of took it was kind of funny. They actually wanted it to look like it was sort of booger welded, which, I mean, not that I'm the best welder in the world, but I've been doing it in a while, so it was kind of hard to kind of make myself do really, really crummy looking welds. But after I got into the feel of that, it was great. I could just sorry.
Call me next time. I got you. You need booger welds? I'm right here.
Is that what they're called? Is that when you weld badly, do they call them booger welds?
Yeah, it's booger weld. It's just like a big old glob on there and all that. But it was fun. I just grabbed a bunch of scrap metal out of the pile and just cutting blades into stuff and making it look scary. And I didn't have to worry about it being exactly symmetrical or even or anything. And they wanted it to look like it was done, post-apocalyptic style. So yeah, it was fun. It was a fun project.
I don't think I wouldn't want barbed wire on mine in the post-apocalypse, because I think that's going to like hold more zombie flesh to my machine. Like I'd probably want it real clean, right? Because you don't want all that diseased flesh. You don't want something powderized or vaporizing getting in your mouth. No, you don't
want to be a germaphobe in a zombie apocalypse.
Yeah,
come on.
If there's one germ to be afraid of in the zombie apocalypse, it's the zombie germ. Like you gotta.
Yeah, that is a very, very good point. I didn't really consider that in the process. I mean, it does look cool, but yeah, you're very right, though. Yeah, you want to, although maybe if you had dead zombie on your vehicle, the other zombies would be less interested in it.
That's what I'm saying.
I think the barbed wire is going to keep any like humans from trying to climb up your grill, keep their dirty paws off, lest they try to mount the vehicle.
They're the real
It'd be
problem.
more of an anti-other human measure.
Yeah.
But also, a human isn't going to stand there and get, turned into pulp in the first place. I would move.
I would move.
Yeah, 100%. I'm moving. I'd try and become friends with the guy who had that truck, though. I'd be like, I could be a sex slave. I could be.
That was my plan too, because I don't have any other skills. So yeah, there's a line already.
I don't even have that skill.
It's like, I don't know how to do it now, but I'll learn to belly dance. I've got gumption.
There you go.
I'll be in the middle.
Good topic. Like the three of you, what would be your you come up on the compound where all the humans are bedded in. Like, what's your skill set that you would offer? What do you think your best zombie apocalypse skill set would be to offer to some enclave of people who had, taken over a prison or made a wall or something?
There's no way I would trust any group of people. I would want to be on my own. There's no way I would ever trust a group of people. They would rob me and rape me and eat me.
That is a big problem. Honestly, I feel like
Not in that order.
I could kill zombies well. And this is the strategy. I have a lot of motorcycle gear, and it is pretty much bite proof. You throw a helmet on and some Kevlar onesie, and how are they going to get through that? Even my gloves, you can't bite me on the fingers. It's all meant to be sliding across pavement for a quarter mile.
Mm-hmm.
So me and a pointy stick and a motorcycle outfit, I can clear that field for you.
But they might be like, that is a real nice outfit you got there. Take it off.
That onesie got a zipper in the back.
And there's me with my pointy stick. Like, I didn't account for this.
Hell, we got a fancy shitty boy. This fancy shitty armor. Yeah, I don't know what I would do. I'd be like, all right, guys, I'll do a, point me in a direction and I'll try. But fair warning, fellas, I am this pair of glasses breaking away from being an enormous liability. Did you see him? I got that zombie. He was coming right at me. It's like, oh, you got Ted. He was the only guy who knew how to cook even halfway decently. Everybody hates me.
Whoa, Taylor killed Chef Ted? What the fuck?
All right. So Kyle, you said you're going lone wolf. So like, what's your what do you think your best strength is out in the wilderness?
I know how to do stuff. I know how to do stuff. I know firearms and agriculture, and I feel like once you know that, you got everything kind of handled. I grew up on a farm with cows and chickens, and grew up hunting in the woods. And I know how to shoot, and I know a lot about guns, enough to like repair guns and make my own ammunition. And I know where all the guns are in Atlanta. I know where like AAC is. Like I know where stockpiles are.
What's AAC? Anti-aircraft critters.
It's a gun company.
Okay.
So I think I would lean that way. It depends what kind of apocalypse you got. The problem is the people. The problem's always the people. People are scarier than zombies. Aren't scary. Zombies are just worse people.
Depends on the movie.
Even the crazies from that Timothy Oliphant movie, or even the rage virus victims from 28 Days Later.
Right.
I'd rather fight them than people. People fucking wait till I go to take a shit and like pump poison into my house. People like block off all your exits and set your house on fire. People wait till you go to sleep. You know what I mean? Like zombies are animals.
A problem. And the rage virus, I watched 28 Days Later like a week ago, so I'm pretty current. And those things just spit towards your eyes, and now you're a rage virus victim, and it happens in like 10 seconds. It's a problem.
Taylor would be immune.
Actually, that's true.
All you need, man, I got goggles. I'll goggle up. But by the way, that's the only movie I've ever seen where the blood that comes off of the zombie when they're killed or damaged or whatever, spit, that it's actually can infect you and make you into a zombie. 28 Days Later is the only one. And that little caveat really does make them a problem.
Normally you need to die to become a zombie. That's the typical lore.
Sure. Or at least be bitten by one. They need to like bite you and sink their teeth into you.
Yeah.
And then, you catch the thing, and however that goes forward. Walking Dead had its own little twist on how that works exactly. But all that aside, like a speck of blood is going to get in your eye eventually, or in your mouth, or it's going to get on your clothes. And then that night you're going to touch your clothes and you're going to touch your mouth. You're going to brush your teeth. Like it would be a continuous like biohazard event. Like you would have to be always covered up like Z for Zachariah style in a bio suit when you did anything, going through decontamination.
Something procedures. All four of us have as I think a good potential benefit if we're trying to court this warlord is, and it wouldn't be an overt thing, but like if I were the warlord, I would want to surround myself with people who were like willing to swing things hard at zombies, and also not the fastest guys, like guys who, if shit goes down, I have I know I can get a comfortable lead. And so I feel like they would see me and I'd be like, I'll give me anything and I'll do my best. You just feed me at night. And then they'd also be in their head. They'd be like, if it gets real, this fat idiot, there's no chance he's like outrunning me. Exactly. And so this is just a little additional bit of insurance for my team. I can outrun
10% of the population.
Oh, I'd be my big flat feet slapping, panicking.
Yeah, exactly. You know, I don't got to outrun the zombies. I just got to outrun you.
Yeah,
but I think post-apocalyptic Taylor would be a much more svelte kind of guy. Like you'd be lean and mean.
That's true.
Built for speed.
Not a lot of barbecue in the post-apocalypse. You'd be eating squirrel legs.
It's solely barbecue in the post-apocalypse.
Yeah, but not smoked pork ribs. It ain't.
Yeah, not a lot of brisket. It'd be disgusting, lean. It'd just be rabbit over and over and over.
You die if you eat only rabbit.
That'd be good. You get rabbit.
Exactly, rabbit starvation.
There's no fat on it, but I think, dude. I bet
Wait, rabbit starvation exists. You can't sustain yourself on rabbit.
Yeah, there's no fat. It's too lean.
Yeah,
but I mean, it's not celery. Like you probably do get energy from it. No.
Over time, like you just couldn't, I guess, backfill the requisite fat. But this is also a situation where it's like you have nothing whatsoever but rabbit.
Yeah, you're like in the tundra in wintertime or something, and the polar bear will eat you, and you can't catch anything but rabbits. Yeah, it was kind of a danger with pilots and stuff. Your brain needs fats and things to function, and I guess that much protein, you eventually go into like kidney ketosis or something like that. I don't understand.
You're just not getting enough calories. You could eat many pounds of rabbit, according to Google AI, without receiving very much nutrition at all.
But like you run across like one 7-Eleven and loot the like cashew and peanut section, like you're gonna.
That's the reality of the post-apocalypse that like movies and TV shows conveniently ignore. That and the fact that gasoline goes bad after 6 months, 9 months.
Unless you're a pitiful addict and all the cashews at 7-Eleven last 2 nights.
That would be me. That's how I'd get in trouble. They'd be like, they said there was a huge cashew cache here at the 7-Eleven. I'd be like, you're wrong. That was a myth. There's nothing you can't prove. There's a bunch of those curled metal tins that are on the top that you have to peel off of surrounding.
Okay, cashew breath. There were none here. You're telling me.
They're in your teeth, man.
No, I just think that, like, especially in America, we have so much food. Just if you went into I bet if I go into everyone here's pantry, there's so much junk in there. There's so many old cans of like sirloin burger and fucking chicken noodle soup. And my pantry has has pounds and pounds of beans and rice and like enough food for a month or two, at least, probably 4 months at least. And like you go to the supermarket and it's like, where would all that food go? It's not going to disappear. Every house is going to be a cache of food, especially in Georgia. You go into any random house, you go out in the country of Georgia, it's full of fucking pickled tomatoes and ammunition. Like, I just don't think it'd be that hard.
Yeah. Yeah. The starvation wouldn't be the dangerous thing. It would be some guy trying to become a warlord. And so he shoots you in the head, trying to like
women
establish
would be such
his
a
territory.
If I found a woman, I would immediately like, nah, you can't come with us. You can't come with us.
Nah, it's post-apocalypse. We're all gay now.
You're all gay now. It's a very Spartan-esque like brotherhood of man. Brotherhood of man.
Man.
There's no pussy there. No, you couldn't, because the first thing would happen is you'd bump into two dudes and they'd be like, you got a woman? You're like, I mean, I don't know that she's mine, and they'd be gutting you. They'd be gutting you and raping her immediately. Like that's just how it goes. That's just how it goes.
Yeah, but yeah, actually, yeah, that's what would happen.
Yes. If me and you came upon Woody and he had a baddie with him, he's getting gutted.
And we're gonna eat him too.
What value could women provide?
We're gonna eat them both. You know what I mean?
Like if there's a zombie apocalypse, what are women helpful for?
Aside from reproduction, nothing at all.
Nothing at all.
Is it nothing?
It's nothing at all. Everything is life or death now. There can't be, when a woman is carrying a piece of furniture and at first she doesn't do it right, we died. We just died right there. When a woman gets behind the wheel of a car and she thinks she's in drive, but she's actually in reverse, and for a brief second she goes, oh, whoopsie daisy, that could have gotten weird. We're dead. We're dead.
It's already over.
I don't know. Maybe it's just 'cause I've been married 4 times, but I've had several women come real close to killing me.
That too.
I had a girl one time pointing a gun at me and then lifted it to correct my grammar and then pointed back at me again.
That's not who you want at your side in this apocalypse.
Oh, exactly. Yeah, exactly. She was she had developed a substance issue that I was trying to prevent her from indulging in, and she didn't like the sound of that. So yeah, she pulled a 357 and argument ensued, and she's like, "It's less drugs, not fewer drugs." And then yeah, I actually got out of that relationship pretty quickly. But,
you are correct.
Exactly.
I am sorry.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. See, I don't understand the women, man. They'll kill you.
I've ever heard.
Take as much meth as you please. Sorry for getting in your way.
What was the drug?
Yeah. I'm sorry.
Which drug did she want to take?
She was. It was like one of those, rich girl prescription things that kind of got out of hand. So then she started like reaching out to her friend group, and things kind of escalated from there. So yeah, it wasn't pretty. I extricated myself out of that relationship pretty quickly, but yeah, it wasn't pretty.
Yeah,
but
we're complete liability. If we're in like the road scenario, which is great. If you've never seen The Road, incredibly dark vision of the future.
Aragorn in it.
It's written by Conrad McCart. What's his name? He's the same guy that wrote Blood Meridian, and his shit is all
Cormac McCarthy.
Cormac McCarthy. Thanks. I had like pieces of it. Great author. Both of those are amazing books. I almost bought that for you the other day, Taylor. Blood Meridian, because I know you've never read it. It's fantastic. It is. They've been trying to make it into a movie for decades, but it's the subject matter is so awful and gruesome that I don't think they will be able to. But what I was going to say is, like, if we're just wandering around like from place to place trying to like find shelter, and every day is a fight in a survival scenario, there can be no women. There can be no women.
Yeah, they'd have to stay back at the compound.
There is no compound in the scenario. We're like nomads trying to like get out of Atlanta because it's so rough there or whatever.
Well, you need some women, because how are you going to restart people?
For some reason, a long down the road, the repopulation of Earth. It's what I'm talking about is like, if it's just surviving the day, like getting out of this town. If there are cannibal men who are hunting us, who want to enslave us, no women. You can't come with us.
I asked ChatGPT what value women would bring in a zombie apocalypse, and it mentioned reproduction, but we've already talked about that. The one thing it did come up with that I thought might be onto something: there are more women in the medical field. There's more nurses and doctors than there are boy ones. So if she had
now
medical
you're talking about a
stuff,
woman with some skills.
Yeah.
Right, now, if you got a trauma nurse, she can fucking ride. That's
right.
That's a different kind of.
She's
chick.
invited.
Yeah. Now we'll.
The second we find a boy who can do that, she's out.
She's out. Yeah. If we meet like an army lieutenant or an army private who's like, you guys, is that a trauma kit? Yep, I'm certified. Bang, we kill the lady. That quick, we're eating her ass. We're barbecuing her booty up. Like that's the only fat we're gonna find out here. We're eating her.
Well,
I just had.
But the thing you haven't considered though is that if there were no women, who would there be to point out when we're screwing up?
You also haven't thought about how
So
smelly
true.
the pussy's going to be in this post-apocalypse. I thought about this the other day about how, like, I'm not a fan of stinky pussy. I don't know about y'all, but it's absolutely just the worst smell in the world. And I had a girl one time had vaginosis. I couldn't tell her. I just broke up. I just slowly stopped having sex with her until she left me. It's a true story.
29 more times.
Yeah, So I noticed this problem, and so I handled it in the most masculine way I could.
I swear,
I neglected her until she left and wrote a corner.
I didn't want. Look, I don't know what the right answer to that scenario was, Taylor. But I didn't feel like it was going to be like, hey, your vagina smells so putrid. I don't want to fuck you anymore.
I don't know. I mean, that would have been a tough situation because the whole time you're like, I don't want to like give her some complex or something where she's fucked up the rest of her life feeling bad about her pussy. But also, like, this needs to be addressed the same way. Like, if every time, imagine if I had the most aggressive athlete's foot imaginable and I was walking around the apartment with this shit all over my feet. Like at some point, she'd have to be like, put some socks on.
And she couldn't smell it clearly because like as soon as we would start going at it, like we're like, just imagine missionary position. And like my head is above her head and I am getting hit with it. I'm being assaulted with stank. And I'm thinking like, it's more intense for her right now than it is for me. It has to be. Like when I would go to wash my dick off after, I'd be, oh, poor guy. I'm sorry I did that to you. Oh God, I'm sorry.
And then you're focusing on the smell more, and so like now you're fucking with like a 71% hard dick because you're kind of just wanting it to be over.
I take a lot of Cialis. It's
I forget that you're on PEDs.
Yeah, I'm on
penis enhancement drugs.
Penis enhancement drugs. But what I was going to say is like there's this letter from Napoleon to his mistress, wife, whatever, and I think he's like 3 or 4 days from being back to France. He's been at war, and he's like, "Coming home, baby. Don't wash. Be there in 3 days."
Oh,
he says, he literally says, like, "I'll be there in 3 days. Don't wash."
I mean, after you've been spending all day on like a battlefield with a bunch of gangrenous wounds and flesh and disgusting stuff, viscera everywhere, I bet a stinky pussy really pales in comparison to that wartime rot. No. But also, he was just a freak.
No, I grew up on a chicken farm. I'm telling you, ain't nothing worse than like we throw the dead chickens in what we call a chicken pit, and you can probably imagine how we got there. And they just rot in that hole in the ground, and it's got a concrete pad on top of it, and then there's a hole formed in the concrete that's the exact same size as a 5-gallon bucket. That's your lid. You put that in the hole. Now the stink can't escape the chicken pit. It's, for all intents and purposes, the whole farm won't be stunk up now. But when you go to like dump your dead chickens into that pit, you uncap that bitch, and the sunlight shines down into that maggoty evil down there, and it's a sea of maggots, Taylor. All the flesh has turned black and putrid and gelatinous. It's purple and bloated, and the maggots are audible. If you listen close, you can hear like a macaroni and cheese noise down below. Still, that pussy was worse.
That's you're right. Sorry, go ahead.
My first wife was an ER nurse and in Athens, Georgia, and there's a lot of chicken poultry stuff around there. And they had a lady come in one night. She didn't speak English, but they had a similar chicken pit at this chicken processing place, and she somehow fell in the pit and was there for like hours before somebody found her. And of course, they found her and got her out and like hauled her into the ER. And of course, as you can imagine, the smell was just overwhelming. But she had some sort of like psychological breakdown over that. Apparently, like it was like life changing to be stuck in the chicken pit with all that for so long. I can't imagine. She was in there for like hours, like went on a smoke break or something. I don't know how she fell in. Nobody could figure that out. But yeah, I went in the chicken pit, which is about the worst things I could think of. But speaking of Napoleon, traditionally in literature, whatever, there's this mystique that like French people are like the best lovers. Mm-hmm. And I've heard a theory that is because they don't bathe as often as a lot of other cultures do, and that they have more, pheromones and things like that, and that people have this olfactory connection to each other when they're having sex. So that little bit of BO and all that actually people respond to that on a chemical level, perceiving French people to be better in bed than they actually are. No idea if that is true, but as what I
not in the 21st century, I wouldn't imagine, but I could buy that maybe. I think everybody was always stinky, though, if I'm being honest. I think we used to stink real bad. It's just this last 100 years where we stopped stinking so bad. We got all those great deodorant was invented, indoor plumbing, the ability to wash, like air conditioning. Everybody, and then the clothing has changed too. You look at those Wild West photos, those what are they called? The chromatypes or whatever. What are those photos?
Daguerreotype.
Yeah, I knew you knew it. And those guys are like, they're dressed for like winter weather in the middle of South Texas. Everyone, and it's like wool.
Yeah.
Everybody must have stunk to high heaven. And again, like everybody. I'm so glad we live now. Like,
and in old times, you'll like read stuff like the Romans would rub cloves on their armpits to reduce the stink, and it's like, all right, I've in the 21st century tried all natural deodorants before, and it's a joke. It makes you smell like stinky potpourri. Like it doesn't hold back the storm. It just masks it in a way that almost makes it grosser. Because
my
it's
Old
really
Spice
not
doesn't have
much.
aluminum, but it has whatever the alternative to aluminum is, and it works. But it doesn't work. It quits after 24 hours. Like I noticed that. Like if I take a shower like early in the day and then I and then I come around to the next day and I don't shower until the evening, I'm like, I'm starting to smell a little. Like it gives up after 24 hours for sure.
24 hours is such a. I have a can of like spray deodorant that I bought recently, and then I used it once, and it like immediately like turned to like a weird paste in my underarm, and I'm like throwing this away, not using it. But it says 72 hours of scent prevention of fucking.
I got a story.
And it's like, fuck yourself. 0 shot. This I will dominate this challenge. Invite me to the fucking Old Spice HQ and put it to the test. Not a chance. 72 hours. Just a ridiculous lie.
So there was this guy that wanted to smell good. He was applying like can after can of deodorant, and instead of bathing, and it killed him.
Just bathe. It feels nice to bathe.
Teenager died from deodorant fumes because of his obsession with personal hygiene. 16 years old. He had 10 times the lethal dose of propane and butane in his blood. Oh, Jesus.
Wow.
Jonathan became obsessed with smelling fresh and would cover his entire body in deodorant at least twice a day. He died after suffering a heart attack. It's believed that the gases built up in his body over months, during which Jonathan repeatedly sprayed himself in the bathroom of his home. The coroner recorded a verdict of accidental death. His father says, when we told him he was using too much, he said he just wanted to smell good. He said that, Jesus. I wonder if something happened at school where they made fun of him for being stinky and he got like a complex and then poisoned himself.
Oh,
yeah, it's real. Or like you get used to the smell, and now it's like anything else. You get used to it, so you think you need more and more. And your friends are like, "Dude, we can't." Our eyes are watering, but to him, it seemed normal. But that's terrible,
right? Yeah, what terrible parents.
Way to go. Yeah, they should have stepped in before he died.
I mean, I'm sure they had no way of knowing he would end up dying. They just thought, man, that kid smells strong.
Yeah, but it says he's standing in his bathroom, and that was a UK website, and they got littler bathrooms over there. And so he's standing in there, door closed, a can and a half of that a day or whatever. And you know how long it takes to spray a whole can of that stuff? So you're standing in a fog for minutes.
Probably what he wanted.
Just big.
I bet he felt like I'm hotboxing deodorant.
Oh, it's billowing up now. Right. There we go.
Yeah. Like the parents could have been able to, they could have seen it coming out from, the crack at the bottom of the door.
What a dumb fucking way to die.
I'm still stuck on Napoleon writing his wife. Like, if he's 3 days out, when did the letter get there? Did the letter get there? Was it much faster than Napoleon?
I imagined he sent a rider. And I feel like Napoleon can handle that. For the emperor, they could probably
maybe
send a fast rider.
Yeah. Did they have pigeons back then that were carrying messages like in World War I?
I bet they
I don't know
did.
if Napoleon had a pigeon, but
you have one marathon runner who dies to put that message in her hands.
I used to manage a horse farm years ago, and one of the trainers there told me something about horses that, like, a fit human runner can outpace a horse over like 100 miles. Like a horse is faster for 20, it's going to smoke you, but the downtime the horse requires, people are eventually faster than pretty much any other animal over any animal.
We are the most effective and efficient long distance runners in the animal kingdom. It's an ongoing meme on Reddit where I'll see some wildebeest to be like, hairless humans tried to throw a rock at me. Ha ha! I ran from them. They followed. I ran again. They don't get tired. Oh no! In comparison with those, that's how early man hunted. It was exhaustion hunting in Africa. They would just chase an antelope, and they do it in teams. The tribesmen still do it to some extent. They'll run as a team, and you'll have guys coasting on each other, and you'll have one guy who's running ahead, and then he'll take a break and fall back, and someone else runs ahead, and you just keep exhausting whatever the animal is until it's collapsed and you can spear it to death.
I'm glad Kyle switched from we to they in his storytelling. When he was like, we can outrun any animal, we can outrun horses. I'm like, speak for yourself, bro.
We can, but we can't. All right, so if we had to run a marathon, our times would suck. They'd be embarrassing in the scale, but we could all run a marathon if we needed to. There'd be some walking. But if you made a horse run that marathon and try to keep pace with us, I don't know if he'd do great. Maybe certainly if we did one of those ultra marathons, if we did one of those 100-mile deals, every animal's going to die behind us.
A lot of lot of the Native American tribes, Cherokee in particular, had a technique because they had the Cherokee had sort of a mail system almost with runners and things like that. The Incans had something similar as well. That a technique they used, and I don't know if they fully understood the science of it, but like apparently in your strides, like imagine when you're running, imagine when your leg is like as far forward as it can be. They would relax it just for a second, almost like in like a free fall, like a zero gravity, just for a second before the return stroke. And in doing so, it allowed that little bit of lactic acid to disperse out of the muscles, and they could run a lot farther by doing that sort of slack leg technique. And I kind of practiced it a little bit back when I was a little fitter and used to try to hike. So like as you kind of get used to it, you don't think about it after a while, but you can go farther. Like each time when your leg reaches that full extension in the front, you just sort of let it go slack for just a split second, but just enough pace by pace, it adds up. And they apparently did that for, crafted that for centuries to the point their guys could I think the Cherokee had some people who could run like 100 miles in a day.
Yeah, they did. So I got this is an excerpt from a book called the Gospel of the Red Man. The most famous runner of ancient Greece was Phidippides, whose record run from Athens to Sparta was 140 miles in 36 hours. Wow. Among Native Americans, such a feat would have been considered very second rate. In 1882 at Fort Elise, a young Cree who on foot had just brought in dispatches from a different fort, which was 125 miles away, in 25 hours.
Wow.
It created almost no comment. I heard that and no one thought, he's saying that no one thought that was unusual. They're like, yeah, a pretty good run was how people, another one, 2 Indian runners, gives their names. They ran 62 and a half miles in 9 hours and 37 minutes. It's lots of these like going through it. This one mail carrier ran from Chihuahua to Badopolis, Mexico. It's 500 miles in a week.
How much food are they eating? Like they've got to be eating a crazy amount of food every time they stop just to fuel that.
God.
This one Hopi messenger was known to run 120 miles in 15 hours.
Man,
the Arizona Indians were known to run down deer by sheer endurance, and every student of the Southwestern history will remember that Coronado's mounted men were unable to overtake the natives when in the hill country.
Makes sense.
They were chasing Indians on horses and couldn't catch them in the hills.
And that's crazy. And that's also like, barefoot or with like moccasins at best. That's not with some like, Air Comanche Nikes or anything with all the pronation control and the spring and stuff. I mean, that's some like,
you got bugs biting you.
Man,
you know what their feet look
is
like though? Have you ever seen like a native's feet? It's I remember I was watching this guy. He was talking about living with Amazonian tribes people for months. And he's like, and after a while, your feet, he called it like elephant skin or something like that. Your feet just callous the fuck over, and they become like shoes. Like you become a hobbit if you don't wear shoes.
Wow. My feet are bad enough as it is. I'm a big old guy anyway, but I can never do that.
Do you wear big goofy shoes?
I do. Big old size 14s, man.
Woo!
Give me some church shoes though, and some wet grass. I can slide though.
Do they sell those at regular stores?
13, 14's about the limit. Anything bigger than that, yeah, you got to go somewhere special. I just barely made the cut.
Okay,
but I'm limited in my styles. So here's a funny thing. I was in the Galapagos Islands one time. I only brought one pair of shoes, and I step off the plane, and like by the time I get to like the boat off the little island that the airport's on, my shoes, I just walk out of my shoes. Like they just had disintegrated over the year I'd had them stored. So now I'm stuck basically with no shoes in the Galapagos. And, South American people are typically not big old American sized people. So finding a pair of size 13 or 14 shoes in the Galapagos was a chore. I literally tracked down the only 2 pairs, a big pair of work boots and this really dorky pair of Adidas. I'm not really like a tennis shoe guy, but I was so happy to find those Adidas. And to this day, they're the most comfortable shoes I've ever had. But I spent an entire day just going like, I can't remember what the translation was in their size, 47 or whatever. I'd walk in every shoe store and just be like, they'd look at me and I'd be like, whatever, 54. And they would just laugh. And I would go to the next one and they'd be like, I'm 54. And they're like, look at each other. They're like, 37. I'm like, no,
you should have looked for a cobbler.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, they weren't going for it.
They're trying to wrap you up in like banana leaves or something.
Yeah, exactly.
That'd be fun.
Exactly. But finally I found some and I was thankful. But yeah, I don't but yeah, the big that kind of running though just blows my mind, those kind of distances. I mean, that's like way more hardcore than cannonball. And speaking of running, like the Olympics. Like I watched them with a friend of mine over the last summer, and it's like every time you see like the 8 fastest runners in the world running like 1,000 meters, like they should have somebody like me out there, like 800 meters behind them, like holding my side out of breath, like something, because you really can't appreciate how fast these people are without somebody like me out there just completely out of shape.
I couldn't agree more. Like the like pros versus Joes formula would work so well for every Olympic event. It would work well for eating competitions where you could see like Joey Chestnut and Kobayashi, and then like some guy who's like, I'm fucking hungry. And then you see him peter out after like the 5th dog. And he's trying and failing to do the disgusting dip in the water. Weightlifting, like world's strongest man. Pick like the biggest guy in the crowd and be like, you get to participate too. And just so you could see, it's like, wow, that guy's like the biggest dude. Yeah, and one chick. Then they can all bully her and be like, haha, if we were a post-apocalyptic, I'd get rid of you.
Some of my favorite Reddit posts are girls who are finding out how strong boys are for the first time in their lives. Like the one girl is like, I've been training for 3 years for gymnastics. I bench press 2 days a week. I've been consistent. I'm on a training program. I eat this, that, and the other. Yesterday, I saw a boy who'd only been lifting for a week blow my personal record out of the water and start using it for reps. I'm so... She's like, what the fuck? And everybody's like, yeah, you didn't know?
Is this shocking to you? In all your training, you hadn't looked around the gym? You never just took a peek and be like, oh, these guys...
I don't think they know. Like I remember there were some strong girls in my weightlifting class in high school. There were 2 girls who played softball. One of them was a genuine genetic freak. Like she went on and played... collegiate softball. If she were a man, she'd have been a pro athlete of some kind, or at least she'd have taken a good shot at it. Like her dad's this giant 6'5" guy, like a huge man. His nickname was Goat. And he was just the biggest man I'd ever seen outside of like, I don't know, some sort of freak show or something. And she was built like him. She was 6 foot tall, probably 165, 175 pounds, and like not fat, just a big old ass and big titties. And we talked about earlier, like when you hit a ball, like when someone really hits a ball, you can hear it. She'd hit a softball and it'd go ping. You're like, fuck, what the? Like she was, and her boyfriend was this Weasley little dude. And I just always imagined her like riding him into eternity and him just being terrified underneath her. I always wanted to know what that sex life was like, because she had this little like beta man, and she was the most alpha woman I had ever seen. And still, like to this day, like I don't think I've ever just bumped into a woman that like big and athletic and ridiculously gifted.
I mean, maybe she was so used to being the one hitting dingers, lifting heavy weights in her real life, that she wanted him to be dominant.
I think
although even then, the way you make it sound doesn't seem like he could dominate this big bitch. No,
she was an athlete. She probably would have beaten up 15-year-old me. Like 15-year-old her would have given me a run for my money. I'd have had a hard time. It would have. It could have gone either way.
And that's not a fight you want to take with a girl where it goes either way.
Fuck no, it's not, dude. So one of my biggest like bullying scenarios in middle school that made me quit school and go to homeschooling was this enormous black chick. And I remember thinking, like, I can't hit her because she's a girl, and like 12-year-old me has, like middle school. It was like 6th grade, so I'm 12. So like 12-year-old me has these sensibilities that I'm not allowed to hit girls, and I don't even consider hitting her. But I'm like, I can't hit her. But I don't think it'd be a good idea if I could. like she is taller than me and wider than me and heavier than me in every way, and she's got the crowd with her. So like it's gonna go poorly.
You would have got it fucked up.
Big black women are scary. I watch a lot of those cop videos. That's the worst thing to deal with is a big angry black woman. They're hard to tussle with, and they spit
in cop videos.
Yeah, I'd rather deal with an angry white man than an angry giant black lady.
I feel like I'd rather deal with any kind of woman versus any kind of man for the most part. Like, because if the man decides to tee off, like it is a worse situation for you. Like he can do more damage.
If I bash the man with my nightstick, everybody's gonna say, "Well, he was coming right at you." If I bash Shaniqua with my nightstick, it's gonna be a bad look.
That's true. They're gonna have an unflattering photo of you on.
What am I gonna say? No, but you don't understand. She's one of the big ones. Like nobody wants to hear that in court.
Jimmy the Greek moment.
I thought she was a man. Yeah, and girls too. Like I grew up in a public school. It's pretty rough. And like, guy fights, there's always a lot of bowing up chests and posturing and trash talking. And girls would just come off the ropes throwing hands. Like there was no hesitation. It was just melee. Like they did not hesitate to get it on. And
a lot of scratching, hair pulling.
Yeah.
I don't think perhaps not as much honor as the boys when they're squaring up. The girls are yanking and pulling and scratching and biting. I don't think like two guys fighting. If you see someone bite, the guy that does the bite, the rest of forever, you're like, are you the guy that fucking bit Alan? That's fucking insane, dude. What were you thinking? Like no one would be down with that, even if you technically. And if someone bit me in a fight, I'd lose that fight because I'd start going. Whoa, whoa! I'd start spazzing. I don't want to get bit.
Look, I would not like to fight someone who bites. I wonder how effective it is. I really do. Like a big strong man biting you. Like Taylor biting you?
I bite your ass. They're gonna have to do that thing where they're sticking, like it's long after the fight's over and you're laying on the pavement and a cop is trying to put a bar in between my teeth.
Someone put their finger up your ass to make you release.
We keep hitting them in the head, but these things are unstoppable, man. They're just
once they lock down.
That felon fights video where the one guy was a biter. You've seen it too, Kyle?
Yeah,
it's wild. Like they interview him ahead of time and he's like, I'm crazy. Arr, arr, arr. And he starts doing that during the fight and he's biting him. And the guy's like, he's looking at the organizers of felon fights as if they're going to be like, you know what? We're not really fighting with honor. No, that's not what happened at all. He's like, help me, help. He's biting, help. And the felon fights people aren't doing anything to break it up. Biting, I guess, is fair in felon fights. And he has bite marks on his cheek from it.
Bad ones.
Yeah.
Brutal.
Oh, do you know how many antibiotics you need after a homeless guy bites you in a street fight?
All of them. I sent that's the link. That's an 8-minute video. And they had.
You found it that fast?
Oh, yeah. And so, like, the beginning of it, of course, like, he's sitting there. He's like, I'm a bad motherfucker. He's like hyping himself up. But then the fight starts, and that one guy's just a goddamn chimpanzee. He's just a wild man. I think this might be the one where they start with sticks at first.
It is.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, the beginning of the fight is armed combat. They each have a stick.
This is such an insane video, dude. White skinhead versus the Karate Kid. Who do you think wins?
Is this like a bum fights thing back in the day or something?
Mm-hmm. Or? But it's felon fights. These guys are all ex-cons. If you fast forward to 440, it's pretty great. The kid who thought he was tough, no. The other guy grabs his stick and starts beating him with his own stick while like pretty much having disarmed the other. And it's not going to get better. Oh my gosh.
I can tell from the tattoos this he's not pretending to be a Nazi.
You know what the best part of it is? You might be in a tussle. When I watch UFC or whatever, they're often very quiet, especially when we're on the ground. Nobody's like saying anything. The aggressor who's on top and is biting is growling. He's and like trying to find a new bite purchase. It's so scary.
It said 5 minutes where in the video Kyle link, he found it. This is it.
Oh my goodness. This is so scary.
It's just 5:24. Oh my God.
And you can see him. You're exactly right. You could see him for like the 30-second lead up to it, like grasping with his teeth, trying to get a purchase.
He's got him in like half of an arm and like neck choke, but he's also just grabbing his trachea and like going for face bites. It's so scary. The fight's been over. I don't know why it's continuing after 5 minutes.
Oh, you could see his face afterward. There's like a flesh peel.
Yeah,
dude.
That's horrible. Now you got to go to now you don't get the 30-pack of Natty Light and you have to go to the hospital.
58, Taylor. You need to see the victor's glory, his joy, the look on his face.
All right, Zach, go to 5 minutes and 57 or 58 seconds and screen and show us just a still image of the victor's face. Because not only do you get to see his insane look on his face, but you get to see his chompers. And let me tell you, you do not want those things breaking your skin. I see a lot of brown and a lot of yellow. There's that one big one in the front. Oh no.
Yeah. Oh, this guy's like if like a biologist was looking at this guy, he'd be like, these homeless teeth are made for shearing. Like,
makes Mike Tyson and Evander Holyfield look tame.
Oh, incredibly tame.
Holyfield, right? He bit Holyfield's ear.
Yeah.
He took a chunk, though, to be fair. He did take a chunk.
Oh.
I bet Mike bites hard. I bet he does everything hard.
Yeah.
Did he have his mouth guard in?
That's a good question.
Did he do that damage with the mouth guard in? I don't know.
No, there's
I
no
wouldn't
way.
think so.
No,
It's
you
he really kind of took the ear off cleanly. And he bit him twice. People always say, yeah, he bit his ear. He did it twice. He did it once and they gave him like a warning and like, hey, don't bite Evander anymore, sir. And then he was like, I'm going to bite him again. And he did. He just bit him. He bit him again. And he took more the second time.
You try and stop me, I'm going to bite you too. That was a little more Michael Jackson.
There was a TV commercial in the last year or so, maybe 2 years, with the two of them in it. And I can't remember what the commercial was about, but like literally in the commercial, they're arguing about what Evander's ear tastes like. Like, I don't know how they got them to bury the hatchet or whatever, but it was hysterical. But I can't remember what it was now, but it was just something with like they were promoting something. And it was the two of them like sitting around the fire, like smoking pipes, kind of that sort of vibe. And it just turned into this like, gentleman's debate about the taste of an ear. And it was just so funny that they got him to go there. But
man, how could you have a debate with him about the taste of an ear? Like, you just have to defer. Like, you're right, Mike. I've never tasted one. Certainly never a professional athlete ear.
Is Zach not going to get the video? Maybe he's not watching.
Yeah, we wanted to see the picture of the man just so pleased with himself after having it. And I think
557,
556
timestamp.
556 is where I saw him there with his hands on his head, smiling at the camera.
Yep.
Yeah. I didn't have the volume on for it because we're doing this, but I think they were fighting for a case of beer. I said a 30 rack of beer, but it may have not even been that many beers. It was like,
it was beer.
Weren't they fighting for beer, or is that a different homeless battle video I saw?
Well,
yeah, there
I
he
told
is.
you my ex-con step uncle, like they used to bare knuckle box for cases of beer in the. That's a scary man.
Scary.
That guy is scary. I wouldn't, dude. You could tell by the casting who was going to win this fight.
Oh my God.
But that guy had some teeth though that were just meant. I mean, that dude could eat corn on the cob through a picket fence with those.
He could. Yeah, that dude. What's the under on him still being alive?
That guy's dead. This looks like a digicam. This is an old video.
16 uploaded 16 years ago, and it wasn't new when it was uploaded, I'm sure. It's probably a bit old.
No. I watched bum fights back in the day. I actually liked that. I thought that was cool. Of course, I was a nasty 16 or 17-year-old. Now I guess it's pretty sad. But I always talk about the bum hunter, the one guy who would dress up as the crocodile hunter and just pounce on homeless people while they slept in their encampments, tie them up like they were crocodiles with duct tape, and start taking measurements while his assistants dictated. Using an Australian accent, dressed like Steve Irwin. And he looked just enough like Steve that you could buy it.
I mean, compared to what we just watched, that's good-natured fun.
It's fair. It's true.
That's terrible, though.
That is horrible to do that to a human being, to tackle someone.
I mean, just the thumbnail of this video is him sneaking up on an unsuspecting homeless man with outstretched duct tape. It's ghoulish.
I mean, that's horrible, and that's also a good way to get a rusty screwdriver stabbed into your rib cage. You hop on some dude, and he just comes up, because a lot of those guys, they sleep armed.
Yeah,
they should.
The first guy he bothers, Kyle. You could see the homeless guy come out of his makeshift sleeping bag, he's scared to death because now there's someone with a very bright light shining in his face and saying just nonsense. Crikey, look at the size of this one. How long you reckon he's? Well, that's the thing with them is they grow to the size of their habitat.
Island gigantism.
Yeah,
and that's just
that old.
That's just horrible. I mean, you take somebody that's already having a rough go at life, and then you jump on to that to them. That's low down.
I agree. Pretty.
But when I was 16, I was like, dude, you got to see what I got from Video Warehouse. Not gonna
Video Warehouse? You got that? You rented that?
Yeah, I rented it. Where else would you get it? You got it. This is free internet. Well, not pre me having internet that did anything like show bum fight videos.
I would have guessed like
2002,
old E-Bombs World would have had that or something.
2002, 2003, something like that. Yeah, you could rent that. Faces of Death, all sorts of stuff. We had this. I remember when I worked at the movie store, there was like we didn't have porno, but we did have some like. There was like this one. It was kind of like a Girls Gone Wild, but it was like a ghetto low rent Girls Gone Wild, and it was like black girls stripping and just handy cam footage of that. And I remember like, let's see what this is about. I took that home with me one night, and this like bananas and pussies and like lighter fluid on asses and like just it was like bootleg as hell. And we had it right there next to fucking Magnolia.
When I was growing up in very, very rural Georgia back in the 70s and 80s.
What part, by the way? I'm here too.
Kind of near Rome, up that corner of the state, Rome, Somerville, that kind of corner.
Okay.
And there was a place near us. The only place you could get video rentals around there. Cable was illegal in my town because of MTV. You know, Prince or Madonna or somebody might come on. So the city made it impossible for cable to come into the town. But we had around the outskirts, we had Junior's, Live Bait, video rentals, and handguns, which was right next door to the salvage grocery store where you get all the like dented cans and stuff like that. So my parents had a friend that had a VCR, and when they would go out of town, they would loan us the VCR, and we would go up there to rent something. And same deal, you know, he's only got about 100 tapes in there. It's Rambo or Predator or something like that. You know, we wanted to watch.
Good selection.
There was an adult section that was just one of the shelves. They're all made out of like wood with the videos leaning out, and it just had like a sheet hanging over it, and you had to like lift up the sheet to see, you know, whatever the R-rated or naked videos that were back there. And of course, you know, if your mom caught you lifting the sheet up when you were like 9, you got in trouble. But Junior's, Live Bait, video rentals, and handguns. It was an institution back then. But yeah,
they were like, "What do we do for our business plan? A little of everything."
Exactly. What do these people need? They need guns, videos, and some Live Bait, and it worked. It was like the crickets and the worms and like a couple of cases of like big 44 magnums with scopes on them, and then just walls of rando videos with that one little naked section with the sheet in front of it.
And, it does seem like it has everything you need.
That was it, man. We were big time in it back then.
Yeah.
As much as I love the convenience of, you know, everything being digital and on all the streaming services, and even like Woody mentioned a movie before we started, I think, and I just like typed it in, put it on requested it for a Plex, and like it'll be there in a little while.
Mm-hmm.
I kind of miss the ritual of being like, hey, you want to look at a movie?
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah, let's go to the movie store. They're buy one get one after 7. Oh, let's go. And like just the smell of that place and perusing the aisles and looking at your old favorites. So you've seen this one? Yeah, I've seen that one. And you like sharing those moments with each other and just walking around in there. The candy that you hoped your mom would buy you, even though she already bought all the movies. And you're like, oh, but mom, if you buy 3, you get 1 for free. So we just need 2 more than you were originally going to buy, and you technically get.
Yeah.
I would always be begging to rent a video
why did I
game.
get snow caps again? These suck.
Yeah, exactly. But no, you're absolutely right. And there was aside from the nostalgia of that, it was kind of like back when music was on CDs and cassettes. Like it was special. Like when you got that one movie, you know, Wrath of Khan or whatever it is you're going to watch, like you rented it. Like that was your one movie, maybe for the month, and it really meant something.
Mm-hmm.
And you got there, you were excited to watch it. Now you can just stream it. You just pause it, go back to it, watch it again. Like doesn't mean as much. Same deal with like streaming music. It's you know, when you used to have to really take care of that NWA CD or that, you know, 1984 Van Halen on cassette. Like you loaned it to your buddy. You were happy to get it back. Like you made sure it didn't get dusty. Like we really treasured our music and movies. And I think people take them for granted a lot more now.
It's all ethereal now. It's in the vapors. When back then it was this hard piece of plastic that like if I lose it, I lose it.
Yeah, there were stakes. You could get in trouble by the video store guy. They could scold you. They could scold you. They could say
they'll do it too.
They'll do it. You can get blackballed from a Hollywood video. Ask me how I know.
I know how you know. Your mom didn't pay those late fees.
Here.
That's true.
Right.
She didn't.
Please rewind.
She kept
Rewind,
every
rewind. There are places where video rentals still exist, though. When we drive up to Alaska every year to yeet the cars off a cliff, which actually we're leaving Tuesday to go do that.
Nice.
When you get like way out in those rural areas where there is no cell signal, no broadband, no cable, like you are like a wood-fired heater and a generator. And there are still, like you go into the gas stations, there'll just be a little section and it's just only got maybe 10, 15 DVDs, but people still rent them because that's your only way to get any kind of entertainment out there. And it's kind of cool to see.
Yeah, there's a Hollywood Video, because that was the closest video store to my grandparents' house, and they're in very rural southern Missouri. And so that itself was a 45, 50-minute drive when we were kids. So it was a ordeal to go get it. And I saw it a couple of years ago. It was no longer Hollywood Video branded, but it was like video rental and dispensary. And so they kind of branched out. And so, no, it wasn't even a full-on dispensary. It was just CBD, which is like weed's legal in Missouri. So like, what the fuck are you doing? Like, who's going to a CBD store at this point to rent Predator? Nobody. So I don't think they're still in business. But I do miss the ritual part of it. It was fun. It turned it into an activity. And I always, when I was like very little, would eagerly await when we left the video store, because my mom never wanted to buy us candy at the video store because she'd always be like, it's a ripoff here. It's a huge ripoff. And so there's always a fucking Walgreens or CVS near everything in this whole country. So then you pop by fucking Walgreens, and the candy at Walgreens compared to the candy at Blockbuster is like half price. And my mom's already had like the cost shock of Blockbuster candy. And so now
$8 for Whoppers?
Exactly. Now she's letting me and my brother and like a friend or two, if they're there, like all of us are getting to pick out multiple candies. Maybe you get some Jiffy Pop. They'd have those hanging, and you could get that Jiffy Pop, which wasn't the best popcorn, but it was kind of its own experience. That was fun. You got to stand by did you guys ever do that? You stand by the stove and you just move it back and forth, and it pops in that big tin foil thing.
Last time I watched Scream, we did that, because you may remember one of those is a central sort of plot point in the beginning of the movie Scream, when Drew Barrymore is getting prank phone called. She's making it, and she, like, because she's being harassed and attacked, she leaves it on the stove, so it's burning and the like, alarms going off and there's smoke. This whole thing. I think that's Drew Barrymore. Yeah, they stab her to death right there at the beginning. That's shocking.
Real bait and switch with Drew Barrymore in that movie.
Yeah,
it made you think she was going to be a big part of it.
Wasn't. Yeah, they kill her off at the beginning. She was the biggest star in the cast, and they kill her off in the first 10 minutes. Yeah, it's kind of like that's what Psycho was too, with Jamie Lee Curtis's mom. What's her mom? Janet Leigh. She's in Psycho, and they kill her 30 minutes into a 2-hour movie. She gets stabbed to death. I watched a movie last night about it's Anthony Hopkins as Hitchcock, and it's about the making of Psycho. That was pretty good.
I read an interview with Hitchcock's daughter one time, and the interviewer asked her what her dad's guilty pleasure movie was, and she said it was Smokey and the Bandit, which is hilarious. Just imagine him sitting around watching Smokey and the Bandit. But
I like his movies, I guess, but he's like a product of his times. The censor board was so over the top then that he couldn't really make the movies he wanted to make. And clearly he was a great filmmaker, but the subject matter, he couldn't go as adult as he needed to go in that decade.
And is it correct that like the blood in the Psycho shower scene was like chocolate syrup or something, because they wouldn't let him use fake blood, or he had to shoot it in black and white so it didn't freak out the censors or something? Is that?
I mean, the movie's in black and white. I don't even remember if there is blood in the shower scene. I don't remember exactly. I haven't seen Psycho in a long, long time. I've only seen it 2 or 3 times. But I know that the camera angles were really interesting, the way he sort of implies nudity and implies violence, but never shows it. And again, that was just that shitty ratings board not letting him do anything. It was the first time, I think, in American history that a toilet was shown on screen. Definitely the first time a toilet had ever been shown flushing. The idea was repugnant. They were like, never, and in the history of American cinema, has a filmmaker deemed it necessary to show a toilet flushing. And he's like, well, see, it's kind of a central plot piece, because she tries to flush the evidence. Like, that was the first time that ever happened. So like you can imagine what they thought about the incest, necrophilia, psychopathy, voyeurism, and homosexuality that was also explored in the movie.
Yeah, necrophilia is like 1,000 cases past toilet flushing.
Wouldn't get caught dead with a necrophiliac.
Man, what a gross thing to be into.
Those poor people. Like you've got to pity that person. Like the person who's like the thing that really gets them going is a dead cold body.
But they're probably also murderers.
Not always. I don't think they always are. I always like the sort of like when you break down like that mental illness, whatever's causing that, it seems like it's triggered by these abandonment issues that they had early on as a child, and the idea of having that body be dead. It can't leave them now. Like, this can't leave me. Now this can't ever leave me. You see that a lot with like Bundy and some of the others with the way they kept body parts and the things they did preserving parts. It was this idea of like, now you can't leave. Now you're this is a person I this person won't hurt me. You know, this person can't leave me.
That's the worst possible. Like, if I were their caregiver, I'd be like, I understand you got a lot of problems, but have you considered like drugs, like the hardest drugs you can think of, like as much as you please, as much as you please.
Nothing but cold pussy for me. No, sir.
Nothing but cold.
I'm over here
pussy.
Fucking a ham sandwich late at night when you're not looking.
See, when the lips turn blue, you know it's cold as the Rockies.
Ooh,
I wonder if they're not into old people,
that scene in Clerks, like where the guy's dead in the bathroom and she thinks it's Dante in the dark, and that was always really gross.
Yeah. Oh, this guy sucks. I hate that. Why do we hang out with this guy? Yeah, that'd be the kind of thing.
But in the post-apocalypse, you wouldn't mind having a necrophiliac in the group. He's not going to compete with you for the live pussy, and
also maybe a scare factor. Like maybe you like come up against a rival gang, and you're like, you think you guys are tough? Watch this for the next half hour. It's going to take half an hour. This guy takes fucking forever just to get hard. We don't even think he likes it. We think it's more of a sinister thing.
But even more sinister though, like if you take all the women away, what if he develops a crush on you, but he only wants you if you're dead?
Oh no. Well, we're going to smoke him right away. We're just like the first night, me and Taylor beat him to death in his sleep.
Yeah,
like that's what happens. Like you start weirding us out at the campfire, we're gonna get rid of you. I'm telling you, the post.
I'm with you, Kyle. I'm with you. And then, like, as a final payback, you bang him, right?
Give it to him.
Gonna do.
Give it to him. Yeah.
Cosmic justice.
I'll watch you. Y'all. I want y'all. You know.
I wouldn't want to do that. And you probably.
Yeah, I get it. You need to learn a thing or two.
You couldn't even eat that guy. You couldn't eat him because he's got a bunch of he's rife with diseases. You'll get like prions.
Oh, wait a minute.
Woody, why are you doing that to his butt? Like, he can't enjoy it.
But in a zombie apocalypse, it's heaven for him. The undead women are everywhere, walking around.
They come
he wouldn't like that based on your own theory.
No, now he's our berserker. We send corpse fucking Carl out first thing, and he just slices and dices and takes his pleasures. I think a necrophiliac might be like a gold star player on your zombie team. Yeah, ace in the hole.
Yeah, that's a good.
He's got a taste for it.
I don't like that.
Or like, would your star player get like special privileges? Then you have somebody like pretending to be a necrophiliac, but actually isn't, but just trying to plow through it because they want the extra food ration or whatever.
Eric, you gotta want it. Eric, do you want to be part of our gang or not? And we're all dressed like we're all like
pushing rope.
All the like Dick's Sporting Goods and Cabela's were already rated, and so we're wearing like Daddy Dom BDSM straps because we think that's the coolest remaining stuff.
Those are the only leathers left.
The only leathers.
It's a gimp suit. That would actually be funny in a movie if everybody had, all right, split up. Make sure you get some leathers. All right. They can't bite through that. And everybody goes to the motorcycle shop except for the one guy, and he's got the BDSM gear on, got the zipper mask.
I like your idea, but ideally we'd put the gag in their mouths. Right? He's like, well, you know, I'll figure it out over time. Yeah. I wouldn't want to hang out with any of these these no good nicks.
Let's do a little wager here. I feel like we're on the precipice of a little bit of history. Trump says that he's going to, over the next 2 weeks, he'll decide. 2 weeks.
That's not a verbal tick weird thing.
Yeah, and over the next 2 weeks, he'll decide whether or not he's going to bomb Iran. And then like when he had a flag planting ceremony the other day. Did you see this, Woody?
I know of it. I didn't see video.
So he's been putting in some flags at the White House. Some big boys. They're like 100 feet tall. They're enormous and very gaudy. And he's like, the rope's on the inside. These are the best flags. They're the biggest, the tallest. I think he paid for them out of his own pocket, and he's like touting that. And he's got all these workers behind him, and the press corps wants to talk about Iran, obviously. And he's like, who are you with? CNN? Nobody watches you anyway. And then he just turns his head away from her and starts shooting the shit with the Fox News guy. Nobody watches them because they're all corrupt. They're all fake. And she's like, but really, sir, blah, 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 blah. Yeah, they're all corrupt. Nobody watches. No one cares. And the Fox News goes, I think perhaps, sir, what she's trying to say. And he's like, yes, a man speaking. What's that? And he like takes the question. He's like, yeah, I'm not going to answer your question either. These are the biggest flags, the best flags. And they're like, are you going to strike? We've heard someone say this and that. And he's like, you don't know what I'm going to do. I'm not going to tell you what I'm going to do. No one knows what I'm going to do. He said that. It was like, I kind of like this. He's winning me back over with his.
Really? With the madman theory of unpredictability?
Hey, I'll see what CNN article, like on the front page of CNN, I looked when we started, and it was something like Trump's rhetoric, 2-week deadline drives negotiators to rush back to tables. And it's like, I bet it does. He's put a ticking time clock on when he drops the 30,000-pound bomb. I hope we don't get involved, but what is your bet? Do you think we don't need to do the 2-week thing? Do you think Trump orders American pilots to drop American bombs on Iran?
I say no.
Yeah, he's generally been, I mean, first term, I mean, he was generally pretty non-confrontational when it came to, military stuff around the world. I mean, I don't know.
Killed that Iranian general with the samurai missile. They hated that.
Yeah, true.
Piss him off. Yeah, hopefully he doesn't, but
he's
got a lot of very, very powerful.
Wait a minute. Do you want Iran to have a nuclear weapon?
He ramped up Afghanistan too. I think people forget that.
Not only did he bomb the Iranian guy,
but he put more troops in Afghanistan.
What I need to hear from to gauge the danger is that like troop of dorks who will be like, it's only 5 seconds to midnight on this clock that we make up. Fucking losers. They should be bullied out of whatever institution they do with their
apocalypse clock scientists out of this.
Get out of here. They blew their wad so early. Some guy in like the 80s ruined it for him where he's like, it's 4 minutes to midnight. And now everyone's like, fuck, there's not a lot of time left for us to do this. Couldn't he have said it was 7? It was 7:15 and a little balmy.
He was accurate. Nice. There's 2 or 3 incidents where nuclear almost began. There was one where they misread the radar and they ordered the strike, but they literally ordered. They said start the war, and the guy was like, "Wait a minute, let me just double check this again." It didn't. There was a nuclear submarine where like a Russian had to go into the missile bay, and I think he died doing it, defusing the bomb so it wouldn't go off. We've been very close to a World War III scenario many times with the Soviet Union, just because of the mutually assured destruction like parameters that everyone had established, where there were guns pointing from both sides at the other constantly with hair triggers, basically. And you had to be quick back then because there wasn't a nuclear triad. You had to get the bombers on the way. It was going to be some Dr. Strangelove apocalypse shit. And they came close multiple times.
Yeah, there was a Russian cat. I think it was during the Cuban Missile Crisis, possibly, but same deal. Like somehow communications got scrambled, and he got the launch code and was like not going to do it. They were supposed to stay at depth, but he popped Periscope or something and realized it was not going down. But yeah, it was like this one.
I think it was a nuclear torpedo. I think it was a nuclear torpedo to be fired at the American embargo fleet. It would have destroyed the entire American embargo fleet, and that would have began World War III. That would have been it. If they nuke right off the 90, if they send a nuke 90 miles off the coast of Florida, blow up our fleet, and then put their ICBMs on Cuba, the bombers would have been in the air.
What was your take, Kyle? You think Trump is going to?
Yeah, I think he's going to do it. I think he's going to do it.
Do you?
Yeah, because I don't think the Iranians won't back down. They can't back down. The situation that I understand it as is that they have a mountain fortress where they enrich uranium, or they have something that we don't like in there. Who knows what's true, because they've been lying about what Iran has and wants to have for my entire life. Jon Stewart had a great montage of Netanyahu saying that they are 5 months away. He's like, that was 1996. And then he shows another clip. They're 2 months away. That's 98. And he like goes through the decades of the bullshit. So look, maybe, and I bet the Israelis and perhaps the American intelligence community would argue this, the reason that they didn't meet those 2 month, 4 month, 6 month, 2 year projections was because of our actions, the Israeli actions with Mossad, maybe that worm thing they sent in that fucked up the centrifuges.
Could have been bullshit from the get-go.
Could have been bullshit from the get-go. I'm open to that. George Bush lied to us and killed 1 million people and spent $1 trillion in the Middle East. I watched that happen. So it all could be bullshit. But I don't think Iran can back down. I don't think that the Israelis are going to stop their bombing campaign, and they're not going to be satisfied until that mountain fortress of nuclear material, whatever the fuck it is destroyed. And the only way to do that is with a bunker busting bomb dropped by a B-2 stealth bomber. That's the only way that happens.
If Trump bombs Iran, I think it wrecks the Republican Party for a decade. And I say that because Iraq did, right? When they lied us into Iraq, and then it became very clear it was all a bunch of horse shit, that defined the Republican Party as lying hawks for a long time. And then Trump came along and he called out the other Republicans for being liars. He called out Jeb Bush, who was going back and forth on whether or not he was pro-Iraq or anti-Iraq. And Trump is like calling him on all his flip-flops.
You lied to us.
Bullshit. Yeah. And Trump was the guy who said Iraq was a $1 trillion mistake that we should have never done. And now the question is, will Trump make the same mistake? I think no. We'll see.
Yeah,
Plus,
I hope not, but I think
it has legs. The Trump always chicken out. Like, Trump always chickens out, so I bet he does again.
I mean, hopefully I wouldn't see him not bombing Iran.
He's killed a lot of people.
I would see it as like good. Like no one, like the only people who are really stoked on a war with Iran are powerful politicians, lobbyist groups, like foreign nations.
Graham.
Like they're the people who are stuck. Lindsey Graham, scumbags like that. Like, no, I haven't talked to one like normal person who's like, yeah, I'm really stoked on it. It's going to be great. It's like, no, everyone's like, what? Again? Another one of these countries that has nothing to do with us? What the fuck?
One of my favorite things is like liberal women on Twitter call Lindsey Graham a faggot. like to his face. They're like, you faggoty little like debutante bitch. You couldn't fight your way out of a paper bag if there was a cock on the other side. What are you thinking?
In that case, I probably could.
Piece of shit. Go do something about your ladybugs. And like a paragraph of mean shit. Like I don't. They're like liberal like musicians and stuff. It's like, I don't know, lesbian fucking punk fans and shit. Just ripping him with the meanest homophobic shit you can imagine.
Dude, he deserves it. He's a war hawk scumbag.
I didn't realize he was in the Air Force.
He's talking about, he's like, we need land grab troops. We need to invade Iran proper. We need regime change. And it's like, someone needs to do something about you. They need to vote you out of office, dude. Who are you representing that wants to put boots on the ground in Iran? I've never met an Iranian I didn't like because I've never met one.
Ted Cruz, same thing, right? Ted Cruz acting like, he's here. Blessed are those who protect Israel or something like that. Ted Cruz acts like he's on a mission from God to protect Israel.
He is. He believes he is. Tucker Carlson made him say those words. And look.
I'm glad he forced him to.
He said, "Do you believe that the Israel of the Bible is Netanyahu's Israel that we're talking about today?" Oh, absolutely. Yeah. We're commanded.
It was a government formed in 1948. And it's like, okay, sure. Yeah, that's what it's referencing.
Yeah. Matthew, Albert Einstein, the president.
You're in the Bible.
He turned it down.
I am, yes.
Matthew, you're the first of the Gospels. That's incredible. I can't believe this has never come up. Surely things don't like change and like meanings adapt over millennia. No, it's definitely you. It's so retarded.
Yeah, so I think he'll do it. I think he's going to get backed into a corner, and he's immediately he sort of pushed Tulsi Gabbard to the side. He said, I don't care what she said. I heard she wasn't invited to Camp David for the meetings. I see the Domino's service around the Pentagon is blowing up. For those who don't know, that's a real bellwether for military action. when you see that the pizza joints around the Pentagon are in like an overload mode, it means that all hands are on deck. What's that?
Did you hear the lobster and steak thing?
No.
So apparently it's tradition to serve the members of the military lobster and steak right before you ship them overseas, and that has happened. According to Reddit, that's my source. You can ignore it if you want. I don't trust it.
Well, we are reinforcing bases all over the Mid East with manpower and material. So they're flying planes. They're flying lots of refuelers and people are being sent over there. Hopefully, that is just being prepared for an Iranian attack on our bases, which is their mode of operation in the past would be to bomb our bases somehow.
I Googled it. I just want to say they did get lobster and steak, but they're saying it's because of the 250th anniversary. What the truth is, I don't know.
Did you see that?
Go ahead, Chris.
No. You. I'm going to the Dodgers. You continue your thought, please.
Well, we have an app that we use when we're cannonballing that lets us track any air flights above us, police aircraft tracking, speed
amazing
aircraft, that kind of stuff. And one of our guys is just like really into that. And he posted something the other day. It was like a shit ton of like KC-135 tankers all flying like northeast over the top towards Europe, like dozens and dozens of them. It may have been some training exercise, but yeah, it could have been staged up. And it'll point out if it's military, civilian, police, or, private, whatever. But yeah, he posted a screenshot and it was just like dozens of them from all over the lower 48 heading over.
There might be gifts to Israel.
Could be.
The bombers have been in position for over a month now. Remember, we talked about them putting the bombers, the B-2 bombers, on that base in the North Indian Ocean, within striking range of Iran, definitely with refueling. Although the B-2 bomber has insane range, it also has incredible abilities. That bomb is 30,000 pounds. It carries two. By the way, not on the bottom, bolted on like anybody else on the planet who's a human would do. No, it's in a stealth bomb bay that opens up like some shit out of Star Trek.
Pretty slick.
I love
cool. And
Kyle's hobby of learning about weapon systems. I feel like it enhances the show and it's interesting.
I hope so. I just love those weapons of death and destruction. I wish we had a worthy enemy for them and not some people.
No, you don't.
No. Deserving enemy. I wish there was some fucking aliens. Dude, the day the aliens come is the day we stop worrying about Iran and Israel and fucking Ukraine and Russia, and everybody goes, wait, there's green cocksuckers wanting to come down here and raise a ruckus? We'll worry about this Christianity, Judaism thing later. Islam, you're with us too. Come on, everybody. The Buddhists, they're chipping in. Everybody's coming, and it's going to be solidified. It'll be a fucking one. That's how you get world peace. Is a common enemy. That's what we need.
That's how we get those Sentinelese guys to fucking contribute.
This is the plot.
They jumped in too. We need inept alien invaders. They've been flying here on a generational ship for 3,000 years, and it's going bad. They didn't bring enough food or whatever. and when they show up, they're all fucking low proteined. They're all weak, and we fuck them up. That's what we need.
Hear me out. They're very sensitive to water.
They hate it. It burns them like acid.
It burns them like acid, and we have a failed baseball player on our side.
Yeah, that'd be so fun.
Classes.
All that was caused by...
We're thrown out with super soakers. Just
Darlak, you did the atmospheric check, correct? Yes.
All right, we're good to go, everybody.
You asked me to, didn't you? Certainly did.
Yeah, that ocean,
5,000 year trip.
That's liquid methane oceans, right? Yeah.
Exactly.
I don't know, probably.
But as far as from a technological standpoint, I don't know. Stephen Hawking, a couple other people are always very leery about the SETI projects, things like that, because the vast distances that exist, like any spacefaring civilization that could reach here would presumably have worked out, wormholes or some other dimensional travel. Like, it's not a question of just firing up the spaceship and hauling ass. And like that, we would be like bacteria to them. Like, they would be so advanced. Like, the idea that they always, they're here for our water, they're here for some mineral. Like, they would have worked out, matter on a level that they could just synthesize any molecule that they needed, make more water, make more gold, whatever it is.
Yeah, they won't need material. They would either want our planet that would suit their needs, because even with the James Webb, we haven't found anything that's quite like us, like a rocky planet within the habitable zone that's the right size with a magnetic field, with the right atmosphere, with the right ingredients, that's not some hellscape. We haven't found one, and all they do is look. So maybe they want that, or maybe they want us. Maybe they want us for some reason, because we are stardust turned into consciousness.
Exactly. Maybe they just want it as like pets. Like we'd all just be like hamsters.
Oh, we'd be the best pets. Please get a nice submissive Korean boy. That's a good pet right there.
I was thinking more like an ant farm, right? You just put us there, then before long, log cabins pop up, and then we make some cities.
They'd probably make us fight.
Yeah,
make us maybe
they'd make us all do war, because to them that would just be like a fun, silly little battle.
Yeah, but even if we're ants to them, I think we'll be interesting ants. We have entire teams of scientists in areas of field of study, or fields of study, where people look at ants. You know what I mean? They're blown away by ants. I don't like when I hear astrophysicists or futurists or whatever say that. They're like, oh, they wouldn't care about us. Really? How do you know? How do you know it's not just us and them in the entire universe that are conscious, smart people? They would be incredibly interested in us, even if we're retarded to them. If we went spacefaring and we found a planet full of ants, it would be amazing to us. We'd be, oh my God, space ants! I want some.
It would be the new pet for the holidays for sure. But yeah, I mean that the whole Fermi paradox of why haven't we heard anything? Why haven't we seen anything? Could be that we're not interested enough, but also. I read something once that the gravitational levels that hold Earth in a sustainable orbit for carbon-based life forms, whatever, the variance goes down to the fourth power of if it was plus or minus just that little bit, we would be either too cold, too hot. All the different Goldilocks zone type things that happen to make our planet survivable for life as we know it anyway, are so rare and so specific that it is quite possible that maybe we are the only ones in the Milky Way.
It can't be because there isn't. It can't be too big. It can't be too big because the gravity won't allow for certain kinds of evolution to take place. It can't be too small because then it won't have an iron core, so it won't have a magnetosphere to protect it from solar rays that would radiate any kind of bacteria for your building blocks of life. It can't be too close. It can't be too far. It's just any number of things. Although I'm real fascinated with those ice moons out in the Jovian system and around Saturn. There's life in there. I would bet anything that there are little wormy things living under that ice. I just know there are.
Yeah, I feel the same way. They found enough extreme bacteria here that live in sulfur vents.
They feed off radiation.
Or under lakes and things, and frozen under the ice in Antarctica. That would be pretty wild. I love that concept, and I just want somebody to land something on there and drill down and find something. That would be amazing.
Well, Trump cut our budget, so not this decade.
Yeah, not this time around. But did you ever seen the meme recently where it was saying that Trump should claim that he identifies as a female because the left would have to either acknowledge that he's the first female president or admit that gender ideology is bogus. And they were like, he's crazy now. He might do it. He's just he doesn't give a shit.
What he would get? He would get the biggest titties, the best titties. He'd go quadruple D.
I got one more thing, and then we should wrap up. I saw someone call Melania third lady on Twitter. Trump's second wife. He was married to Ivanka, and then what's that lady's name?
Wasn't there an Ivana and an Ivanka?
That's the daughter.
Ivana was the first one back in the 80s when he was rich and famous with Robin Leach and all that. That was Ivana Trump. Yeah.
Yeah, his third wife.
Marlon Maples.
That's it.
Yeah.
She was pretty.
Trump hasn't had an ugly wife.
His wife at the time.
No, he's a billionaire. He'll do well with that. Well, where can everyone find your wonderful content?
I'm sorry.
Talking to you.
Where can everybody go to find all your stories, all your stuff?
Oh, sorry. Well, I continue to put stories on the VinWIKI YouTube channel. My buddy Ed keeps having me on there to tell some stories. I hosted the off-road games with Matt's Off-Road Recovery this year. So there's a lot of fun stuff out there on his channel as well. I pop up here and there, maybe stuff with 1320 video coming up soon. And as always, you can go to ChristopherMichaelsArt.com and get some sweet merch with my smiling face on it. And that's my jam. I've never gotten into social media myself, but I have such a good time on other people's. I always have a great time coming over with you guys. I just love how the conversation I never know where it's going. You know, and I go a lot of places and talk about cannonball or retell stories that I've told fast, but you guys, it could go anywhere, and I love it. This is the most fun podcast. I always have such a great time with you guys. Thank you again for having me back. I love it every time.
It's a pleasure.
Yeah.
Man. PKA 757.